We'll look at those options again.
All right, we're live right now, guys. We're testing this to see if it works.
You didn't need my...
Well, I will, because there's not too many people on the network yet, but I think it will.
Okay.
I'm going to go out at 9 and get a copy this morning.
No. Okay.
Can I get back in? Yeah, the door's open.
No. I can. No, it automatically locks. I have to.
Is there anybody out there waiting now?
No. I keep
Really?
running to the door looking, and there's
Nobody's
nobody
there.
And that doesn't happen again.
Do they know where to go?
Probably not.
Maybe somebody.
Anybody have any of their phone numbers?
That's a good question.
Don't.
I don't think so.
I'm trying to think who's there.
Let's have a look and see.
You know what this originally said in the pointer version of it? Seek truth and report it to the best of your ability, or something like that.
No,
I think
no.
and reported. I agree with you. It's probably worth hanging on to.
Yes.
Or we could just shorten it to seek.
See, right.
Seek. Seek and you shall find.
Yeah. I had all those comments in here somewhere, but I can't find them.
that I was looking at.
Yeah.
I didn't get it.
Okay, I don't wanna sit in front of that, so.
The reason I didn't put the chair here is because if we need to use the drive-throughs
Okay,
and.
so we're.
Oh, we have a
yeah.
camera range here?
But you've
is
got
that right?
you've got a seat here, there's a seat there.
Camera's going that way.
There's
That's
one.
why I'm here.
So,
Yeah, I wanna be on this side.
You can.
This
I see
area.
you.
Oh, okay, but that means that
I'll say hi, Mike.
As much as we like Tom.
therefore, I can't mess around.
Hi, Michael. You know, before we start,
Yeah,
Yes.
there's a restroom right there, and then there's also, there's two right there.
All right. Hey, guys, our sound is live while we check, so just so everybody knows.
So don't say anything bad about the members.
Stop talking.
So,
Line up, line
just a few, just a few things, logistics wise. So we have a bathroom, it's a unisex bathroom here on the first floor, but downstairs there's his and hers. Right at the foot of the steps, if you make a right, there's two bathrooms down there. So you're welcome to use those. Can anything refrigerated, we have a kitchenette, refrigerator and everything
86 yesterday. And, John, as I think all of us know, is a man whose passion for journalism was matched by his passion for human rights and civil rights, which, considering where he was working in the 1950s, was not a very comfortable place to be. But nonetheless, over the course of his long career, he exercised both of those passions, both in journalism and to some degree as well, for a brief period of time, in government and politics. He's, of course, been a great inspiration to many of us in the business. He is a fellow of the Society, a winner of our First Amendment Award. Personally, and I think some of you would agree, one of the great joys of being in this organization is the opportunity from time to time to rub elbows with some of the great people in our profession. John was certainly one of those. And in a moment, I'm going to ask that we take a moment of silence to remember him, but just before we do, I think one of the lessons that I draw from his life that's very applicable to what we'll be doing here today is that while the work we'll be doing today in drafting a new ethics code for SPJ is important, it is perhaps more important how journalists behave. It's not so much what we write, but what we do. I'm sure that's a sentiment John would agree with. And on that note, I would ask that we just all take a moment to remember our late colleague, John Siegenthal. Thank you all very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, William. Very eloquent eulogy for John, who was all those things that you said. Journalism lost a great leader and a legend, if you will. Okay, so the agenda we have here, I thought what we would do is sort of, if you will, an inverted pyramid. Right? So we'll start with sort of larger issues, which I think we need to have discussions about, which seems we have to have discussions about, because those have started percolating on base camp. So I thought we'd start with some overarching issues, and then we would whittle ourselves down to the actual editing process, and then finish with the few steps. So what I asked Erwin to do, this is the slideshow that I put together at EIJ Town Hall meeting last year. And the reason that Joe and I were talking yesterday, and the reason I thought it might be appropriate just to sort of review this briefly is because I touch on what 4 options. Of course, there could be more options. It was just the 4 that I came up with that this code could represent. And I thought it would be helpful if we refreshed our minds and talked about it. So there's, let's see, slide. You can just go through the slides. Let's see, continue. There's a couple of, we'll continue on. There's a couple of quotes that I want to share. One is, continue. That's the process. So, continue, 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 continue. Those are just some arguments for and why we made those so you can continue on. Okay, so Stephen, I borrowed a quote from him, and so he's sitting in a room, so he'll have to defend this. I've been told repeatedly.
I haven't had my coffee yet.
I've been told repeatedly that the idea of a new media ethics is just a matter of pulling old wine into a new bottle. Existing codes of ethics. Current journalism principles are treated as eternal verities, which apparently do not change in meaning, applications of ethics. Nothing can be further from the truth. So I leave you with that. And then the next slide I want to share is a slide from Kelly's book, which I think is also appropriate. When people discuss ethics in journalism, the conversation tends to get stuck between 2 polar impulses. To cling to the tradition so tightly we resist progress, on one hand, and throw away the most important values in journalism and charge blindly ahead thinking everything has changed on the other. we consider this a false choice. And I think those two are appropriate names. So you want to comment on what you, I'm going to put you on the spot. I didn't tell you I was going to do that.
Thank you. No, quickly, first of all, I just want to, past 3 months I've spent moving from the United States back to Canada, setting myself up as a BD officer in Canada. And so I've not been tracking this process as close. I feel rather guilty to be here. And so if what I say is outdated or has been hashed over before, please ignore me. My perspective on this is that is that what you're engaged in as code writing at this particular point in time is almost impossible. It is a very difficult, because code writing usually presumes in a profession that there is general agreement on the normative interpretation of that profession, on basic principles, and so on and so forth. What we have, in my view, is a breakdown in that consensus, and has been for some time, in not just professional journalism, but in journalism practice in general. And that goes from the role of the journalist, the types of journalism that might be valued in democracy, down to principles and norms, protocols, and it's all over the place. So what I think here is that, and by starting at the level of a code, that also only works really well if we can agree, because the code presumes some very agreement on basic concepts of objectivity, of the purpose of journalism, a whole bunch of principles. And again, that is totally incorrect. So I'm only pointing out problems for you right now. What I'm thinking is that you, as a group, should expect, I think you need to ask yourself, what level of consensus or agreement can you get on this at this point in time? Don't expect full consensus. That's absolutely, I don't think you ever get full consensus anyway. On anything, especially.
You don't know SPJ in general, so that's a shot in the dark.
And my own view is that there's going to become a time in journalism ethics will be completely different from what it looks now. We're not there yet. I see this as a transitional period, and I see this code that you're writing as what I would call traditional and conservative. And I can talk about that later if you wish. I don't use those words pejoratively. I believe with Kelly that you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. You bring the good stuff along with you. But in this age right now, you're going to have to reshape what the most basic ideas mean and how they apply, and yeah, bring in some new ideas too. So all of this is very general. I'm not sure it's helpful. What I'm saying is that you've got to also it seems that you've opted, and again, I know there's disagreement probably on this, for a level of a code that's highly general, that wants to speak for all journalists of all journalism everywhere? Or is this an American code, right, that reflects American values? If you do that, that's fine. But while you're working on that level, you're going to be sure to be met with criticism. I've written 2 codes of it in Canada, so I know that you're going to be met with criticism that's not specific enough, it's not practical enough. Where's the case examples? Show me an example of this. Elucidate pragmatically what these principles means with examples. You don't have that in this code, and I'm not advocating that. So that's how I see the way you're moving along. And the problem is that the ideas like the concepts that you're using in this code will make. I'm a pragmatist, so I believe that ideas make sense when you actually show them they work in actual practice. I would suggest that a lot of this code down the line would make a lot more sense if you could also tack onto it some additional layers, more specific layers of examples. Other codes do that too, have multiple layers. But I'm adding to your work, Kevin.
That's all right. So that's a perfect segue into move to the next. So we talked about options, and one of the options which were passed is to do nothing and keep the code as it is. And the second option that we talked about is to shorten the code, take out specific references relevant. This is my articulation of this almost a year ago. And broaden the language so there is no specific references that would date the code, create a statement of principles, if you will. The reference that I made to that is the AP and E code, and I have some copies here, which I don't have copies for everybody, so you'd have to share. I'm just going to hand these out. We can reference these a little later. I'll keep going through this. So essentially, this is a more basic. This would be the code style that It's a little lengthy, but this would be one that probably Fred Brown would advocate, which is more principles in this. The other option, we'll hit the forward button there, is review and revise the code to add specific language and address growing concerns as they pertain to digital and social media. AP.org has a handbook. I'm not going to pass out and print it. As we have an AP person here, but it's very extensive. It talks about everything from how to deal with graphics to how to deal with conflicts of interest, and it's almost like a user's guide. Okay, so I use that as the third option that I talked about is review the code, and this may reference closer to what Steve was talking about. Review and revise the code and add addendums and footnotes and reference to position papers or more specific ancillary documents that so very much like you would talk. And I think that those are the four. Is there another one? Oh, do a wholesale review of the code, create the best possible document addressing the new era of journalism with a set of principles in the 21st century, which is kind of so. I only bring those up because I think that in the last couple of weeks we started having a conversation about what we want this code to look like. And I thought we knew what we wanted this code to look like, and we may still think that way. But I think it's perfectly fine to have that conversation and say, what do we want this code to look like?
You know, Kevin, I think we've been having that discussion in the way we've approached this project. And looking again at these options, I am leaning heavily toward the third one, which is to simplify the code and link to a series of position papers, a place where we not only have a committee contribution to what this particular section means, but allow the members and the public to join that discussion.
Yeah.
So it becomes almost like a living document.
Yeah,
Where you
yeah.
keep
Living
updating
document.
the position papers.
But
technology.
leave the principles.
Yeah, yeah.
I think that's what I was talking about when I guess I raised the issue. Is there needs to be a way to update, provide updates, as journalism changes and technology changes. So if we have those links to specific sections of the code in separate documents, that would be a way to do it without changing the framework of the code itself with the four major principles.
And they're,
Back to the third option, just to find out if you're.
Yes, I think I can do that.
Yeah, and it may be articulated better than that.
Yeah.
I just said addendums and footnotes and reference.
Yeah.
We have position papers now. So for those of you who are not familiar with this, a few years ago, what we decided to do is because we were getting a number of phone calls asking, what does it mean? People were asking us to help them interpret the code. So what we did was we identified the areas which we get the most questions. And we said, why don't we break those out and write a position paper that explains in more detail what we mean when we say things like, undercover reporting or dealing with trauma with individuals and those kind of things. I don't know how many people reference those, but the idea was at the time was thinking that this was sort of an extrapolation, a larger explanation, so that instead of having just one line of text for them to read and then either ask or guess what it means, that there are these papers that would further explain.
Given that, I think that really dovetails well with what I think I've heard other people say here, and it's my personal belief that I think the code itself needs to be as non-specific to media and technology as possible, and so that these extra links can keep up with changing times, because if some of the suggestions that have come in are for us to be a lot more specific, my fear is we will be sitting here again in 2 years, because that's how quickly everything is changing.
We're here in 2 years. That would be a badge of honor. Now, 18 years would be something.
And so if we want the code itself to be my personal belief is it should be as timeless as possible, with some of the basic tenets that all of us know. These truths are to be self-evident as far as journalism goes. And then we can continue to modify and change and add as technology changes, because I saw a criticism very recently that said, this is just a bunch of academics sitting in a room and there aren't any working journalists. Well, there are a lot of working journalists in this room. I'm one of them, but there are a lot of others too. So I know.
Or retired working journalists.
So we know, what is working and what changes are taking place right now in the newsrooms. And how I do news today is not the same as it was 1 year ago. It's totally different from 3 years ago and dinosaur age 5 years ago. If we want a document that's going to stand for 17 years or some extended period of time, I think the actual code needs to be like a Ten Commandments type of set of edicts, and then we can continue to change as and add these links and these position papers or whatever you want to call them as technology changes.
Except maybe have a more positive tone than the Ten Commandments.
Yeah.
Thou shalt not.
Yeah, exactly.
Thou shalt not plagiarize.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thou shalt not plagiarize.
I'd like to say two things. I mean, I like the tenor and the way this discussion is going, because I do think that that's part of the solution, is that what we have to do here today is more than just revise our code. I think what we're really looking at is kind of, and we've never really done this before, but we really need to be doing it. We need to be thinking more of an ethical package that includes kind of our code of principles, statements of good current practice, which is how we can get at some of the modern changes going on. And of course, we have our ethics book, which provides many of those case studies that you talk about, and we need to make sure that all of that gets wrapped up together in what we're doing. But the other thing that I want to say too, and I think this should be an important guide to what we're doing here. Stephen mentioned at the beginning that it's going to be very hard to get consensus for what we describe here, and I have absolutely no doubt about that, especially listening to some of the comments we get. But I think it's important for us to remember, when all is said and done, once we write something that our delegates accept, this will be SPJ's code. We need not be afraid to make our code somewhat conservative in terms of principles and state what we want. Not everyone will agree that our code of ethics is but that's fine. I mean, it is what it is. This is our code of ethics.
Yeah, adding to what Hagit said, I love that idea of timelessness. What I would caution with wanting to not be too specific with technologies is that doesn't happen at the expense of not enumerating an expanded scope of where journalism is happening. Much of the way that journalism has expanded through technology, and I think it would be easy to mistake that very fundamental expansion, those new spaces where journalism is happening that I think the code must acknowledge. Sure. It can be easy to mistake that for, oh, that's just a technological trend, we don't need to mention it, maybe we shouldn't cite it. The danger in that is that we may come off not acknowledging a new space where ethical journalism needs to be considered. So that's my fear. That, as Stephen, you put this so well, everything really is in flux. Including, what we might consider temporary technological things with names that are going to change, versus the permanent changes that they have really embedded into the core of what journalism is. So I completely agree with that principle. We do need to be careful that we know how to distinguish those two things.
Yeah, I agree. Monica just said everything I was going to say. Thank you very much. No, that I have not been pursuing it in terms of, well, this is something that we're going to have to change every 2 years, because God knows we don't want to do this every 2 years. But at the same time, the 96 code was clearly aimed to be timeless, but then times change. And so I've been kind of approaching it, looking, will this still be relevant in 10 years? Facebook may not be here in 10 years, but I'm pretty sure social media in some form will be. So mentioning social media helps it stay, I'm using it as an example, helps it stay relevant to today while still being relevant to hopefully 10 years from now.
And I think this goes along with all of that, is I like the idea of doing those case studies, but I think there's room to sort of to say, okay, obviously the internet is hopefully going to stick around. I like it, but when you have social media, and one of my concerns is that you have sort of members of the public who are able to produce a lot of their own information out there. How do journalists interact with that? I think that's a very important discussion that maybe needs to be a little bit stronger in the code. So I think areas like that we should maybe talk about and beef up a little bit, because that's something that's not going to change, and I think that's one of those things that is going to have to be addressed, because I see a lot of places that they cherry pick those tweets that this random person from Boise, Idaho said, and it causes that person a lot of discomfort. They may have said something that others view offensive or something like that. But what's the ethics of that taking this person who sent out this tweet that maybe only 20 people follow, and amplifying it on a platform that millions and millions of people look at? So things like that I think we need to address. But as for mentioning Twitter or Facebook or something specifically, I think we should avoid that. But there are areas that I think we do need to
jargon, I think. And trademark names.
Yeah, because we do have a section in there that says people have a right to private, but I think we do need to maybe rework that, or emphasize that a little bit more. Things like that.
Let me play devil's advocate from a pragmatic standpoint. The code that we have now, and this I'm going to ask you a question at the end of this. The code we have now is created in a way that allows journalists and public, students, to access it and process it in a particular way. And I guess what I'm saying is that people use our code in a specific manner. They use it as a reference. So from a pragmatic standpoint, we get phone calls. People go to our website to the tune of, what is it, Joe, 3,000-4,000 a year to look at our
hits on the code. We get that about each month.
Each month, okay. So people go there to read that code and process it, and so it's written. You know how it's written. It's very specific. So we've created a user, I guess, process by the way we've created this code. What is the user process then? If we change the code to something more like what we're talking about, what is the user process, and is that more beneficial or more detrimental to the actual functional use of coming to SPJ's code?
I like the way that, and I think we should keep the way that everything is divided up into the basic principles. And I think if we can just put references in it, or links online, so we could do it to the position paper. So if people want more information on a particular issue, I think that would make sense. But yeah, I like that it's one page, and it's a quick. You can look at it quickly and try to discern the answer to a question you have, and then if it doesn't answer it, you can do some more research.
Well, would you? I guess again, well, go ahead.
No, I was gonna ask Joe if the hits on the ethics code include people going to the position papers and the case studies.
We do a weekly roundup of the web stats, and 2 of the top 5 are always the code's #1, and the case studies are always in the top 5. The position papers are not.
Ah, okay. Well, what I'm thinking is that we essentially have this structure now. And more people will be accessing the code online rather than, there probably aren't that many of these in circulation.
I think a lot of those out in Africa.
Yeah.
I felt that because I know
Yeah. Yes. But, if people go to the code online and find there links from each of the sections to which we have more detail, and then from those discussions of that particular section of the code can link to case studies that deal with that particular section of the code. Essentially there are 3 tiers which can provide a great deal of information and should clarify what we mean by these broad principles.
And if I might add, I mean, it's really funny, but some of this comes down to marketing. And you know what's not here on the printed code, but that needs to be on future versions of the printed code. If we are indeed going to create a code on our website that includes hyperlinks to other information, et cetera, this is still fine to give out to people because it's important. But somewhere on here, we have to say that we have additional links, case studies, et cetera, on the website, and use these to drive traffic to the electronic area where our presentation can be more complete.
Well, the other concern, since we keep talking about links, is that we're just assuming, and I think that's a somewhat safe assumption, that everybody is going to be, hardwired and using the internet. And only those who want to, most of the people who access our code are going to do it through our website. But well, then what do we do? What do we do when we print a book? And what do we do when we have, things we want to hand out? I mean, how do we develop that?
Well, first of all, I mean, we do have the book, which means that our case studies are already in printed form for people who want to see it. And again, that perhaps also is something that gets appended to the bottom of our code of ethics. Again, marketing.
And there certainly is. There's in the book you can find SPJ.org mentioned repeatedly. So there's no question that there's any secret about how to get more information.
The ethics book is available in the ebook version, is it not?
Yeah, I believe Marion Street Press.
So I guess I'm just trying to, because I think this is an important question. I guess I'm just trying to think of the thousands of people who go to our code. What would the actual process be for them to learn what they want to do?
Well, I think
it's no different from what it is now.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to change that much. In fact, if we link to the position papers, I think it's just going to give them more guidance.
Yeah.
And if there is ambiguity, they could call the hotline.
And talk to you, Kevin.
Yeah.
as before.
Not me.
Do we link the position papers that we apparently aren't getting a lot of hits on?
But
no,
if they're not linked now, you
they
can
are
find
linked. Oh,
but if not in there, you could say, here are the papers that are relevant to this section or this specific part of the code. I think it's only going to help people.
Yeah, well, then that could be easily fixed.
Yeah.
It needs to be clear. The links need to be clear on the code itself, because a lot of people look at the code and say, "This is it," and they're not going to do more research on the web. But if you have that link right there, it will be a lot easier to find.
If they're looking for guidance.
Lauren, Monica.
Just building on what everybody else has said, I think it's just simply fixing the page a little bit, changing the links, changing the structure. I think that's something that headquarters could easily do. And I agree with Erwin. You can very easily take this and change what's at the bottom, and so everybody knows where to go if you're handing out the piece of paper. It's simple.
Yeah, you asked. I think your original question was, how does the user process change, and how would that help what the code is trying to accomplish? And I think a framework through which to think of how it would change would be basically to echo how all journalism is changing, which is make it a more public conversation. So when I hear things like, oh, people call us up, I think, oh my God, there needs to be a blog post written up every time. There should be an Ask the S's. But anyway, the more we can share of what those conversations are, the more we can put out there, then people just have all those resources right in front of them. And that's just going to put the power of the code in more hands more easily, which can only be good. And obviously, to me, it's just very obvious that you link up what you can, you connect what you can everywhere, offline, online.
And I think we need to be more specific in the code about the ethics of doing that, of providing as many links to other sources of information.
That's one of those new principles that has arisen.
Monica hit on something that I was getting ready to raise. I think we have one of the best ways possible to keep the code alive and living and breathing and changing and adapting. The calls that come to you. Those are the issues and those questions that people want to know the answer to. And depending, however we write this code, it's going to be, they're going to want it interpreted. A lot of times you'll give a quick answer on the phone call. I would suggest that we take those issues, farm it out among all of us, so that it's not just you or Fred who end up doing a lot of the current spate work. And then posting it, having some kind of ethics advisory, or here's the opinion of the committee on it, and that becomes an archived document that becomes something linked to, and is part of this overall process, which I think is a really good idea.
And even if we don't have the answers, throwing the question back out is also really valuable.
Yeah.
I think one of the problems with the old ethics committee, when it was about 35 people, is that we would have endless discussions, hoping to arrive at some consensus about what the thing to do was. And most of the time we couldn't do that. But I think merely having access to the discussion would help people.
And also those discussions, and if you put them online, I think that also helps, like what Erman said with the marketing of the code, to
Yes.
get it out there, because I know a lot of journalism schools, journalism classes, they would love something like that, where they have current examples that, professional journalists are going through.
Well,
where they can refer to it.
I think that's good, but also, as Fred would know probably from a practical standpoint, some people call in confidence, so we have,
Well, you
to
have to
keep that honored. And then there's a more
Or you can
growing share of
anonymize
right,
questions.
so we would have to. There are repeat things that clearly that we answer on a routine basis, and then the other one is the college students who have midterm at the end of the semester have to and
Ethics
get inundated with those.
Yeah.
And so,
Could you assign them to?
Yeah.
just like, yes.
So
Don't
what
call me
if
that.
we link to the code a section called the Living Code? And we invite people as they come up with, obviously not the confidential ones, which are going to be phone calls because people aren't going to want to have a trail. But for anyone who thinks as technology changes, as a new Twitter comes in and there are new questions, people can go there and post questions that are answered, and we can continuously just update. It doesn't have to be entire position papers here. We're talking, someone can say, you know what, this situation came up, and I'm wondering what people think should be. And just have a link to the Living Code, and we continue to address the changes, and it's appended to the main code that we are to rewrite today.
I would also suggest as a matter, I'm sorry about being so pragmatic, but I just know the process because I've been immersed in it. So
Yeah.
I would think that if we do that there should be a backstop. So if I answer a question, somebody else on the committee or the committee, and Fred, I wouldn't recommend this because we might revert back to the old days where we spent.
Yeah.
But if I answer a question, then that question should be vetted by another member of the committee, so that there's some uniformity. Because I think that if you have 10 people in the committee and I have a view about anonymous sources that's different, dramatically different, I want to make sure that one voice doesn't speak for all SPJ
Sure.
on that issue. So
Yeah, I think in a discussion, a chat room, if you will, or whatever. I'm using old technology. Forgive me. That if people would identify their bona fides briefly, like Kevin Smith, Chair, SPJ Ethics Committee, or Lauren Bartlett, Member, SPJ Ethics Committee, something like that, just so that people know who it is that's commenting. That's helpful. It's transparency, by God.
I really like core idea, but living at the same time going together. That's wonderful. There's something in me, though, that says that this code, when I read it, I'm trying to imagine myself when I start my ethics class and I give this to students. What's their reaction? The reaction is going to, I think some of it would be this. This is a rather old-fashioned approach, isn't it? It's based on informing impartially. I'm not saying that's bad. Impartially, all that. It tries to reach out and say, well, use social media carefully, but be careful, but use it, please. Well, what does this code actually have to say? What is the alternative? What are the other views? What are the other ways of doing this? What does it have to say about, for example, point of view journalism, the rise of advocacy journalism? I'm not saying you need to put that in the code. Well, maybe there's a section making more work for everyone or whatever. There's some sort of section in which you talk about the code's view or perspective on a variety of popular or emerging forms of journalism. It might be a way that the students at least would see, okay, well, this code actually does have something to say.
I as I'm hearing what we're all saying, kind of coming back to that initial question of what do we want this code to be, I'm thinking too about the other organizations, the other ethics codes and efforts that are being undertaken right now, because it does seem to be like this is the thing right now, is to figure out ethics for everybody, because we're all like freaking out, right? But it seems like, what if we thought of the code, the actual document, as a starting point? We are trying to make a good starting point. So, like every good starting point, any question should feel like there's some passage in the code that might relate to this. It doesn't have to answer all my questions.
Right.
Right.
But that's where you start.
Yeah.
And so if there's, wherever it exists, it feels like it covers the scope of concerns referentially without necessarily enumerating every single way that you're supposed to think about it or answers about every question. But I think you're right. I think it might be a nice, I don't know if you guys agree, but it might be a nice objective to say, all right, the code as we want to write it, we want to be a comprehensive starting point.
What I always say whenever I've worked with younger people about this code, and I always say I love the structure because what we did here seems to me is a real good shorthand for ethical decision making. It's not really, at the end of the day, it's the answer to your question is really not in here most of the time, unless you're plagiarizing. But what it is, it's about asking yourself, okay, what do I have? What information do I have here, and do I need to get it out? And actually, the bias always should be yes, it should go out. But then the code asks you, okay, now think about what the impact of that information is going to be on individuals, because sometimes that moderates what we do, how we do it. The third piece, of course, reminds us that we need to be independent of outside sources in making our judgments. And the last one is always, okay, now once you've decided what you're going to do, can you explain it?
Yeah.
Can you defend it?
It's a good process not only for journalism, but for all ethical decision making.
Right. And so in whatever we do below those subheads, I think it's important to remember that I think that's a very useful structure in teaching this code, and I'd like to make sure we preserve that.
And I think, this is, it's important to be practical when it comes to, like, how would we do all that? Because you need people to write this, and so you need commitment from people. But, I think another way that we could work this, too, is when you get those calls and say someone, and this is just an example, like, there's, I think it's called Whisper, is that the new app? Like, where people can just put out sort of, oh, this is what I heard, and this is what I think. So if someone calls you and says, what are the implications of, I work for this, I work covering one industry, and I call this Whisper about and someone calls the ethics hotline and says, what do I do with it? You could use that as a broad example and say, what are the, how does our code pertain to something like Whisper when you see something like that? And, it takes the code as a whole. And you could create like a post or almost a case study by, writing, about that specific case, but also how Whisper may fit into other areas of the code. So when people, or that new technology, so when people are looking for that specific, technology or something like that, you could almost search for that on the website. So you could sort of take the ethics code as a whole and apply it to that technology.
And then when Whisper goes away, you
but you don't have to. But in that case, you don't have to change. You're not changing the code.
You're just changing the name.
Well, that's why the code stands, and then the living code, which we link to, changes.
Yeah.
But the code itself, which I think is why we're here today, this is what we need to concentrate on. And what I'm hearing is more consensus than dissent around this table, which is gratifying because I think then we can get our work done today.
Yes.
So
and go for drinks after.
You want to make that dinner reservation?
One of the things that I think, yes, Hagit, I don't disagree with you that there's this. We're going to have to get down to specifics, and we're going to have to figure out how to do it. But let me just kind of amplify and back up and combine maybe what both Stephen and Monica are saying, is that, and it dovetails off the message that I posted the other day, is I think we have to acknowledge some of these newer forms. And, you know, the point of view journalism is one of them. Advocacy journalism, funded journalism, citizen journalism, all those things are out there.
Brand journalism.
Yes.
We call it.
Yes, exactly. That's another one. We're missing a lick if we don't at least acknowledge that stuff. We don't have to write a best practices for every one of those. We shouldn't, because that's going to be fool's work. However, if we have them in there, people will recognize, hey, that committee gets it.
Yeah.
It sees that we are changing and there are contemporary currents. And best of all, with this structure that we're talking about of a code plus a living code, we've got our touch point. For when people make their inquiry, boom. You know, you field the question, Kevin. Farm it out to one of the members to say, hey, we've got a really good, valuable question here. Let's put together a piece on this, whether you call it a position paper or an advisory or an opinion, whatever. But we have something that speaks for the committee, and it seeks to explain that particular point, which we have included, but haven't gone off about at length.
I think it is. I think it's worth reiterating the danger. The danger, as I see it, is that if there is some area, some scope, some space that journalism occurs in, that ethical journalism can occur in, that we do not put referentially somehow, even kind of cryptically, in our code, we're essentially saying, do what you want in this. It doesn't matter.
And yeah, nodding to them basically says we expect this of you too.
Yeah, I think, you know, we have attempted in several of these sections to acknowledge the idea of sponsored journalism, looking for words that are more comprehensive than perhaps some of the jargon. We have forever had the distinguish between advocacy and reportorial journalism. And I think that is the perfect example of something you can reference, link to a more detailed discussion of what that means. You know, I've been an editorial writer, and I consider this code of ethics to apply to what I used to do in that role. Because, you know, above all, even editorial writers have to be accurate. Some of them aren't.
You know, let me
Same
take
for
Carol
citizen
here,
journalists,
and
it
then
applies.
I just want to get back a little bit to the idea of the living code that Heidi was talking about, because I think that might be a way for us to try to get approval of the code itself, because we will have this living document. But I think it's important that it's not just members of the committee answering questions. I think what we want to do is make this an open forum in the community for ethical issues, and then members of the committee can offer their comments. I think that's the way it would be most valuable, because not everybody is going to have the same answer and how they could.
Well, that was my whole idea for the living code.
right
Is the living code was never going to be, in my opinion, wouldn't be owned by the ethics committee. It would be the public's living code. Anybody, a non-journalist could pose something in there. I mean, it could be, you know, as wide-ranging as necessary to address that day's ethical questions, and then the next day would be different.
I think that's critical. If somebody reads something, or, you know, sees something online, or here's a broadcaster, reads it in the newspaper, and they have a question about, the ethics of how it was handled and how it was reported, and why are there so many mistakes in it, and they have to go back and correct it. That would be a forum.
I think I want to add, actually come to Kevin's assistance and offer to help out on something that I think you might consider putting on either your site or an addendum to the attached to the code, and that is, whenever I listen to debates arise in journalism ethics, I'm astounded about how primitive the conceptualization is going on. The little knowledge of the history of where this word like independence ever came from in the first place, its variety of meanings, how it has evolved, even objectivity and all of these. Since I've written the history of media ethics, it drives me absolutely crazy. What I would be proposed to do, or help with other scholars who are philosophers, this is a philosophical task, is that we take major concepts like that and we provide 1 or 2 page sort of summaries of where this concept has come from and what it currently is.
That's a good idea.
That's a great idea.
It drives me crazy. People say truth doesn't exist. Well, do you know how long philosophers have argued about truth? You can't just dismiss it like that.
That's the philosophy department somehow.
That, I do this every day, so I'm willing to dabble.
A discussion of objectivity would be great, because, you know,
Well,
I don't know.
it's a continuing debate.
One more comment, and I'm going to pose another question that we'll get some further discussion, and it's going to feed right off.
Can I get philosophy?
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
okay.
Excuse me.
I've been trying, since the issue of the advocacy journalism, the point of view journalism came up online a few days ago, or longer than that, I have been struggling with that because personally, everything in me says that that's exactly the opposite of what this should be. And so I'm trying to keep an open mind. I would like to keep some kind of touch point on it so that we can, in a living code, go into deeper discussion of it. But maybe I'm just the old fuddy-duddy, but I feel like that is exactly the opposite of the compartmentalization of personal opinion versus news that at least in the tradition I've always tried to follow. That we try to keep the goal is to keep yourself separate from the work. And maybe that's just an old-fashioned way of thinking, or how much of that we want to reflect in the code, I don't know. And if I'm the only one who feels that way, I will not, throw a tantrum. But to me, the concept of, well, if you just state your bias up front and go forward with advocacy or point of view journalism or whatever tag phrase we're going to use on that. And if there is mention of it in this, then we've successfully avoided the current buzzwords to the point where it's hard to find. So maybe we do need to clarify that point to say this is what we're talking about in this section. But I guess I've got a bit of convincing to go before I can say that, well, that's an acceptable form, or that we acknowledge that's the same thing as the kind of objective journalism we have striven for in the code in the past.
There's been a lot of discussion, and I think others in this room may have been part of it, about whether transparency substitutes for objectivity. And I've heard a lot of objections to that idea. I don't think it. Well, in the first place, I don't agree that there is that objectivity is fully attainable. I think impartiality is something we can strive for.
That's probably a better word.
I think we need to acknowledge that transparency is very important. And I would love to get the word transparency into the code, or transparent, or somewhere. Just because it is currently, it's kind of a buzzword, but it does have broader meaning. And it's a meaning that we should endorse.
So it's a meeting.
Can we? I'm going to ask another question. It's a more overarching question.
That's a good one,
That
Fred.
talk about transparency is in item number 2. So I have another question that I think that is relevant with regards to the overall question is, what do we want our code to be? And I guess the best way to articulate this may be to use an example. I guess the short question, the preface is, do we want the code to reflect changing societal norms, or do we look at this code as being the one that holds the highest standards? To me, those can be mutually exclusive. So let me give you an example. This is probably the best. So let's talk about the Catholic Church. And if anyone here is Catholic, but let's talk about the Catholic Church with regards to their doctrines and how regimented their doctrines were. If you go back 20, 30, 40 years ago, issues about pro-life, gay marriage, divorce, all of those very regimented, very strict oppositions to a number of different things. People bought into that. And when you were Catholic in the 1950s or 60s, or Jewish, or even Christian, there were doctrines of morality that you bought into. And what happened was society's norms started changing. And suddenly the church found that their doctrines weren't necessarily in keeping with what everyone on the street was talking and saying. And so you saw a shift in the way the Catholic Church approaches things like divorce and marriage or Christians. And so I guess here's what I'm trying to say. When I look at certain issues in ethics, like anonymous sourcing. And so, do we want a code to reflect the norms of journalism as they are unfolding today? Or does the code represent the highest ideals that suggest that this is a code of ethics, that this is the moral high bar? I'll let
It's
Christian.
both. It is both.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I was thinking.
when I worked through the Seek Truth and Report It, I ranked them from the aspirational stuff. Seek, honor your father and your mother if you want to keep going Catholic. That we can never always do, and it takes the living code to explain precisely how we honor our father and mothers, and that's changed over the years. Versus never plagiarize, which is
On high.
which is I put at the bottom for the
Honor thy
misunderstanding.
father.
Yeah. And so when I think about my students, when I teach ethics, we have 5 questions that we ask. First one is, do you have a problem? The second one is, what do the rules say? And what we find is the rules don't help. The code doesn't really help. The code can't help with some of the stuff that we deal with. There are no right answers. We're fighting over which is more right or whatever. And that's aspirational stuff. So the best we can do is point out, here are the issues that we should aspire to. Meanwhile, don't plagiarize.
Yeah.
Don't kill your parents. And let the living code flow.
I think this is a really important question, and it is tough as heck. So I was involved in the putting together the ONA ethics guide, which that one really is, I don't know how much you guys know about it, but it's more outlining schools of thought. Well, some journalists do this and some journalists do that, and they sort of present the two.
PRSA code does that.
Okay, yeah. And one thing, though, that I do, especially when I look at that versus the SPJ code, and I'm not saying this is right, but so far, one thing that makes me lean toward the SPJ code is the SPJ code seems to have a little more sort of courage to actually say what's right and wrong. And there's a way to take that too far, but I think there's also a way to be too relativistic about journalistic ethics when things have exploded as much as they've exploded. In fact, one of my favorite principles in the ethics code that we're thinking about putting in, I don't think it's in the original, is encouraging, call out unethical behavior when you see it. Because I think in this time, there's a danger of, success, different news organizations that do all kinds of different things are finding success.
Did you see how many clicks they got?
Right. But do we really want to think of ethics that way? So I'm still so far going, I don't think there's anything wrong with pointing people toward this really feels more right.
But Casey Ducker channeling him through you.
No, but Kevin, to go back to your original question, I think it's important to kind of you kind of gave us a couple of polar opposites, and I guess I'd come down a little bit in the middle. I mean, I would say the code that we're going to write here is not it's not the 10 Commandments, because we're not that smart. On the other hand, as Monica points out, it's not going to be an amalgamation of what people think, because we're a little bit smarter than that, I hope, or a little bit more experienced. What it represents, what it should represent, I think, at least, is the society's best thinking about what ethical journalism should be. That's as far as we, that's going pretty far, but it's not as far as some people might like.
I think the word we want is aspiration.
Yeah.
These are the highest aspirations for ethical behavior, because it's not rules. I mean, one of the things that you'll find here that actually in the various versions that we put out is not included, but I really think we need to have, is this little block at the end that said, this is not rules. These are not laws that can be enforced.
Yeah.
Right.
And shouldn't be.
Actually, that's not considered to be part of the code. It's just something that our attorneys wanted us to.
Okay. Well, I'm sure they'll want it to be there again.
And
It should be.
the attorney made that suggestion.
Yeah.
I raised the question. I raised the question because of what, and I don't think I'm the only one in the room that perceives this, but I raised the question because I think that when we started experiencing new avenues of journalism, whether it was citizen journalism and various social media, I often hear people say, things like social media should have a different set of ethical standards than traditional mediums, and that's a more drilled down question. But I guess what I try to articulate is that I think when these new genres of journalism are coming in, that journalists miss the opportunity, because I think that there was an opportunity for us to bring them in, ethically speaking, and say, these are the standards. And instead, we didn't. And so different standards started becoming developed. And then what journalists found themselves doing is acquiescing and then sort of subjugating ethical standards to what the norms were. And so we sort of, if you will, we sort of we moved back. So I guess the question, so that was my question here, was that should this code reflect journalistic societal changes, like issues like anonymous sources and various, or should it be high-end aspiration? This is the high benchmark.
I think maybe it's to make the aspirations applicable to the new forms, to the new orders, to the social changes. That's our should be our goal, is to make these bedrock principles that have not changed, such as thou shalt not plagiarize, and apply those to the changing nature.
Yeah. So speak with a voice where we're speaking to the whole world of journalism.
I want Andrew and then Mike.
Well, and I think the word I've been sort of working with is realistic, so not just, what's norms, because I think, the profession can sort of get off onto its own little area and not be, within sort of what is the best practices. So I think, when it comes to anonymous sources, and I think, we acknowledge this as, it's not, use it sparingly, but, there are cases when it may be appropriate. So it's not necessarily, when you read a story and there's about, 15 anonymous sources and one actual name source, when we can be, we could let people know, when we did this, we realized that there are cases when an anonymous source is necessary, but you have to be realistic. The person who said, oh, the administration thinks this is a good idea, did they really have to be on background, or did they have to be anonymous? So it's not necessarily, I think, norms, but I think...
So let me ask you this, everybody, this specific question, and I didn't want to get specifics, but so in the argument of anonymous sources, you will see stories, we've all seen them, in which there will be maybe one or two sources, both of those anonymous. Now, our perception of that is not appropriate journalism. It's not appropriate in terms of practice, but it's also probably maybe not in terms, depending on the context, it's not ethically appropriate. You will get pushback and say, this is the way things are done today. Okay, I mean, this is how we have to do these stories. So the question then is, which takes us to that, is that do we start recognizing that as an acceptable norm, or do we say, no, the standard is, and the code should reflect that standard, or should it reflect more of the norm that's being developed?
We don't have very many absolutes in the code, and I don't think we should have absolutes.
Right.
In the code. I think we advise people that it's not a good idea. That doesn't mean never use it.
But if you had a story with two anonymous sources in it, what would your ethical advice be?
I would say if that's your only sources, it's not good. But you don't need to get that specific, for God's sake.
No.
Two is okay, three is bad.
No. But I'm saying that in the overall picture, my question is, and it could be anonymous source, or it could be a multitude of different things.
That's why we use words like avoid and consider.
Yeah.
I think that we need to, you want the code to have high standards, but you need to make it relevant, because otherwise no one's going to pay attention to it. So somehow, and I don't want to say find a middle ground, but maybe emphasize that there are no absolutes. Talk about anonymous sources. I work in Washington. You can't. I mean, there are some.
That's where Mr. Anonymous.
Yeah.
There are some stories that are totally based on anonymous sources, but we have a whole process within the AP, a vetting process to make sure that it's okay. And
Because it's important. It's
too.
important to remember the sources may be anonymous to the readers, but they're not anonymous to the
Yeah.
people.
Yeah,
Who are,
Monica,
I think this is an example of a place where, I mean, you're calling it sort of the norms have changed, but journalism as a whole has been changing in a way that makes it not just that people have slowly started getting lazy about this, but to me this is an example, I'm rambling, to me this is an example of how journalism has changed a bit from being a product to a process. We used to be at a time in journalism where journalism came out a little more slowly, and so complete 3-source, 4-source stories were what was absolutely sort of the ethical gold standard, et cetera, et cetera. When I think of this picture of anonymous sources, I think about a changed backdrop where journalism is more of a process and it's more of a conversation. It's a different backdrop from which to evaluate the ethics of something like anonymous sources. So to me, it's on us to do the very difficult job of deciding whether, you know, the ethical hierarchy, the strength of sort of the conviction with which we can say this is wrong, might also have shifted a little bit and give a little bit of leeway to this thing that you're referring to as norms. In some cases are just the background and the thing has less contrast than before, and I think we need to acknowledge that.
You know, I tell my students that ethics is more a matter of asking the right question than coming up with an answer. I mean, don't go to someone else to get an answer. Find what you believe is the right question to ask, and then when you arrive at an answer that satisfies you, be prepared to defend it.
well, let me ask you, Professor, what is the meaning of journalism? What is the meaning? What is the meaning of journalism today?
Journalism is a river. No.
How about this? Can I suggest we take a 10-minute break at this point? I know we've been talking for an hour. We take a quick 10-minute break.
Then we want to hear more about that river.
And we just take a break, and then we'll come back, and I think we'll see where we are with regards to item number 1, and if we're ready to move. Sounds like we're already moving into item number 2.
I'm actually pleased with the where we're heading here.
Yeah. So then the question for, after our break, the question apparently would be, given the discussion on the table and the sort of growing consensus here, is how this code, at that point, how the nuts and bolts of how we're going to, what's this code going to look like?
You mean the editing changes?
Not the specific editing, but what we actually, I guess, want it to look like. Is it going to be all 4 principles?
well, I guess one of the other
Thank you.
one of the other questions, just looking at the agenda that you'd laid out, you were planning from here to kind of take a look at some of the comments, the SurveyMonkey results, and I guess one of the things to think about is, do we want to do that independently, or do we want to get started in kind of marching through the code and look at that stuff as we do it? And I don't have a particular
The other
preference.
thing that's a good point. And the other thing is that Joe's been sitting there, and I don't know if we've gotten any feedback or any comments via Twitter, and so you have to fold those in for. I will say this: if we take a dramatic change in how this code's going to look in terms of format, keep in mind that most of the comments and everything are probably predicated on
This format.
like this. So just keep that in mind. So let's take a 10-minute and go to commercial, sponsored by Iceland.
No, Aquafina.
Actually, can we put the tweets,
Coming up.
hashtag, 'cause that's
I just need to get the hashtag in a minute from Joe. And
Oh, SPJ.
SPJ ethics.
Thank you very much.
That's me. It doesn't look like me.
Wonder what the audio
I was watching it,
Hear
the
us.
video's good, it's just the timeline, but
Can people hear?
I didn't,
Okay.
we could try.
So if we go out to get water or something like that,
I was curious what
in.
I'm marching
And
into
the feedback I've gotten, people yep, they can hear
Hi,
and
Paula.
say,
Good to meet
Good
you.
to meet
I've got my-
Nice working with
I've
you.
got the
Yeah, I know,
snowball
I
here.
was going to say, it's one.
You
capturing
look like
all.
your picture, believe it or not.
Thank you.
Much more handsome in person.
You're kind.
Laugh track. I hear laughter. That's
We have our own laugh track.
So is
Yeah.
this
Joe just pushes a button.
Irwin's or is this
what we got here.
SPJ's tweet that?
This is Irwin. Yeah.
Here you go, back at you.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, if you go to the search link and just put in SPJ ethics, you could add a column.
No, gotta be able to spell first. Okay.
And then add column and you'll be able to.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay.
I think we need to spread this out a little further. It is Saturday, so it's not like people are
Yeah,
hanging up by their computers.
probably not.
Oops.
Probably better things.
Are we recording this as well, or are we putting it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Steve.
Paul got a couple favorites and retweets. His comment I put up was
No, I'm
the code should help a journalist aspire to the highest ethical standards, not necessarily what is accepted by society. Carol,
And Steve Buckley has been heard from.
I haven't seen his yet.
We were just thanking Monica for.
Oh yeah, I did see that. Yeah. Carol has they like so at least that's the thing. It's like so one person liked it. What does that mean? You know what I mean? But anyway, the feedback. This person liked that it's the comment that it's important to make the code a public forum, not just something where experts give opinions.
Yeah, this is when you mentioned you
I mean, I think we've been around the table assuming, maybe we shouldn't assume, that some of what we're talking about here
Limitations.
is easy enough for SPJ to handle in terms of links, forums, that sort of thing. Because I do think one of the things that's important is if we're really focusing on the structure, we'll need to kind of have things in place to show the delegates.
I would
They're ready to go.
I would agree. I was actually talking to Ken about that yesterday, and one of the comments that got retweeted was the notion of when I said the group is discussing the concept of an overarching code supplemented with specific guidance, and we talked about that yesterday. And I said if the group decides and it comes out of that meeting tomorrow today with a code that has the 4 principles and nothing else, right? Let's just say it goes stripped down that much. There's no way the delegates will support something like that without seeing what's behind it and how it's all going to work. So I think you're absolutely right. I think, and I don't know if that's the case. I think we'll know at the end of the day if we need to have all that stuff done.
Well, it could be that we'll need to have it started. I mean, I don't know how things are going to go with the committee.
Right.
I've seen so many suggestions from people that I think are good suggestions but don't need to be in the code, that I think as we go through the writing today, we can begin to flesh out that kind of second statement of the living code, which can be discussed and added to, etc. And I think we can have the code, I think we can have links to the code, which might include our position papers, as unpopular as they may be, and the other stuff, and then some process for how we're going to integrate the public. I actually haven't suggested getting it. I like the idea that maybe when, maybe not on every call, but on many calls that we can get in, if Kevin were to kind of assign on a rotating basis, say 3 ethics
DC has to use them.
post the question so that the person is not seeking anonymity. And the responses from the 3 of us, along with whoever else wants to weigh in.
And I've asked for them sometimes, I get turned down.
I would love it to be, we create it, and we have enough people in our ranks that can make this happen. It's kind of like a data viz project where we end up with this database with tags where people can search keywords, but then it's also perhaps maybe kind of like a wiki scenario. That's kind of goes back to what Carol was saying, where the question is posed, the SPJ ethics folks, whoever's doing it, gives a response. But then there's room for people to come in after the fact and continue that conversation.
Or even come in during the fact. If you pose the question, and, you know, make it clear that, you know, 3 members of the ethics committee will weigh in the days ahead.
No.
And people can start to respond.
And then
Right. We can look at that in terms of crafting some of our responses and have a conversation that goes on for a
unnecessary
while.
to get
Right.
this
So
person,
Peter's out.
low-level
I think it
person.
would be.
Yes.
So they could say,
I
oh,
did
just
too.
to-
multiple instances where it's simply being used to play us.
Yeah.
There's been several instances where
Exactly.
my competition will run with an anonymous.
And I mean, I can see
Just trying to
online
get something
too,
in the paper
where
without
we can
everybody
discuss
knowing.
whether this is, or where, you know, as we go through the code, anywhere we have
That
some
was
good
not
links,
journalism's
we'll
finest
simply
hour.
highlight. I don't know those parts of the code. Click on it.
Totally agree. You know what's happening.
What's with the no
You
discussion?
guys are creating a lot of work for the ethics committee with this code stuff.
Well,
But, you know, maybe that's good.
That's-
It's a
that's
project,
okay.
it's a working thing, and,
This is the,
you know.
well, the trick is to limit it, so that's why I kind of like the idea, you know, we get a question, let's not, I mean, Fred's right, let's not send it to the whole committee, let's just test the money water there. Let's send it to 3, and let's rotate around so that, you know, all of us are dealing with maybe a couple of questions a month.
Mhm. Right.
Spending all our waking hours answering questions.
The bad side, the downside of making all of this more engaging and more public and putting it out there is if it picks up and if it becomes popular, it will require more work. It's like, you know, that's the nature of the beast, right?
Yeah.
It's like the better you make it, the more work it will be to sustain it.
Well, then
But
maybe
that's
it gives, maybe that's good too. Maybe that encourages us then to bring in more members of SPJ, maybe expand the committee, whatever it takes. I mean, it's a service to public we ought to be doing.
Well, and it's, when you start asking the question, why, you know, what does SPJ do and why does it exist? And I think you could argue, because of the ethics code, is by far the
Yeah.
most important. And if you're not going to dedicate enough time and energy and resources to do it right, then why are you doing it at all? So that's kind of my take on SPJ with the advocacy and the fighting as well. It's like, if you're not going to, yeah, it's going to create more work. I guess you're going to have to change things in your structure and maybe bring in more people and recruit more folks to help. But if
Well,
you're not committed to it, there's no point in starting.
You know, I suggested this once, really not entirely in jest at an SPX meeting, but I still like the idea. You know, someday, you're gonna take me, you're gonna go down to, you know, key intersections in major American cities and just hand them out. Literally, just hand them out.
I think the whole notion of, it's what you're talking about is a news literacy concept, and that is, this is how you can discern what credible journalism is. Are you, where you're getting your coverage, is it abiding by these things? And I think that's a natural step once this new code is done.
And I will suggest later another major change that I would like to see, because it addresses the question of the media, and it addresses the question Kevin posed at the very beginning. Who is this code for? My answer is this code is for everyone. It's for journalists, it's for citizen journalists, anyone who wants to be a journalist, it's for students, it's for citizens who want to know what the hell good journalism is. And that, I think, requires a little bit of re-editing, because right now we talk about, we address journalists.
Yeah, I
That's
think
why I
we
like
talk
this.
about that. We should talk about journalism.
The majority of the hits that come to our website are not from journalists. I can guarantee it. It's just there's no way that we get that many hits every week from working journalists in this country. When you get 2,000 a week, how many of those are for people working in journalism? You know?
And I can tell you, as a working journalist, most journalists don't have the time.
Right. Or and this is maybe, I think a lot of them feel like they don't need it because they know it, like they've been trained in it, they've learned it. And really, let's be honest, how many times in an average reporter's day, now if you're working specific beats, I think this changes, but for just a normal general assignment reporter, which is what most in the United States are, how many of them come across an ethical dilemma on a regular basis? And it's not that often.
Yeah.
It's not 2,000 hits a week on our website.
Yeah. Well, but I think one of the problems is that journalists may not recognize that it's an ethical dilemma.
That is true. That is true.
It is, one of the things I ask my students to do is to go through a newspaper, go through a website, and find an example of something that you think could be an ethical question that needs to be determined. And they invariably come up with a lot of them. Because if you think in those terms, there's much to be considered.
Not a lot of Jay Rosen.
Let's go ahead and
Set it out for lunch.
well, I guess, I mean,
People follow these closely.
let's,
I think the idea was we would, everybody would just leave, walk outside across the street, but we can get 4 or 5 places, get what they want, and then bring it back.
Yeah, Elizabeth just.
Well, hey Kevin, is there a vending machine in the building? Is there a vending machine in the building?
There's no,
Really?
there's no, and there's no
I
smoking
landed
allowed anywhere, even out
plugged up.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
When you live at
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it didn't come unplugged. And you're gonna sell your like the other day for
You know what? I actually signed the check in the office on Wednesday, so it'll be in the mail. So you should have it. I would assume that.
Oh, yeah. Like,
I don't know how that mail scan that thing works.
I sold it out again.
people were
Let's
asking
give it a
me,
couple of
like,
weeks.
is it-
Because it's going to the hinterland.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I was like, that
America
man
says
is gone.
there's just Canada, there's no divisions.
Our bookkeeper asked us, "Do you just want to take these checks?" And I was like, "No, because if I lose them, or it's like I'm gonna have enough things to worry about, just drop them in the mail." So,
Huge battles about.
Tweets aren't loading right now.
Totally. He was just totally.
Her tweet's not loading. What did Erwin do?
For him, he got her on tail.
You know, that-
Sort of
okay.
thing. That's, I can't, you know, I
What's the difference between what's
oversee our
public
education company. I need to
Joe,
step
I wanna-
aside.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
say it.
which has never been
Yeah.
so
These people,
I know.
Yeah, no, there's so.
While we're,
One of my
while we're waiting for Erwin to get back, I found in my archives, because I found in my archives, these are photos from 1995. So how this worked was the code was first started in 1994, and the first year we came to convention in 1995 to have it presented, and that's when we ran into opposition from NorCal and Chicago, and we ended up adding some people onto the committee, and it went another year. This was a high-level meeting that Reggie Stewart, president of the SPJ, President Reggie Stewart had, and I found these photos a few weeks ago where we were trying to talk with NorCal and Chicago to iron out the differences so that we wouldn't have a floor debate. Didn't work. You'll see, as some of you will see around here, there is Lou Hodges. You'll see a very younger Kevin Smith with more hair and less wrinkles. You'll see Lou Hodges, Jay Black, and some of the others in here. So pass those around and share those.
And again, I noticed that there's the actual paper
The
photographs.
They all take all the
Digital files.
That's
like also should be about.
would that actually verify when the
Yeah,
person
Sure.
submitted it?
Yeah,
But I want somebody to take a picture.
Well, sometimes
I'll
sometimes
take
the
a picture
person
of you
will
and
want
share.
to not verify because it's
Yeah, and they're gonna post
Yeah,
it,
that's where
post it, tweet it
Yeah.
out
may not
there.
want to draw that rule. I mean, for-
Don't worry, they'll
there are
figure it out.
there are more reliable things than others.
Mhm.
Joe, we'll
There's a senator's Twitter.
Yeah, I think.
You know,
fair
okay.
game.
those photos, some of those photos.
It's a senator's sort of
Okay.
verified Twitter account. It's clearly
I'll give them to
there.
Scott. That's what I do now.
Yeah.
Scott
There's
makes
no
that decision.
But I think,
Just
like
make
we
sure I
say in
get
the
them
code,
back, yes.
more considerations should be made.
There was actually,
Private
I also have a couple of
And that's
the working
where,
press,
like,
which
when-
is the
when journalists just
the
publish
students'
willy-nilly,
journal. That's like
you know,
a little
something
patent
that
newspaper.
this Twitter person is
Yeah.
only
Actually have
tweeting
one
20
in
people, and suddenly
1996 where
this tweet is
Pete
like
Sussman and I are
everywhere.
arguing.
Right.
And you didn't even talk to the person to
No
get the
shock.
context.
There.
Like,
Or something
you know,
else.
someone sent out a tweet before the plane crashed. It's,
Oh, yeah.
is that a legit?
Can't imagine an argument.
I think you can verify that's like
Yeah.
person on there. I think that is because
Yeah, I think so.
they're
Yeah.
part of such a news story. Like my concern is when you go to BuzzFeed or HuffPo or something, you know during like different events, they're just going to Twitter or something and typing in
Okay,
a vulgar name that people may have called like someone. And that's when I think it gets a little
No, we're still missing.
shady is when they create those lists of like, look at what these people said about this person, and the only thing that does is it makes when they did it during the Miss America pageant, I think
That was
horrible.
Mike?
that was so
Because
that was so
Okay, all
harmful.
right.
Yeah.
So many people.
there was
get
nothing
in?
good
Did
about
they
that.
leave
You
the
did not
building?
accomplish anything.
Yeah.
You made her feel horrible.
Mhm.
You created a living hell for those people because you elevated them.
Most of them left off.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
went through afterward.
Yeah, I do that every once in a while too to see how they respond or what they do.
Actually, it was on a podcast when the guy who wrote that story.
Oh, really?
I called him out.
Yeah, no,
Right.
they, and the argument is, well, it's
I don't
fair
know where
game,
it
and it's like, just because it's fair game does not mean you do it.
Yeah.
This is what I mean.
Yeah.
You leave out that
Well,
kind of
right,
stuff
I
from
mean,
the
that's-
scope
that's-
of these conversations.
That's always
People
been
just
part of
get
journalism,
away with
is
it.
showing good judgment.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not just that.
Yeah, and I remember
you-
there was a news station in the University of Pennsylvania. They were at a car show the one day, and it just so happened someone was working at the car show and their car burst in the plane. The guy was in there, he didn't get out, he died. They had the video of it. They showed it over and over again. And the widow was asking, oh, please don't show that. Because you're literally like, you but like you are watching that for people. And they're like, well, no, it's not right. Just because it's right, it's not, you know, it can happen. You could show what happened at our app. You were there after they put it out. Show from the don't show.
What are some of the ethics of national security?
Oh, right. Yeah. People could see how.
And I just remember, like that was their argument.
There you go.
I thought we were
They had
different.
Like, you know, they have children like who are watching this.
I think it is so
Every
much
15
easier, so much
Must
easier
be popular and sold out.
So
avatars.
as we start round
Easier
two,
for us to forget.
is it appropriate now to move to discussion specific and ask, since we've talked about, we'll get back to formatting and those kind of things, but I thought it might be appropriate for us, since we, to drill down just a little deeper and say, so what is this code neglecting? And conversely, what are we putting in, or oversisaying, or overstating, or what are any of those things that we need to specifically talk about? So, I guess the obvious one would be the question, which I think is probably more apropos given some of our previous discussions. What are we neglecting in this? And I'm happy to
Yeah, should we make a
then
list?
stand up
So
and
we can
start
just
going.
put out the list and then go in.
Yeah.
Let me get another note. Be thinking.
Yeah, when we're it's like list for things.
Does anything show up?
Oh,
Comments?
yeah, there's some stuff. There was just a recent tweet about social media and how to deal with information you unearth or run across in social media. And I think that's something that we need to be more specific.
Yeah.
Right,
Too
so you just tell
specific.
me what you think we are neglecting or leaving out, and I'll start writing these things.
So Frank, were you answering that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Monica brought this up as well as there was a tweet on it. How do you deal with information that you run across on social media? How do you verify it? Or do you verify it?
Okay.
I don't know if this is what we're neglecting, but I think we can discuss more transparency, the role of transparency.
You know, I said that in the afternoon, we're going to take a tequila shot for every time we heard the word transparency.
That's what we-
So get
Not actually.
that.
There we go.
I help Monica share.
Just say I'm not.
Honestly,
Yeah.
this
I
was
will
my,
not
this was my,
Oh,
it was actually my PhD dissertation.
Oh, well, all right.
And what I think we have to do is distinguish between what we mean by message transparency, which is often in the Seek Truth and Report It, versus messenger transparency, which is down there at the bottom.
Accountability.
With independence and accountability. So I would suggest that we only, if we have to put the word transparent in the code, we think about it being messenger transparency only.
Rather than message.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it could also
Not thinking about
apply
that.
to
Think about
message
that.
too, because don't we want to be as open as possible in telling people where we got our information?
We do that already. We just don't use
we
the
just
word
don't use the word.
transparency.
I would say one thing maybe we might think about, given the conversation this morning, is maybe adding in the preamble some of what we said about this is aspirational and we have a living code. So like we, from the beginning, tell people this is our code, but we also recognize that there are constant changes. So in other words, we reference the living code from the very beginning so that it's part of the first message that is out there, that the ethics code is constantly evolving, and we're addressing that from the beginning.
I shared this story briefly. So back in 1996, when the gavel finally went down and we approved this code that you see in front of you, I remember saying to the delegates that this code would be a living, breathing code, that it would be forever changing and morphing as we, and 18 years later. So I didn't hold up my but the other thing I'll say is every time you say living code, I keep thinking of the living dead. I can think of zombies.
Well, they feel like zombies.
You know, I actually wanted to get zombies into the title of the ethics book, and I thought it would sell better.
What's that?
I wanted to get zombies into the title of the ethics book, thinking there would be a bestseller.
Ethics for zombies.
Yeah, or ethics for a zombie industry.
That was my last book for zombie novels. You're all going to be in the next one.
So what we might be neglecting, I don't know how you want to phrase it. I think of it as the self-informing public, the power of the public to inform themselves, and the posture journalists now take toward that.
Is that the new citizen journalist? Is that the new euphemism now?
It's the phrase I use. I don't know.
You know, I think it's more than that. To me, it sounds like serving a public that doesn't want its information provided in a package, but goes searching for it.
It has a lot of implications, and that's definitely one of them.
Yeah, I think what you're kind of getting at is the relationship of the journalist to the audience, which I think has been changing.
Yeah.
And I think actually the revised Section 4, be accountable and transparent, covers that pretty well. But we ought to look and see, is there more that should be amplified?
So the question that I have is, and I don't disagree with you, that the relationship between the audience and the journalist has changed. But does that, and if it does, how so does that translate into our ethics between our work and them?
Briefly, I think it's a posture change.
So tell me.
Meaning, well, kind of what we were saying, the posture of the code has been sort of this is a product, this is a printout, this is something that is finished. The posture is changing toward this is more open, this is a public conversation, and that will be good for everyone. Same sort of posture change in journalism, where the journalist used to be sort of, I am in charge of providing information.
Yeah.
We are now in a world where if all you do is provide information, guess what? Everyone's providing information. The role has changed. The relationship has changed. The posture of journalists toward audience, which at any time can also act the journalist.
If everyone, and I don't disagree with you, if everyone is providing information, and that is absolutely true, wouldn't it make sense that our ethics is what would set us apart in terms
Possibly. That's one conversation to have.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's one conversation to have, which is why some people talk about the journalist as guide to information, not just source. If you only talk about the source, then you're missing a lot of other wonderful functions we can serve.
And part of that is why it's so important to verify information from social media.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Because that's what people are reading. They're not just reading what you write.
But it just seems like there's so much more of a demand, among the public to go out and get their information firsthand without the filter.
I think I'm in your ballpark. One of the things the code could say is that these standards encourage not only pure information, data, facts, and things like that, but a reasonable dialogue on these issues. That these standards produce a type of journalism that creates a dialogue rather than ranting and raving at each other. I think that's, if you follow this code, I think you're in that ballpark. I think that's pretty important for today's public sphere. But I'm not sure how you get that into the.
You know, I like Monica's idea of including somewhere, maybe in the preamble, the journalist's role today as a guide to reliable information, not just a source.
Yeah, so we can.
Do we talk enough in the code about entrepreneurial journalism?
Not mentioned yet. Yeah, I was thinking about that.
How is it different?
Well, the idea of being the breadwinner and that line between, you know, the advertiser publisher role that's mixed with the editorial, you know, content role.
Again, message or transparency.
It comes into the acting.
Chris is right.
Yeah,
Chris
we
is right.
address that.
Okay,
Maybe we need to
just
say something.
No, you know, I mean,
about
we've
it.
had this problem in journalism forever with small town newspapers.
Yeah.
Well,
Yes,
we have,
yes.
and it's just, and it's still there. It's just different because typically your battle is with the publisher, the director of advertising. Now you run into situations where you are the director of advertising and the
That's
publisher.
been the
And you're-
case.
You're doing
Yeah, I mean, I've known a number of small town journalists who were the whole show. They weren't part of a chain.
But with not sort of nonprofit journalism, for example, like all of
Yeah.
Wisconsin and all of that, he's both chief fundraiser and chief editorial officer.
Yeah.
And so that is a whole ethical area. I don't know if you want to talk about that. The other thing is the phrase participatory journalism, which is where professional journalists work with citizens to pick stories, angles on stories, photos. I mean, I think that comes into what Monica was talking about. Right?
That's
What
really
is the
spreading
relationship
throughout
of the journalist to that conversation and that? What's going on?
It used to be called public journalism. I think it's evolved from that.
So we're okay. You think we address entrepreneurial? I'm going to put that on there.
Well, I think we want
No, I
to
think we
make the
should
language broader rather
You
than
make me spell
entrepreneur.
T-R-E-N-T-R-A. Trip. Yes, very trip. Very trip.
There's another R there after the P.
Don't forget the two O's. There's a silent K.
The camera's pointed that way.
Yeah,
right. What else?
I think we were talking about, you know, and we talk about this, but maybe be a little bit more specific when it comes to privacy of sort of, you know, respect for privacy for people, because there are limits.
We've got some of that in there. I think.
Yeah, I think the
it's
social media
minimized.
point you brought up.
Yeah.
And then a conversation about advocacy journalism and whether that's under the umbrella.
Point of view.
Yeah.
Yeah. Keep thinking of Glenn Greenwald. I saw him speak weeks ago. It's like,
And Stephen makes a good
And there's coverage
point. Is this code for SPJ? Is it for America? Because as you know, you well know, if you go to, you know, Asia or, you know, even European countries, advocacy journalism is, you know, pretty standard fare.
Look at the UK.
Yeah.
The Guardian.
Very small. Yeah,
I mean, French and German journalists that I met when I was a foreign reporter, they saw themselves as interpreters, not reporters. It was just sort of more high-falutin notion.
Yeah.
And what we've also seen with regards to this code is even though it was never written for international consumption, is that it's been translated into 16 different languages. So,
Including Macedonian, thanks to me.
including Macedonian.
I don't know Macedonian,
I
but
was
I
about
was
to
there.
say.
Sponsored,
You want to say something?
sponsored content.
Okay.
I think we have that.
That's covered a little bit in there.
The phrases.
Well, I'm going to put it up
Yeah,
there.
We got into
Is
that.
anywhere.
Independence.
Yeah. And the authentication of photos and data from social media, we put that in, as I recall, in the last round.
Whether does that apply to the same thing as, you know, as information?
Yeah, well, I think we wrote it as,
First,
authenticate photos, data,
Maybe we talked about
including
that
those
after.
gathered from social media.
Right.
And then there was some discussion about whether to include, if you must use it and you can't authenticate it, to identify it as such. This
How
is,
about a rewrite?
sounds-
Did it?
yeah,
Yeah.
Seems like we've got some territory covered.
Can I add one
Is there
more?
anything, is there anything that, oh, I'm sorry.
Can I add one more?
Yeah, sure.
Journalist behavior in public spaces. It's not
Public
something.
display of affections or public displays of journalism?
Yes.
Well,
Avoid
it's
public.
more, it's the question of journalists now sort of engage with their public between stories all the time, and a lot of ethics codes or ethic conversations are about what is the appropriate behavior for a journalist to have in those conversations. And I think it's worth mentioning, but
So
we can
how
talk
do you
later
wanna
about
say
that. Maybe
this
you don't
for
want to say it.
How boorish we want to be?
No,
what do we mean by behavior?
Well,
in
the first
public spaces?
bullet in
Sure.
I
I think
think
it's-
is pursuit of the news is not a license for arrogance, irreverence, or invasiveness. Two of those three are about what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
are
but the
you-
problem is to expand the scope. It's
Yeah.
a scope question.
So tell me again in
I
a
don't
couple
know
of words to
how to-
fit on here.
Well, I think we can get down to this when we're actually
Yeah,
going through.
we can probably.
But I think raising the notion is a good idea at this point. And then
I just want to make
Yeah.
sure.
It's the selfie at the murder scene picture.
Just to make
The
sure.
What's
selfie at the murder scene.
Selfie at the murder scene.
Yeah.
Laundry list that I don't miss something.
Yeah,
in the process.
not a good one.
yeah.
No,
Mine looks great.
All right.
Don't journalists.
Is there anything that I asked this question? Is there anything that is in this code that we probably should take out?
There are duplications.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
as we write,
Yeah, right.
as we write, I think we will find that the different groups that we're writing and then rewriting sometimes touch upon some of the same themes that
Yeah.
may be more appropriate in other sections than where they were. But I think that will be resolved as we write.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, and I think it'll make it shorter too. Which is-
Yeah, yes.
And
And that's one of the things, I mean, I think there,
Yeah. Listen, I spent 30 years
there were
editing stuff.
criticism that I think might have been legitimate, online about how it seemed like in some ways it was wordier and repetitive. But I think we were working in these 4 different silos, and that's
Yeah.
why that happened.
Yeah.
That's why this meeting is so important that we got together today in the same room so that we can do it all as one group, and then we will take out those redundancies.
And I think there's also. I was sorry. I was just gonna say there's also. We might want to go through one by one too and see where we want them to fall within each section.
We will.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
what Chris did with Seek Truth.
We address it somewhat, but I'm wondering if we should have something more specific on, especially in breaking news situations, on corrections and, rumors and.
I think we addressed that.
Yeah, I think we should
Partially in
have-
the forum, I know we did, but that's good. I mean,
Yeah.
yes, definitely we should.
Gathering up data.
Yeah.
Right,
A lot more
yeah.
use.
And we've added.
Or to make that more specific to including online.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it does include that. Well, in one of the versions it said make corrections, for example, in every place where it appeared in the
Right.
first instance.
I can't remember. I mean, I read some version or something that said about reporting rumors and.
That's the Seek Truth, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We
just
will,
all in play like a team.
we will get into this as we do some line editing. I do have, and I'll hold off on that. I do have some questions about some things that I think are in here that probably not going to be popular questions, but I think fall under. I don't think they rise to the level of moral imperatives, okay? And I question some of those. And some of those have to do with First Amendment rights and those things, which every single one of us in this room support and wholeheartedly agree to. But I wonder about their references.
About holding public officials accountable, for instance.
Yes, and things.
Yeah, that's not, well, it's an instruction that journalists should be responsible for that, but it is actually more of a First Amendment question, an open government question than it is an ethics question.
Kevin, one of the things that Andy Schatz kind of suggested as a word, and it's something that the code I don't think has really ever addressed. We kind of talk about holding people accountable, including other journalists, but the question he raised is kind of how journalists should handle internal issues within their own news organization. And I'm not quite sure how, if we want to deal with that in the code, but I think it's worth at least a discussion at some point.
Well, it's interesting, and I agree with you. I'm not sure how he did it, but I will tell you. I mean, I can't say there's a large share, but and Fred may be able to support this. But Joe and I were talking about this yesterday. The lion's share of calls I get or emails I get are from journalists ratting on other journalists. And they're basically saying, and some of that comes from inside the news. And it's reporters questioning editors for certain decisions.
Yeah.
And that's becoming a bigger percentage of what we do.
And it kind of sweeps in other areas too, because increasingly as large journalism organizations owned by outsiders with other interests raises more hosts of other conflict of interest. But anyway, so there it is.
All right. Okay, so then, all right, so we have a list. I guess there's not a lot that we need to pick out. All right, so correct me if I'm wrong where we are. are we in a position now to talk about the format of what we want this to be? We talked about that early on. So how do we make that happen? Where do we go?
I think we have a format that works.
Yeah, we should keep it.
So how do we? Okay, so I guess again, like Matt was, I trying to envision what that looks like.
Are you talking about the format for the code itself?
Yes.
Yes.
Fourth section.
It's still going to look like this, but the words will be slightly different. And when the wording at the bottom, which will be the same as on the website, will be different, where we're going to be having the links, where we'll have the position papers, we'll have the case studies. But fundamentally, the format stays the same.
Oh, okay. So I guess I was misunderstood. I thought we had something like a preface and then the four principles, which had maybe some extended elaboration, and then everything else was then off and then into the ancillary documents.
No, I don't think so.
Oh,
No.
No. All right. Well, cool. Well, then
I think it's still.
What did you get me, Chris? What am I trying to do? Shot at me. All right. Okay.
We're actually creating a word cloud.
If the word cloud comes out.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, that is
So
true.
then are we?
It's gonna be
Okay. So then do we think we're ready? Then now that I'm on the same page with all the other 15 lines, are we? Do we want to talk about comments and suggestions from the public and those things? Are you ready to share those?
I kind of like the idea that Erwin raised about doing the comments by area as we go through the code itself.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I like that.
Are they
Yeah.
categorized that way? Is it easy to chop them up?
It depends.
Kind of.
All right.
Yeah.
They'll come up. Somebody can sort of
Well,
look.
and I think what can happen eventually is when we get done, we can kind of do a scan and see if we left anything out, and we can always go back. I mean, but I think it it should be a fairly long process. We should get started.
Right. So then what's next?
Let's start writing.
The
Yeah.
preamble.
Let's look at the preamble.
So then we want to start with seek truth and report it and just start working our way down.
We want to start with the preamble.
Can we? You want to start with the preamble, or do you want to come back to it?
Maybe that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, I would say that just simply out of experience. I think that, and that's just my suggestion. That we come back to that when we have it written.
When we know what's actually in the code.
The
Yeah.
possible other way to look at it,
Yeah.
though, would be the preamble helps us all get on the same page about the tone.
It's like our nut graph.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it can be helpful to sort of, okay, now
Well,
we've
let's. How
solidified that
about
as a
if we
citizen.
compromise? How about if we set the tone without going through and line editing the preamble?
Okay.
How about we set the tone, and why don't we just establish what that is? And we can-
I think it's like that forever journalist's question. Some people write their story and then come back and do their lead, and some people start with the lead,
Yeah.
which is what I do. I'll spend 3 hours on the lead, and then the rest of it will flow out in 10 minutes.
I think we should reorganize it as a series of haikus.
Have you never learned the analogy of when writing a story and the sculptor and the sculptor who goes and can't get past the lead, which is the proverbial face, so they spend all their time chiseling and working on the face, and then the rest of the body is pretty much just block because they. Okay.
Anyway.
It works with 19-year-olds.
Kevin, I think I can help us get started here, because this seems like an appropriate time for me to throw out something I've talked to a few people about. One of the questions that has been posed to us that I think we have to answer is, who is the code for? And as I think we touched on earlier, I think the code is for everyone in this day and age. It's for journalists. It's for people who want to be journalists. It's for people who are citizen journalists. It's for ordinary citizens who want to know what good journalism ethics is. And I think it strongly suggests changing the way the code is addressed. This code generally addresses journalists all the way
Yeah.
through. And I think we want to seriously think about getting away from that and have it address journalism.
I
I
couldn't
agree.
agree more.
Amen.
Well, I'm going to nitpick that because I think it's a matter of semantics in my view. I think that if you bake bread, you're a baker.
Right.
I think if you do surgery, you're a surgeon. I think that if you commit acts of journalism and do journalism, you're a journalist. So I don't think that changing journalists to something else seems to me to just be a semantic issue.
It is a semantical issue, but what it does, again, it doesn't change anything for those of us who are in this room, but it changes things for the blogger who's at home or for the citizen who picks up this code, because right now when you read this code, it doesn't address them. They're talking about this group of people who are called journalists, and what we want, I think, what we want this code to say is that it's a guide for everyone. Everyone and anyone who has anything to do with journalism, either as a producer or a recipient. And I think going from journalists in many, maybe not all cases, but in many cases, substituting journalism for journalists changes that tone.
I think
there's a compromise between because you were saying, I don't think it warrants substituting the word journalist for something else. I think you're right. I think what this preamble can do, though, is make clear that we, in the definition of journalists, we're including anyone who commits acts of journalism.
Yeah.
As long as that's done, then that's done.
By the way, I also hate the term commit acts.
We can make it whatever, but it doesn't matter.
Random acts.
And I like the idea of when Erwin talks about, the consumers or the readers or, however they're receiving it, this is sort of the statement. This is what we hope you expect from whoever is producing that journalism too.
Yeah, it would be nice if the preamble, the code itself, gave members of the public an idea of how to judge good journalism, responsible journalism. That's why I think the use of the word journalism, and not just to say this is how journalists should behave, is a good idea. It's a political question as much as it is a.
Yeah,
it very much is.
Yeah.
And that's when. Do you want to write in a preface a definition of journalism?
No, absolutely not.
But Kevin,
I think there are ways to just make clear who we're speaking to.
Yeah, we're speaking to people who provide information to the public.
Whoever that happens to be.
But that's also why I get back to using that word journalism, because that we don't need to define. People have their definition of journalism. What people don't have is a definition of a journalist.
So let me ask you a question. So let's just say under Seek Truth and Move Forward, instead of saying journalists should be accurate, would you say journalism is about accuracy, honesty, fairness?
I would actually, in the preamble, and I actually was playing with this for a few moments. I mean, most of it stays. I mean, it's just the word change. Ethical journalism provides that information accurately, fairly, fully. Period. And if you do it that way, it still applies to journalists, but it also applies to others, and it also speaks to that audience. The audience is now being told, ethical journalism does this.
And it reinforces the idea of ethics. Doesn't hurt to get the word in there.
I think earlier you had suggested in the conversations people who.
And I'm going to suggest again, as we go on through the 4 subheads, all of which say journalists should, I think we want to change that formulation to good journalism is, or something like that. And I think if we do that consistently through the code, we make a real sea change in how the code speaks to people.
I would agree with that more than I think originally we said something like people who commit journalism.
No.
No, I mean there are
people who practice journalism.
People who practice journalism.
For every subhead?
No.
I don't think so.
But do we address that though? In the preamble, we include non-traditional providers of news to a broad audience.
Yeah.
Well,
is that not?
Well, without getting picky about language, one note I sort of wrote in my whatever looking through this was something like responsible journalists from all media, including non-traditional providers of news, and members of the public who seek to inform each other should strive to blah blah.
See,
I mean,
Yeah.
so then it just includes.
I think
no,
that's-
I would,
I-
I would go backwards, and I would take all of that out.
Okay, well, all right. So
We're speaking about journalism,
But we don't need.
and I don't need to talk
Yeah.
about journalists. I don't need to talk about non-traditional providers. Who are they? Who's the non-traditional provider?
Yeah.
In another 10 years, the
Right.
printed
Right.
newspaper will be the non-traditional provider.
That's true. If we're
Yeah.
defining traditional, we're dating
Well,
ourselves.
it seems to me we're already editing the preamble.
Yes.
So let's just go ahead.
Let's edit the preamble.
That seems like.
The thing is, I really like that. I really like the phrase including non-traditional providers, because I understand where you're going with
All right.
aiming for journalism rather than journalists. At the same time, one of the criticisms we've seen the most is about how we're ignoring the citizen journalists or advocacy journalists and so on, and that would seem to indicate, yeah, we think this should apply to you too.
What about changing news to information?
Somebody, hang on a second. Somebody
Let's go back a minute.
We probably need somebody to be keeping these suggestions.
All right.
Okay.
I've
got
actually,
right here.
what I put up on the screen is, I guess, our second draft of the code, but I've created a new file, so I can edit this at will as people
I think
make suggestions.
I think the problem with keeping non-traditional in there is what was non-traditional in 1996 is no longer non-traditional. It's part of the mainstream now. So I think that people aren't going to know what we're talking about if we keep that wording in there.
Let's use the word all.
I mean, it's that
All providers. All providers.
Right. Right.
Yeah, all providers of information. And that covers everybody from the
Yeah.
journalist who works for the daily paper or at a TV station or the citizen blogger.
All providers of information to a broad audience.
Bingo.
Okay, so is the first sentence good? I think it is.
I believe that's how I'm with you, and when I'm looking at this, let's start with the first sentence. And
Well, but
move
then,
forward.
but I mean, I do think the first sentence is good.
Yes.
Yeah,
I just want
I
to make
think
sure,
that's
and then
fair,
we
yes.
can.
I think maybe the second sentence we should do something.
That-
Let's go around.
In the second sentence,
Mhm.
in the
Yeah.
second
Yeah.
sentence,
Oh,
my
yeah, that's
suggestion would be journalism provides, I think this is a place where we can take the journalist out and take duty out. Now I'm going to do some copy editing, like to make it shorter too.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, journalism provides information accurately, fairly, and fully.
How about just changing the journalist to journalism?
Yeah,
Yeah,
journalism provides.
Journalism's
The
duty.
duty.
Journalism.
I like that as an
Yeah, there you
alt,
go.
the duty of journalism. I like defining the duty of journalism.
You like
Nice
it has
strong
more.
statement.
Yeah,
Okay.
it gives us
What about ethical journalism?
Yeah,
ethical journalism.
Provides.
Yeah, ethical journalism
Provides.
information accurately, fairly, and fully.
Yeah.
Okay.
I might suggest we talked about, again, when everybody's providing information to each other, is the journalist's role really just to provide information? One possible way to modify that could be, I had something like, ethical journalism, the duty of ethical journalism is to ensure the public receives information that is accurate, fair, whatnot. Because if our job is to ensure that the information is good, then it includes more than just being the source of the information. Does that make sense? It's one
Yes.
possible way to do a catch-all. For guide, moderator, blah, blah,
Seems.
blah. Partner.
I like
But-
the idea. It seems a little wordy, so we could work with it.
Yeah.
Okay, start again.
Oh,
Ethical
Pare it
journalism's
down.
duty is.
Yeah, what I had was, and we're tweak this, but whatever we modified that beginning to be the duty of, what was it?
Ethical journalism.
Duty is to.
Is to ensure that the public receives, whatever we want to say, information that
Accurately,
is.
fairly, and fully.
Yeah. So modify it that way. So it's
So
the
it's
verb
not-
is not
Is it hard
provide.
to see?
Yeah.
I can't see it on the video stream. Like I really want people to be able to see.
Maybe
I
you know,
can certainly
are
How
there-
about I
Right.
had with that is it makes it seem like
And I
we're
can make
just
that
the messenger, the conveyor of information,
We're
rather
the
than.
guardian. I think it puts us as the chief curators in society of good information.
But it goes beyond that, is what my concern is. We're not just curators, we're
Or what else? Well, what else is
providers.
Interpreters, perhaps, and sources. I mean, we can build on that.
Maybe that.
How about
This is sort of a guide
lowercase,
thing.
lowercase the J in journalism, lower ethical journalism's duty.
I like-
I think why don't we
ensures
just
instead of is to.
SPJ in parentheses after that, and we could use it throughout.
I don't think so. It's not a legal document.
I think you need to.
Well,
Yeah.
Blood is reaching.
What about ethical journalism's duties to ensure the public receives information accurately, fairly, and fully, and encourages the
Free
Yeah.
flow of
free
information.
flow of information,
How about a new sentence? It encourages the free
flow
flow
of information.
You're doing a great job making it shorter.
In the
We'll
in the
get there.
previous sentence,
Yeah.
You could say ethical
Yes.
journalism's duties.
instead of
Lowercase
is
j.
to, make it ensures.
Too many.
Ethical
Right.
journalism's duty,
Ensures.
make the J lowercase. Yeah.
Ethical journalism
Yeah, that's
ensures.
what
And then ensures instead of
That
is to
uppercase J.
ensure.
Yeah.
There's a little
Although I do like the duty. I think duty.
What about the duty
Yeah,
of
I really
ethical
want to
journalism?
keep duty.
Well, then,
Yeah, I think
yeah,
I
so
like
just
it
take
better.
out is
Less-
to
That's
and
possessive.
ensures.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, make
Yeah.
it ethical journalism's
Yeah.
duty. Oh, ensures.
Ensures.
Yeah, that works.
Ensures.
Okay.
Ensures.
Yeah, yeah.
Nah.
Why don't you make it the duty of ethical
The duty of
journalism?
ethical journalism
Make duty,
is
duties
to
essential.
ensure.
Yeah.
And
Oh, I
ensure
see.
may be a little too unattainable.
What would you? What could we do?
I don't know.
there?
I'm trying to think of something.
Is to ensure. It just
Ethical
doesn't
journalism.
sound
Well,
like
that is
right.
it.
Strive.
Strive.
Strives.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
it. That's better.
Ethical journalism strives to.
Right, I don't think we need duty there.
Me
Strives
neither.
to-
As
strives
ethical
to-
journalism strives to ensure that
Yeah,
works.
there you go. There
Take
you
out the
Take out the
apostrophe
possessive.
s.
But I like how this expands the scope of journalists
Yeah.
to like,
Somebody's
you
gonna
know,
spell
if there's
check.
misinformation on there, your job
I'm so happy the apostrophe S is gone.
Yeah, it was like
I like that. That's good.
Yes.
Information, which
I
don't know
like
that we
that.
need the
I
next
like
thing.
that. The first
Two
two
sentences.
Those are good.
We're rolling.
That's good.
That's for what, the free flow of information sentence?
Publishing in the
feels
novel.
like it's included, but
Yeah.
but Carol, do you think that it's not? Is there something else we need there?
I
I
gotta tell
like
you,
the
when-
free flow. I mean, I like
Yeah.
the exchange.
So maybe
back.
we can incorporate that
How
into
about
this
incorporating it into the responsible
Receive and
journalism?
encourage it.
Responsible journalism
Good to keep it separate.
Encourages the free flow of information and strives to serve the public with thoroughness and honesty.
Okay.
Wait, where?
Okay,
We're
well,
going down to
Journalism.
Oh, further
responsible
down?
journalism.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, for
Forget
the.
the non-traditional
Here?
stuff.
Oh,
Yeah,
so we're on the next sentence.
Okay.
yeah. Just
Let's
take
look
out the
at it.
next two sentences.
I'm sorry, where am I?
Okay.
So start with
Okay.
Starting with responsible journalists.
Yeah, I actually just tried to do this. I don't know if this was so hard. Okay, I want to get that up there. That's what we have written. Okay, now, why does that keep? Come on, stop.
Got your damn cursor in the
Wrong place. Yes.
Yeah.
There. Okay.
Okay.
Now,
Okay.
what would we like to do with this?
Or
line?
are we moving the it encourages further down?
Turn the light.
No, what
We're-
he's
we're
doing
trying
is
to
he's just
incorporate it
doing a
into
new
the
paragraph. What we're writing new at the
I think
top.
my
Make it
suggestion
easier.
is that we leave out encourages the
encourages
free
the
flow
free-
of journalism
Okay.
and get it.
We-
Start the sentence responsible journalists.
All right.
Change
hang
it
on.
to responsible journalism. Strive. Responsible journalism encourages the free flow of information.
Okay, you got that already.
How is ethical journalism different
From
from
responsible
responsible
It's
journalism?
just a different word.
Well,
we can probably go back and tweak
Yeah,
that, but
yeah.
what's the? Is that what
And I think we need a verb other than strives because we just use strives.
It encourages. We could just say it encourages.
No, lower down. The next
Oh.
Well,
sentence.
why don't we,
Got it.
rather than,
And serves the public with
Right.
thoroughness and honesty.
exactly. Okay. There.
Take that out.
Serves with
Just
looking at a dead hamster.
Did you do that?
Where's the dead hamster?
What?
This is everything is embedded in the. There's no buttons. It's all embedded in.
Oh, it's all.
And so I'm trying
Sort of
to
like a
see how to lower the lighting on
cooktop.
there.
Rather than have responsible
So that you can't see
journalism,
that everything-
should we just say it because to refer rather than repeat.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it,
yeah,
it,
yeah.
Encourage.
Yeah.
What is this?
Yes,
Good
sure.
for you.
I like it.
Did you, are you editing? Don't
I'm an
touch a key for a
editor.
second. Let me see if, I thought I was editing.
And then
Yes.
we can remove
Okay,
this.
right.
Yeah.
I
I'm
don't see
so
it.
far holding on to everything, but I'll start getting rid of stuff so we can see what.
Audio, image,
Yeah.
Yeah, eliminate that.
keystrokes,
Okay.
menu, select volume.
How about changing the order
Yeah.
of the next two sentences?
Yes, that's what I was saying. I'd like integrity to be the next thing we
all right,
we
so let's
talk
flip
about.
those two. and let's see what
Okay, the
we
purpose of this.
Integrity is the foundation
of a journalist's
credible
credibility.
journalism.
Oops.
credible journalism.
Gone.
Sorry,
No,
okay. Oh, I see.
I don't think,
You are
Yeah,
I
trouble.
can over here, but I
Or
don't
integrity
see
is the
like on the
foundation.
side here. And that has a
You
2
have
and
to
a 1.
have the tab.
I couldn't get any.
Yeah.
I couldn't get
Oh,
to
there's
it.
nothing over, and there's none of these panels are for brightness.
Erwin, would a mouse? a white
Actually, I
mouse-
have one.
Okay.
Save as you go.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
Don't
now
have
the
to.
nation goes on my stand up.
So you did the same thing, so I can say.
Yeah.
It's not just poetry, once again.
Integrity is the foundation of credible
Credible journalism.
Journalism. Do we want to repeat?
Integrity and accuracy.
integrity and accuracy.
Well, we've got, we've
Well,
got,
it says
No, we already
responsible
have
journalists
that.
must be accurate, so there might be other ways to do it.
And I would argue that
And
credibility
that's-
is not the same as ethical.
No.
You can, people
There's
can
no-
believe you, but
there's
you
no
still
Right.
be an idiot and wrong.
yeah,
So.
yeah.
And I think in
Take
this
that 2 sentences
and I think in this
then.
context,
Three possible
Journalism,
examples.
period.
well, I was going to say, if you like, I mean, I don't think,
Uncredible.
when we talk about
Journalism.
credible journalism, and above all, responsible journalists must be accurate. I think that's fine. I think we can leave that as it is. Because, you know, we've already kind of set out a broader definition, and I think that's okay. Now,
Do we need the next sentence?
We need the purpose of this one.
I think getting the story right the first time is important.
is important.
And I think ought to be emphasized.
Yeah.
And
You
I,
could potentially just go from responsible journalists must be accurate the first
think-
time, and that would really cut it down and get that point across.
Mhm.
can I ask?
Accurate and make
Can I ask
every
a
effort to
question?
get the
Right.
story. Cut everything up, everything until you get
Just
to
yell.
the word and.
Well, why not get it just accurate the first time?
So
That's what I
can
said.
I
That's
ask,
what she's saying.
can
and
I ask a
that's-
basic just education question? What do we mean by justice?
Where's Justin?
What do we,
I don't think
Oh, good
I mean, what do we mean by that? When we say
It's
justice and good government, we're talking about the judicial system?
I think conduct,
Mhm.
just societal conduct.
and social justice in all of its forms. I mean, I
Yeah, I think justice
I think
is,
it's important.
it's philosophy
Yeah.
again.
It's
I mean, it
accountability.
basically
it's
states why all this is
practice.
important in the first place.
on that.
We could
Yeah.
replace it
Okay,
with
so-
something like
so
a just
Stephen-
society.
Try to combine
Go
it
ahead,
all
speak.
the
You wanna-
time and see
uh,
what-
I would think that, like you say,
Society.
believe that I would like to see not justice as the first word. That something like that, democracy.
Democracy, that's good.
Democracy.
Democracy is
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Instead
Oh,
of
yeah, I like that
justice.
word, not
I like
Democracy
that.
and economic justice.
How about
Democracy
democracy and
Democracy and good society.
Just society.
I think-
How about democracy, a just society, and good government?
Okay.
Oh, yeah. That's
Yeah, I
nice.
like that.
There you go.
That's
Democracy,
good.
common justice.
And a,
Democracy
A
and
just society and good government
That's true, Trudeau.
require an informed public. Bingo.
I like that.
There you go.
Yay.
All right.
We're not using our
Technical journalism.
I like
Go
that.
down to the.
It's
after
safe.
It's not making
accurate.
any change on the screen.
By the way, okay, I'm an adverb
Yeah, yeah,
person.
do that.
Like,
It's
I
not-
don't like adverbs.
Now he's done
Should
it.
we flip the to ensure the public receives information that is blank blank blank, or do you guys like the adverbs there?
Where is it?
Do you know what I mean? Because we're talking about
Oh,
we're
oh.
modifying information, not the act of receiving it. So, you know what I'm saying?
You know, I think fairly and fully are not that important there because we talk about thoroughness and honesty.
Yeah, I wonder if we can just define with adjectives the
I think
information that is
receive
to be
information accurately.
thoroughly and honestly, or?
No, I was
Accurate and
gonna say-
thorough.
Oh wait, no. Okay, the adverbs modify receives.
That is.
So that okay.
Yeah, I think.
So that's
Let's
fine.
leave it, let's leave it.
But why do we have accurate?
Yeah, we're really harping on accurate here.
Yeah.
You want to shorten the preamble,
Grammatically
make it about
it's
totally
wrong.
ignorant.
Well,
I think
can
we
we
can.
say receives information that is accurate?
Yeah.
And
thorough and fair or
Yeah.
something, thorough and fair.
That's what either we do the adverb about how they receive it, or we do the adjective about the information they should
I
receive.
think we want to modify the information.
That's what I'm
So
saying.
information that is accurate, fair, and
Information
thorough.
that is accurate, fair, and thorough, or something like that. We can choose our words.
Yeah.
Start information that is.
Information that is.
Accurate, fair, and thorough?
Yeah, up
Accurate,
here,
fair,
that
thorough,
is,
Yeah, and then we can
accurate.
Oh, I see.
Information
Okay.
that
That
is.
is.
That is.
Oh, I see. Require in.
No, no,
No,
no,
no, no,
no,
no,
no.
down
sorry,
down on the line,
Right.
right there, right there.
That is, yeah.
That
yeah.
is.
That is.
Information that is.
No,
wrong
wrong
place.
place.
It's your cursor
It's
that's
my
in the
cursor,
wrong
yeah.
place. So bring
Yeah,
the
go
cursor down to right there.
There.
Yeah. That is.
accurate.
Fair and thorough.
And thorough.
Accurate,
Yep.
fair. Yeah, just, you got it.
Thorough.
That's cool. I like the scope of that.
Yeah.
That's good.
Because I like thorough because it also sort of includes
Yeah.
the context. So
It
because I
encourages the free flow of information that serves the public. Wait, so we don't
No,
need
we
that.
don't need that last
It
part.
encourages
Yeah,
the
we
free
can
flow
also
of
be.
Information, period.
integrity is the
Period.
foundation of
Credible journalism,
above all.
period.
Can I argue again about credible?
Do we need
What's the
accurate
argument?
again?
No, I don't think
I don't think we need
Just
accurate.
about integrity is that foundation of credible
Quality?
journalism,
I can be
period.
credible, but be-
What?
That's
I can
true.
be, I can be, I can be credible, but be really
What would you
wrong.
use otherwise,
About
Chris?
quality.
Oh, I see.
Nobody likes
So,
that.
so wait.
What about
Well, there's,
integrity is a
Nice try.
foundation of
Well,
It's accurate.
What about integrity is a foundation of ethical
Ethical,
journalism?
There we go. Ethics. Just give it this.
Of ethical journalism. And then put a period after
Period.
that.
So what we're losing is the whole first time thing, which.
Which
We can address
Yeah,
that.
I don't think-
Yeah.
As long as we
I
address
think
it
it's
somewhere
okay.
later.
I think
Yeah, it's
okay.
addressed
Yeah, I think that's
later.
fine.
Yep.
Something to.
And I think
We're still on
in the very last sentence, is where we need to get something about the journalist's role as a guide to,
Where are you looking at the bottom
very,
here?
yeah, the
Okay.
purpose.
The purpose of this code is to declare the society's principles and standards and to encourage their use in the practice of journalism in any and all media.
I like
Grant, how
that.
would you word that? I think you're right.
Yeah, I think you're right too. We still need to explain that
What is your?
the public is more empowered and.
Well, maybe the
understands
integrity
landscape.
sentence, maybe something there about
About what exactly?
serving as a
And-
guide to
Media
reliable,
ethics.
ethical journalism.
What are you trying to add in here then?
Something
The
about
idea
the
that journalism is
public,
not
Okay.
so much a source
As a
as a
Maybe tied
guide.
into free flow of information.
encourages the free flow of information.
And
Well-
serves as a guide to,
I mean, I kind of think that within the idea of ethical journalism strives to ensure the public receives information that is blah blah blah. The
Yeah.
role of guide is included.
okay,
We can
yeah,
we can
yeah.
elaborate.
Maybe we
on
don't
that
need the
in a-
word
We
itself.
may not need the word.
I mean,
No.
that,
What
and
about if we change the free flow, make it the free exchange of
that's
information?
better,
better word.
And that would do it.
yeah, that's more of a back and forth.
Right,
back and forth
exactly.
flow.
Yeah,
I like
that's
that.
good.
Yeah.
Good idea.
And I think that gets to the point.
Yeah,
Folks,
That does.
we've got a tweet that asks if the camera can be moved so people can see the words on the screen.
Yeah.
But instead
Why
of
don't we
people
move
looking
the
at
camera?
the words.
Can we-
Move the
Maybe,
camera
Joe,
up.
one of the things, can we move the camera up so that we're not looking at people anymore, but just the
We
Oh,
can
just-
see if that will work. Yeah, I'm up for trying anything.
No,
Yeah,
actually,
we're really on
okay,
track.
so, no, the cord could go,
We're going to move you
your,
there.
the problem is, the cord's running so long. This cord's gonna come out, this will have to go forward in order for this to come up. And you're looking at only maybe a
Kevin, you
couple
may be able
of
to
feet.
just set it off to the side a little bit and not
Okay.
project, not obstruct the thing.
You want
We
to-
can-
Gotta take the snowball with it.
There you go. Whoops.
Now you want to move it the other way, don't you?
No. Still,
Wait,
I don't think you can still read it.
Let's get the cord.
So we got the flow of the,
What do we have here?
I'm checking it from time to time.
But you still
Yeah,
can't see
yeah,
it. The
you-
problem is it's so bright.
It will take a few seconds for it to
Oh,
let-
it will lock in?
Any
Okay.
change will.
I'm telling them we're working to fix that. Stick with us. Journalists are fixing technology.
So now we have the camera blocking the.
Awesome.
Yeah, we
You
do.
can move that
We
snowball
can move
anywhere.
this.
That's ET.
No, that's not gonna work.
No?
No,
it's not.
pull it off to the side. I don't think that's gonna be it.
How far can you move that forward? Because what if we put it right here?
The cords are probably at their
Limits.
limit about now.
Okay, well, you should be able to see the screen there.
You use the.
I mean, the only thing I can think of is,
No, that's not.
no, nope, it's not. That's not the
No,
camera?
it's just
It's a microphone.
Which is the camera's on here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I can't see, you still can't read that.
Where's the hard clip?
Well, the camera is a computer screen.
No,
Yeah.
No, it's actually aimed at this.
Okay,
How about
what
if they're
if,
on the computer screen?
Right,
Erwin,
that's what I mean.
what if we do this?
Okay, well, hang on
What
a
if
second,
we
because I was under
do
the
it at
assumption
that?
I was under the assumption that
that
we
might
had,
actually
we
work
were tied to this. We're not. So let's see how far you can bring it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so tell me when I start to get too far. Yeah,
I think the problem is it's trying to adjust for the darkness in it.
Oh, that's much
and the
better.
lights on the screen.
That is much better.
Oh, I think we got it. I think we may have got.
More or less.
Yeah, that's
it. It is more legible. You can sneak around to see.
so move this.
There we go.
Hold on, let
Yeah,
me.
you can't see a thing. It looks like a giant white screen.
Unless you throw it.
Oh, no. There's a time delay on it though.
Yeah, if you come over here, you can see the words.
We're-
Yeah.
Oh wait. There we go.
Oh, it just somebody knocked it up a little.
The integrity sentence just comes out of nowhere now.
There.
You're
Okay.
talking about journalism, and also this integrity, which is a virtue of a journalist.
It becomes the second
We got it.
sentence.
And where does this come from? I'm not saying it shouldn't be there. It just.
Yeah, you're right.
Kind of
The
place.
flow is awkward there.
It becomes the second sentence.
Can you change
Becomes
the
second.
size of your type?
Oh, we're good.
Oh, yeah.
We're good
Oh,
now.
it works?
Yeah.
It's working.
No, but we'll have to
Oh,
find a way to
yeah,
make it
looks
flow
good.
Okay, good, all right.
Problem solved.
We've accomplished that.
We think it's done.
Yeah, we're good.
So now
It's
we
good.
can move forward. Excellent.
How about combining the two sentences? Ethical journalism strives to ensure the public receives information that is accurate, fair, and thorough, and encourages the free exchange of information. Well, they use information twice in a
Yeah,
sentence,
I think
but
that's,
more or less.
um,
And encourages its free exchange.
I sort of like.
How about instead of
keeping
the public
separate, separate?
How about-
because it's-
Ethical journalism strives to ensure the free exchange of information that is
That is-
accurate, fair, and thorough.
Hey.
Very good.
We are writers, aren't we? There you
Yeah,
go.
she's a broadcaster.
Hey, score one for the broadcasters.
Thank you. All right.
Oh wait, no.
So you're going
yeah,
back up.
Go back up to ethical journalism.
He's
Can you
on
read
it. He just hasn't deleted yet.
Ethical
Oh,
journalism
strives to
So
ensure
you want to
the free
Back up here.
exchange of information.
That is
That
accurate,
is
fair,
accurate,
and
fair.
And that strengthens
So go
your
to the
guide.
third line.
you want to strive still. You still want
No, you want
strives
strive.
to
Strive
The guide
to-
function is
So pick it up at the
strengthened
public.
by that, by
with-
wording
Yeah.
it that way.
Yeah, pick it up at.
At the, right, yes.
And then free exchange of.
Right,
Free
there.
You know what I like about that actually? I like taking out the word public because it's nice when it doesn't sound like journalists and the public are separate
Right.
entities.
Yeah.
Because they're not.
Could we add the free exchange of information and perspectives? Because I find information is just not enough, but then that additional function of journalism. Free exchange of information and perspectives or views.
How about and ideas?
An idea?
Ideas. Oh, that's, yeah.
Because we don't just
Ideas.
provide information.
Yeah.
Right.
And
That
are.
then you better say are.
No.
Yeah.
no, it's still, it's
No, it
still
still
a free
is
to exchange,
It
not.
still feels superfluous to me. Like there should be one
yeah,
word
yeah.
that captures it.
I don't like the end ideas.
There should be one word that captures. Is there one word that does it all for
Information on
everybody?
ideas.
One noun?
To me, ideas are information, so
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
think I
Type
need
of
the end
information.
ideas myself, but I think the free exchange of information to me is
I think that's
opinion,
good. Yeah.
fact, it's
Covers
everything.
Information
To
covers
me.
all of it.
Yeah.
That word.
So the
never
interpretation
works.
happens afterward.
To take end ideas out. We've changed our minds.
So
Yeah.
Arwen has the hardest job.
Unless you can think of a better
Everyone
noun.
applaud about this.
That is accurate, fair, and thorough. Look at how much shorter to the point,
That's
but
sharp.
Yeah.
Well,
sharp
and
that
a
is.
preamble
Yeah.
should be that.
Yeah.
Integrity is the foundation of ethical journalism.
Now, why is that
Purpose-
worth saying exactly? Integrity is the foundation.
I think
It is sort of a
important.
dangling sentence there. I think somebody was
What
saying
do
it
we
kind of came out of
mean?
nowhere.
What do we mean by integrity?
Yeah,
Right. Like,
right.
why are we saying it? What's the point of saying that? What are we really
Yeah,
trying to say?
I think we.
Or whose integrity?
So maybe
Yeah.
maybe that no longer needs to be in the preamble.
sit
Maybe it
down?
needs,
Oh, okay.
maybe we could replace
Sorry,
it in the first sentence in our next clause, seek truth and reporting, where we're going back to
I think
being
that's-
accurate, honest.
That's a good idea.
Well, actually, you know what? If you move integrity as a foundation of ethical journalism to the second paragraph of the preamble, just before the purpose of this code, then it ties it to the whole reason we're bringing up integrity is because that's what this code is trying to help us all be.
So you're
Maybe
saying-
that's more of a
Yeah.
tie. Maybe it fits better in that second paragraph. I don't know. That may be all we need.
I agree with you.
Do you want to try it? Just bump that sentence
make the end
down.
of the paragraph after thorough.
Okay.
Yeah, and then try bumping that down.
And then join it to the next. And
See
let's
if it
look
makes
at-
sense.
Let's see if it, yeah,
Because there is something good. There's something
There's a
nice to
white
saying
space.
that.
yeah.
It just needs to be tied to something.
Don't you want to flip the sentences?
I actually,
No,
it's,
no. I
uh,
don't think so.
I think the purpose is a good place to end the preamble.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. You don't want your preamble to amble.
I love that. Good. I like it.
I like it
this
too.
is so
I think
much
it's
better.
more
So you
I'm
just
just
take
really-
out standards, or is it, do we just want to leave it at principles?
I'm actually not sure the society's principles and standards. If we're adopting a posture of open conversation, do we really want to claim ownership of these?
We want
Yes,
the
I think-
principles
I
and
think-
standards of
because I think-
ethical
Yeah,
journalism.
because at the end, again, I don't want this, I don't want people to start arguing with me that, because I'm in the public and I believe differently, this code should say something different. This is, at the end of the day, it is ours.
Well, they're going to do
and that's
that
okay.
anyway.
I know they
Yeah.
are, but then I'm just going to point to it, I'm going to say, it's the society's code.
I think it is a good idea to say
know.
that, to give us credit for it.
And that's true.
It is.
Ownership.
Ownership.
Can you just say this code declares?
Yes.
Yeah.
This code.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this code
Yeah.
declares. Yeah.
Yeah,
The
stronger.
society's
Yep.
Yeah, that's
principles
good.
and standards.
Instead of the purpose of, yep.
And we
Okay.
want to
Good
mention
copy
that
editing.
some are aspirational and some are minimum.
I don't think we need to get into that.
I don't know, yeah.
This code.
and then you need to what it encourages. So
And
it's
to encourage, and
encourage. It
And
has to be
encourage,
encouraged.
yeah, yeah.
Joe.
I can't get anything between. Keep saying stairs.
How about in all media? Do we need any and?
No.
Why don't
No, I
we
think
say
journalism
they're
is
used
How about-
in
Hard to read.
journalism in any and all media?
I don't think we need any and all. I
They're
think we
used
just need
Because we're just
all.
talking about journalism, really.
All.
Yeah, I
Just
don't think we need the
the
practice
practice
of,
of
yeah.
journalism in
Period.
all
media.
Or
I
the
do
practice of
think we need all
journalism.
media in there. I think
Practice of journalism, period.
I think
I kind of like the idea of saying at least all media. It is kind of a nod to the
Yes.
fact that
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
a world.
Exactly.
Yes. Right.
The world is
Right.
different from the way it used to be.
Right.
Yeah, and as long as we keep it really general, it'll still be true 20 years from now.
Well, see, I thought that's why if we end it at in the practice of journalism, it's like no matter who you work for, if you are practicing
No
journalism,
problem. No problem. We have no
Oh,
problem.
God, that
No,
was
no,
so
no.
crazy.
Control us,
One thing
control
I-
us, control us.
One thing I do not want to say is across all platforms.
oh yeah. But if we
Because that will become.
but if we just put the period after journalism,
I know, you could do that.
because I
Say
think
the same thing, but again, I like
like
all
media.
media.
I like
because
media.
it's just-
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah.
nod.
That's one of the
Yes.
reasons.
It's a recognition.
Yeah,
I think you got a good point,
we're
Erwin.
sticking with the traditional definition
Yeah.
of journalism. By doing this, we're specifically saying, yes, we are including all.
Yes,
Yes.
I like it.
Including the traditional.
I like our preamble.
We
I
should
think
take a
that
picture,
is
laugh, and come back.
strong.
Save.
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 We have 2 paragraphs.
Right.
Hey,
The
listen.
autosave function also
Are we going to make our integrity sentence a separate sentence, like, or are we going to run it into this code?
Let's want to say
We're running it
integrity and
into it.
transparency are the foundations.
So-
Oh,
Where's the
no.
shot?
No, that's not what I said.
No, it's what she told me.
I would say transparency is a piece of it.
I just think.
Yeah, I was mostly.
Do we
thinking
want,
of the shot.
given what you said
okay.
earlier,
See,
do
I-
we need the
I-
word
I-
transparency?
I mean,
Do we
okay.
need the
Yeah,
preamble?
we don't
Do we
want to
need
do
it
that.
as a preamble?
But we have
Or
to-
does
part of
it come
integrity.
later?
I don't think we need it in the preamble, but I do
Yeah.
want to discuss it.
Later.
Just so
Right,
that's clear.
right,
Yeah.
all right.
Does anyone else still feel like integrity is sort of vague?
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
as a word. I mean, if this is the preamble and we are choosing, one word to sort of thematically sum up all of this, is it integrity? I don't know. Like, what do we really want to say?
I think we could eliminate that sentence.
Maybe we
I think so.
Maybe we can just take that out.
Integrity
is the foundation.
And that way, the second paragraph.
So what do we mean by
Integrity is subject to opinion. It's like,
Yeah, I don't know what it really says. I'm not sure.
it's like what I think is
What would you all
integrity.
say about having us move on?
Virtue ethics.
We
And
can
come
always
back.
come back and revisit it later. We
Yeah.
may find as we move on.
You want to
have
put
another
parentheses
place.
around integrity?
Around them or highlight it.
Yeah, yeah.
Just put a little note that
Yeah.
we're not sure it should be there, I guess.
Just highlight it.
Let's
Highlight
just-
it.
just-
Let's-
So what are you gonna, if you take out integrity, what do you want to put in?
Why do we have to
Nothing.
put anything in?
We may just take the whole
Just
sentence.
go directly to this code declares. So you would just have.
Why do you have an issue with integrity as part of an ethical principle?
We just.
Because we're not sure what it means. What does it really
I
mean?
think-
Well, here's
Whose
the thing.
integrity?
And
Integrity about what?
gentlemen, correct me if I'm wrong.
We're arguing it's about virtue. Are you with me on that? I mean,
Yeah.
it's and no one defines what this. I mean, go talk about Aristotle and finding the golden mean, because that's really what this is about, is trying to figure out where to go. So I like that word in there,
Integrity.
and he likes it as a standalone sentence, that we have a one-sentence paragraph and make the preamble 3 paragraphs.
I think if you don't put integrity in there, then, and you want to substitute it, you start having subcategories of what integrity is.
Yeah, it is an umbrella word that
Right.
describes transparency, that describes seeking truth and minimizing harm. The reason why we do this stuff, what makes us different from those who don't do that, is that we purport to be people with integrity as we provide information, the other jerks don't.
How about?
And I think one other thing too, a practical consideration, that line is in the current code. I think if we take it out, we get a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, people wonder why we're taking it out.
out.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Moving that
We could
sentence
just
to the
move
second
on.
sentence.
Which one?
Integrity is the foundation of ethical journalism, right after the first.
Well, then it's repetitive. Ethical journalism strives to.
Why not Stephen suggests make it a separate
Standalone.
Separate
sentence?
sentence? Yeah. Separate paragraph, yeah.
Yes.
There you go.
Okay.
Just 3 paragraphs.
So we
So take off the.
Take off the
parentheses.
Just like that.
I like how we went from we don't know what it means to let's really highlight
Yeah.
this.
It still really just kind of dangles there to me. I don't.
Dangling by itself and it's a separate
But
paragraph.
we can come back to it.
Pornography. It's in the eye of the beholder. Integrity. It really is.
Yeah, well,
It's important enough consideration, even undefined, it's a very powerful statement.
It is. I agree. We could turn it into a bumper sticker.
Integrity is like pornography. It's in the eye of
know
the
it when we
beholder.
see it, yeah. Just
Okay.
Stuart Fine.
I like it though. I think that when you look
Stewart.
at the original to this, I think it does definitely address some of what we got in comments over the last few months. I think it's a strong beginning that sets up what we're going to have below. I really like this preamble.
I think it's more to the point.
Yeah, and it's, yeah, exactly. It's a lot shorter than the one we had, and
Yeah.
but it says what we needed to say. I think.
Can we, one other, so one thing I've been thinking of is, oh gosh, I think it'd be really cool if we could acknowledge the public's new power somewhere in the preamble, but I really like how tight this has become. What do you guys feel about this code declares the society's principles and standards that encourages their use in the practice of journalism by all people, comma, in all media?
Oh, I like
Good.
that.
Yeah.
There you go.
How about
I
that?
like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that like a nice way to just
Yeah,
wrap it all
yeah.
up?
Yeah, I like that.
In all media.
All people, comma, in
In
all
all
media.
media.
Yeah.
That might do
You don't
it.
need even the comma.
Yeah, you may not need it. Great. So that there,
Yeah.
I think we've already made a pretty
Yeah.
big shift.
Yeah, we have made a shift there. That is totally,
Okay, cool.
we've acknowledged a lot of what we've heard.
Okay, big applause for
Yay, I like
Yeah.
that. Good work, team.
It's interesting what we've been working on, if I'm reading, is of course our second draft, which would already change the preamble in some ways.
Yeah.
But I still like this. This is much better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there anything in the second draft preamble that
Well, that
No,
was
feels-
the
That
second.
was the second.
That
was
was.
the second.
Oh, good,
I
so
wrote-
we're good.
as the author of the second draft of the preamble, it was just kind of an afterthought. I really like this.
Yeah, this is good.
We could add in all media, comma, including jerks, but
Members of the site.
Anyway, all right.
I love it. Let's move on.
Save it.
All right.
What
see-
is that?
see-
Yay.
Yeah.
Control S, please.
Wow, I do kind of want to stand up and cheer after
No,
that.
not in this code. No.
Now you're one.
So this is the second draft. There were, I didn't work on the second draft of this one, just the first, but I think that, you know, we should probably look at some of the changes from first to second as we do this. Some of the groups made significant changes.
Yeah.
And I want to acknowledge the, you know, the first groups worked hard on theirs, and so, yeah, we should probably.
Does someone want to just pull that out and make sure first? Do you have the first draft? Does
I
someone
have
have
it
it?
here somewhere.
Okay. Yeah. So it keeps it
And actually, if it's on paper, that's okay.
If we need to make copies, just let me know. I can copy
Okay.
machine.
So Kevin, what do you suggest as a good process or sort of objective-driven process to actually start going through each of these bullet points? I don't know what are good.
Initially, that's what I thought. I mean, here's my philosophy. My
Okay.
philosophy is that we work in individual groups, and and so we had 4 groups, and 2 groups actually worked on this. And so my thought was that this should be a more inclusive opportunity for everyone in the room to review what the others, because some people in this room probably did not have an opportunity to weigh in on Seek Truth and Report. Although I mean, they certainly had that opportunity, they may not have taken it. So my thought was that we should. And then we also need to keep in mind that let the public and some suggestions. So now's the time to start folding those in.
Yeah, if I could suggest something too, like Seek Truth and Report It is a monster of a section.
Yeah, it's huge.
I think there are, and I understand that, but I think there are some pieces that you could actually move into other sections that maybe maybe we can make this a bit smaller. Like I think there's one that I think it's toward the end that actually would fit in with minimize harm.
All right, so we'll keep in mind moving things around.
Last time, and Fred and Irwin
What
were
works
there,
here?
and I'm shied away from it because I think the dynamics were completely different. Because what we did last time was when we convened, we had competing codes. And so we divided into groups, and we took all 3 codes, and we said, look for commonalities, pick the best language, bring those back. And so we worked as separate groups. I don't see a need to do that.
I don't
think we should. I don't think we should either.
I think it's better to do it this way where everyone contributes.
Yes, I agree.
And this is a really great discussion.
Yeah.
I agree.
No one's tearing their hair out. Everybody's getting along.
It's early.
Yeah, it's only 11:20.
It's only 11:20.
Nobody's cried yet.
Everyone is being heard, everybody's contributing. This is awesome.
This is good.
Yeah, so let's talk about, let's call
All right,
let's
Are we
go
hear- are
with,
we hearing any
first italicized
contributions or
paragraph and-
suggestions?
Yeah, is anything coming through?
Do we
on,
zap that first?
Joe's got an eye on that, right?
Not too much yet.
All right.
I'm checking all the.
Mostly they
videos,
seem to be reporting what we're doing to other people.
Right, they're
Okay.
shifting and favoriting, but not
I like
too much of it.
I like Irwin's suggestion to change
Journalism.
to ethical journalism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is
Or required.
Yeah, so
Or
let's
should
see where
be.
that takes
Now
us.
is
Should be.
is.
Is.
Maybe is. I think that
No,
says
you got to have something like, because of the verbs are all take, gather, pursue, you got to say ethical journalism requires, or something like that.
Well, it ends with journalists
Is doesn't work
should.
with take responsibility.
Journalists
Oh,
should at the
journalists
end of the
should.
sentence.
You can say-
I don't know.
You can say ethical journalism is, but you got to say takes responsibility. You got to change.
Gotta make the rest of the changes.
You
Yes.
can do that.
Oh, got it.
No, let's see.
But it says journalists should.
It should.
Journalists should.
You know what? Instead of journalists
Take
should, it
responsibility,
should.
not take responsibility.
Ethical
It's
too far. It's too far away.
You do a colon after journalism.
people who practice it should. I don't know. It's
I think
champions should. It's a noun. I don't know.
You
Or
know,
you
I
could say ethical journalism requires accuracy, honesty, change those around to, instead of
And then there are at least.
How about ethical journalism is accurate, honest, fair, and correct?
You know what?
Why do we
Oh
need that
yeah.
paragraph?
Yeah. You know what I would suggest? We should try it without the introductory 2-word clause in each of these sections.
Oh, I see. Without the
Because
journalist.
we kind of set the preamble to
Yeah.
say this.
We
Yeah.
Yeah, we do.
Except we didn't say courageous,
either.
but.
Yeah.
I don't know if we.
Just say ethical journalism is semicolon or
Yeah.
full colon. And
But we
then-
We
also.
need to change the language.
Ethical journalism, takes
Right.
responsibility for the accuracy.
But the word interpret is not in the preamble.
I think though we need, I mean, something that overarches what each category
Sets
is
it
about.
up. Yeah, we do need to set it
I don't want
up.
to kill that because
Right.
Yeah, I
Control
think
Z,
it's
Control
something.
Z. Yeah, exactly. We need to define what we mean by each of these 4 things. And I like to do that.
I don't see anything wrong with how we're setting this up though. Like
Journalism.
Yeah, it's just
journalists
that,
should.
you get into situations where a journalist should does not work as an introductory phrase to what follows. Like the thing about not judge others by your standards doesn't really work there.
So
But
can we just say ethical journalism is accurate, honest, fair, and
So we
courageous?
said it before. I don't like use of the word is, but, that's just a joke.
Should
I
is
try to
aspirational.
not use
Is,
Yeah,
is-
aspirational.
The lawyer's going to get involved with is versus should.
Yeah, should's okay.
Should,
Strive
keep
is
it
okay.
should.
Sure.
Should.
That's your
I tell
job
my
as a lawyer to
students not
say
to
that.
use to be as the verb.
How about down here, Andrew, could you look at the front of that and see if you can, if it's actually showing, because we're still getting complaints about it.
I can.
About the legibility?
They can't read it. It's the.
Can we bump up the font and still
I have
work
it
on this
I have it on my
effectively?
Good. That's the other thing.
Yeah, why don't we just do that?
Oh, did I lose
Well,
something?
that's true. I
Just select all and bump it up.
It came unplugged.
Yeah.
It was unplugged? Oh, well, that would.
No, that
No,
was
that's that.
I'm like, that would explain it. Okay.
Okay, there we go.
How's that?
I guess people can tell us if they're
Yeah,
if
they'll
they're
They will
satisfied.
let us know, I'm
Hold
sure.
on, can't
This is
quite
what it
read.
looks like on mine. I think it's okay.
Okay.
Not bad, yeah.
Well, we just increased the size of the.
Yeah.
In hindsight,
So
it would
let's
have been
see.
smart to use our webinar platform.
Yeah.
Yeah, because all they really need to see is the screen.
Oh, all right.
All right, well,
okay, what do we think about journalists should? Is there a way to get around using that as an introductory?
Why do we need to
Well,
get
what I was
around
doing
it?
is I was taking a look just now. There are, and it's interesting. I mean, some of what's in there is in the preamble. And
Yeah.
to read what's in the preamble doesn't seem to make much sense, but some of it is not.
Not, the courageous is not the fair.
I like honest and
And
courageous.
that's what I'm wondering is
Yeah.
we take a look at seek truth and report it. Remember, this is the part where we're talking to journalists about how they gather information.
Yeah.
So which of those perhaps
I think
best
it's
applies
honest
to
and
that?
courageous.
Well, I mean,
Accurate and fair are both in the preamble.
right.
Yeah.
But when you put seek truth and report it, that is the section about
Well,
accuracy.
and it needs to.
So
stand
maybe we
alone,
say,
I
so
think.
maybe we say, beyond accuracy, ethical journalism is honest, fair, and courageous.
Oh, I don't want to. I don't think we should dismiss accuracy like that,
Yeah.
starting with beyond accuracy. I think that's problematic.
Okay.
I think it's okay to.
I think
I think it's okay.
I think it's a good idea to
Because we
repeat
just
it.
talked about accuracy in the preamble, that's why I was
That's
kind of
right.
like making.
Well, yeah,
To be
I know.
honest
Yeah.
includes
Yeah.
accurate.
Yeah,
And the very first principle is about accuracy too.
right.
And I really think it doesn't hurt to keep going back to accuracy as far as I'm
We
concerned.
say
It is
Yeah, you can't
the
say that too many
the
times.
prime directive.
And given how much of the public seems to doubt the accuracy of just about everything,
Right,
I
right.
think we can't hammer it enough.
But we do need to change the syntax.
Yeah. I mean, one of the ways you could change it, but I don't really like this, ethical journalism should be accurate, honest, fair, and courageous in the gathering, reporting, and interpreting of information. But that's kind of passive.
I know
Yeah.
we use strives in the preamble, but do we want to use it again? Strives for accuracy, honesty, fairness, and courageous.
I like it the way it is.
Yeah, I think it's
And
fine.
what I'm trying to get rid of is a journalist should, and then change the tense or whatever of the following principles.
We'll be doing that for the entire document. So
Yeah.
we got
Yeah, so if you took
Yeah, we
out the
could try that.
journalist
Let's
should,
try that.
we could just start the first one it takes.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying? The journalism, we're still focusing on journalism as
Yes,
opposed
But
to
isn't
journalism.
there a value of staying here with journalists? It's the individual practitioner that needs to do all these things.
Yeah, I think we've established already that we expect this to apply to everyone, but we are, after all, the society of professional journalists, so I don't have a problem.
That could
Well,
change
and,
the
and,
rules.
and more
Yeah.
importantly, this section nonetheless talks about people, this section, although we've made it clear that there's a role for the audience in all of this, this section is about people who are doing journalism. It's not about the audience. The audience may expect their journalists to do this, but these are instructions to.
These are our
So how about its practitioners should?
Yeah, those who do journalism should. or something.
Or some noun like
I
that.
think most of the journalism could be called journalist.
Journalist.
That went over well.
All right.
Why? What does fair add in here?
We had it above.
We have fair.
I don't
fair
mean
above.
fair. I mean honest. What does honest add that accurate and fair don't?
Well, I'll bring this up. In the preamble, accurate modifies information that is accurate. To me, honesty is a more aspirational virtue.
Yeah.
It's a piece
It
of integrity.
includes accuracy underneath it. To me, so it's like ethical journalism should be accurate
Everyone
and
has an
courageous,
idea.
and then you have two virtues at the top.
Brainstorm.
But it sounds like people really love like saying accurate a lot.
All right.
So if that's mine.
I'm okay with leaving it as accurate. But how about ethical journalism should be credible, honest, fair?
Oh.
Well, the word credible also is can be
Truthiness.
interpreted in many ways.
Should be truthy.
Because what one person
Yeah.
finds credible, another person doesn't.
Yeah.
Truthiness.
Truthiness.
We thought Jason Blair was credible until we found out otherwise.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Yeah.
just
Well, but we're not talking about journalists. We're talking about journalism. Journalism
Right.
should be credible.
but
Yes.
Whether the journalists are or not is another story.
no, just because
Okay, that's fine.
It's hard for me to think of, I don't know, like a higher one than honest.
You know what? I think we should move forward because I think in the
Well,
end,
you know what?
and we can
Monica
come back
brings up
if
a
we
good
can always
feel,
come back.
yeah.
You know, I think as we go through this, we're going to find places where that will reference things we've
Yeah.
done before.
Yeah.
I have a quick question.
Kevin's saying something.
What's that, Kevin? Sorry.
Well, I'm just saying that
Courage.
Monica makes a good point. Accuracy and fairness. We talk about being accurate, we talk about being fair.
they're about the message.
They're about the message.
Whereas honesty and courageousness is about
The journalism.
The
Yeah.
of doing it.
Yeah.
So it sort of feels like those are what we really want.
Either.
So maybe there are two sentences there.
Yeah.
Maybe there are two sentences there. Ethical journalism should be accurate and fair. Journalists should be honest and courageous, gathering, reporting, and interpreting it.
I like that.
Yes.
And,
Oh,
then,
yes.
and then you can leave out journalists should, and you can jump right into.
Yes.
Yeah.
But then we're
Yes.
literally repeating a sentence from above. That ethical journalism should be honest. And, I mean, it's already.
But it's an important.
That's true,
literally
but that's
repeating
the
it.
whole point of this section.
Okay.
So every
All right.
section should be supportive of the preamble.
Right.
And so
And it should be.
Also, if we break this up into two sentences, I think it works better because otherwise we're saying ethical journalism in gathering, reporting, and interpreting. I don't know if that works as, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we probably can move on, and maybe this will clarify a little bit more.
And again, we can always come back to this later.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's fine.
If
That's fine.
Stuff is going to make sense to
Yeah.
us later. It doesn't.
definitely true. So then journalists should be on are we keeping that?
No.
Okay,
It's gone.
good.
Take responsibility,
Yes.
please.
Well, wait, no, I mean,
No,
we
wait,
need to
wait.
restructure this now that we don't have journalists should.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we need to say, journalists should be
I don't see the
honest.
point of that
and
first
courageous
Every
in
second that's
gathering
awkward, I'd rather
information.
put down should.
I think we need a
We need a
mandatory,
phrasing there.
somebody should.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would
Or-
rather keep it as journalists should, so that
Yes.
Journalists
Yeah.
should
each of
be
these starts very, each
Yeah.
Yeah, but
sentence
it's-
starts
we're running
very
into
small
problems.
with,
Yeah.
with an action, as
Yeah.
opposed to each one
Yeah.
starting with
Yeah.
journalists should take responsibility, journalists should.
Yeah, that's gonna get-
And our preamble has clarified that journalism includes a lot of people.
I would put it on a different paragraph though.
If we
I
don't
would
want to
put
repeat
journalists
the
should,
we could
As a-
say this
as a separate
includes,
paragraph.
and then taking responsibility.
But then you have too long of a sentence.
see.
You could do that, but
because
then you have too long of a sentence.
Then
don't
you have, yeah.
I don't know, I like
This
that
means-
each one starts with a strong verb. Take responsibility, gather and update, pursue
Yes.
accuracy,
Right.
put information in context, clearly identify sources.
Yeah, that's
It
good.
allows each
Yeah.
sentence to be strong in and of itself.
Yeah, declarative. Yeah, I like that tense.
So
But-
take responsibility.
Yeah, let's think about that.
Responsibility.
Right,
I'm
instead
sorry.
of the word
I'm
is
sorry.
It's just gonna keep dragging.
Yeah, I
Yes.
think, yeah.
Responsibility.
Responsibleness.
It's still missing it.
Okay.
Yeah, you're missing
Wait,
an I.
Responsible.
Responsibility.
So
How you lost the beat.
here's a question. So Stephen raises a point, and I'm gonna let him articulate it, but we've been back here talking, and so tell us what.
I'm all for flow. I mean, as an editor, you've got your preamble, and then we've got this seek truth and report it. But what is that? What part of the document, or what are we going into this document? Maybe a quick line that says we support these 4 principles, and then we start to seek truth and report. And we say right here, instead of, I'm not even sure we need all this because we've said it before. Right here we say to enhance truth seeking in the public domain, journalists should, and then it all sort of flows, sort of like. Otherwise, you're just jumping into seek truth and report it. And I'm saying, well, what's that? Is that a principle? A norm? What is it?
Well, it seems kind of self-explanatory.
Yeah, I like the idea of adding the sentence about the 4 principles, but I would keep the other the same.
You know, in an earlier version of this, it was the first principle, but I agree with Chris that it didn't quite work. Is the statement, accuracy is the most important obligation of responsible journalism.
You want to bring that back?
Well, it would kind of establish the importance of seeking truth. You know, the problem with truth is that people have different ideas of what truth is.
It's a relative thing.
Yeah.
Just turn on our cable news.
Well, do we want to add what was just suggested above seek truth and report it? Let's do that.
Yes.
It's like our
that
hold
should be a
these
pretty
truths
easy
to
thing.
be self-evident line, right? So,
how do we word that though? I think if you put this in right after integrity as a foundation, then the 4 principles.
Oh, this code declares these 4 principles.
These principles. That's probably not.
Or
I don't think we need that.
better, perhaps better than the code declares, because at the end of the day, it's not about the code, it's about us.
Society.
How about the society declares?
Yes.
Yeah. I like that.
These 4 principles and encourages their use in the practice of journalism by all people in all media.
Okay, I like that.
That's good.
And
Do we
encourage
need?
it.
Oh, it's
we don't
already
need
there.
standards
It's already there.
to do
Just
it.
use your
Start
delete.
using
I
delete.
myself.
Yep.
I'm always there.
Yeah, I like that. That's
Thank
nice.
you.
We took out standards, but that's okay.
I
I'm good
think
with
it's
that.
really
Yeah, it's redundant anyway.
Yeah.
Self-evident.
We do like long lists of adjectives. I'm realizing we probably don't need as many as we have.
But what do we mean by declaring these 4 principles?
Yeah.
You know, that doesn't.
Declares these 4
principles
principles as
to
the
be-
foundation.
And right there, what it does is it labels these as our principles.
That's our principle.
Right.
I think that's fine.
How about
As a
declares
found-
these 4 principles as the foundation of ethical journalism?
Ah.
Like,
But I
yeah.
thought integrity.
Yeah, that's true. You say that just in the beginning.
Get quiet.
Sentence above.
Yeah.
Troublemaker.
No.
But I like the
I
as.
like this. That's good around.
How about embracing these
Yeah,
4 principles?
I like that.
No.
I think declares is good. Declares and encourages.
But what
I
does
like
declare?
is the foundation
Yeah.
of ethical journalism.
I think we have to do that.
Integrity.
Otherwise, we're just declaring it. I think.
Yeah, no,
We can
you-
find,
you-
we
we-
can put integrity higher up. We can still
So
find.
you want to
Yeah.
add that back
Yeah,
in?
but it does make that a more awkward
Principles
sentence.
as a foundation of ethical journalism.
All right.
Erwin, if you scroll up, let's find a place to put integrity.
Okay. I will.
Okay, yeah.
Save.
Well, we haven't
Save.
No, we
No,
just,
we just
We
got rid
just
of
took it.
Society
What's
has
this?
these 4
Integrity is the
principles,
foundation of
Yeah,
ethical
we're
We're gonna
repeating
do
the
that.
foundation
You can't
to
have two
ethical
different
journalism
foundations.
twice.
There's a lot of ethical journalism going
We
on.
need to make a
And
change
encourages
here
their
to.
use
By all people in all media.
So get rid of the practice of journalism there.
Thank you.
So glad we got you. There you go.
And
That's
That's a
we're
great
going
sentence.
to eliminate this sentence and
Wow.
restore integrity
Good.
somewhere.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe somewhere else in the preamble.
Wow. Let's see.
I do think we need in the practice of journalism, though, because otherwise it's like we're saying everyone should be doing journalism all the time.
Exactly.
I think we actually need to include that
Yeah,
phrase, the
you're
practice
right,
of
yes.
journalism.
Yes.
In the practice.
Whatever just got deleted.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
What was that?
Their use in the practice of journalism.
By all people in all media.
Yeah, back, there you go, right
Yeah,
there.
I think we do need that.
In the practice of journalism.
Yeah. And it's practiced by all people in all media, I suppose, because we
Oh,
just
yeah,
said
that's
ethical
true.
journalism.
Yeah, we don't need of journalism.
Yeah, so we can say
Yeah.
in its practice.
In its
Does that work?
practice. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
good, because that's the practice of ethical journalism.
Okay, good. There you go.
So integrity is what we took out that we really believe we want to put in there somehow. Let's
Yes,
look at
yeah.
this preamble and see if there's anywhere there or if we want to put it
Where would you
down
put it,
farther.
Chris? If we could replace the word ethical with some version of integrity in the second sentence.
But the thing of it is, going back to your division, ethical refers to,
The stuff. Integrity is about the human.
The person.
that's right.
Yeah.
So that means it needs to be summarized.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about adding a sentence?
I agree.
that, you know, ethical journalists, operate with or work with integrity or something like that.
I still think it might belong further down
Yeah.
because I think this is all about journalism up here.
And then later we get into what the
What
journalist
journalists should be. So maybe under.
Well, or if I could make a suggestion, in that top paragraph, at the end of the top paragraph, let's add a sentence that says, integrity is the hallmark of an ethical journalist.
Oh, let's
Yeah.
see. Where would you put that?
Or how about
End of the
under
first
the
sentence.
Or,
After thorough.
or an ethical
First paragraph.
journalist operates with integrity.
No, I like the way.
No, I
I like the
like
way
that.
we're
No, we're not starting another sentence with that.
Yeah.
We even checked the hallmark.
I
That's probably never been.
Or, okay,
we need this.
like
maybe,
it.
that is accurate, fair, and thorough, comma, and reported with integrity.
Ah.
No.
Wait, but there's it could be. Ethical journalists have to ensure the free exchange of information that is accurate, fair, thorough.
Integrity refers to the journalist, not the journalist.
Right, it should be a separate sentence.
I like
Yeah.
it.
It makes a short, strong, clear.
Yeah, I think that's good.
I just don't like hallmark. I don't know if there's.
Yeah,
Yeah.
struggle with that word now.
It's sort of an old fashioned.
Cornerstone?
Sure.
No,
That's a foundation.
Now we're
We're back to the foundation.
Because the mark is
I really don't understand what I mean.
No one has a thesaurus.
There's
a lot of
thesaurus.
Go.
Somebody wants to check that out.
Indication, trademark, badge,
Badge, there you go.
mark,
Yeah.
seal, sign.
Weaselly. Yeah. You know, they can weasel around.
How about that is accurate, fair, thorough, and handled with integrity, or distributed, or spread?
I think there's still the difference of the journalism itself and the person.
That's why we're doing
Integrity
it
is part of the person.
You know,
But,
I mean,
I mean-
what I really like about this is that at some point, we do want to
Treat
say
it with
something good.
integrity.
We want to say that, you know, yes, every Tom, Dick, and Harry can do journalism, but if you want to be an ethical journalist, you know, you have to have something special. You know, you can't be just lying in the street, you know, spouting off something in a drunken stupor. That's not going to make you an ethical journalist. no matter
What if we just, could we say mark?
You know, the original one
You could
said,
just say mark.
professional integrity is the cornerstone of a journalist's credibility. That's what the
That's what-
original
that's what the
code.
original freedom.
Yeah, that's
You said cornerstone, I believe? Cornerstone? Yeah.
It did.
You're working on that one, aren't you?
Professional integrity is the cornerstone of a journalist's credibility. That's what it said.
I would like, yeah.
Professional.
Who's got a thesaurus?
I have it.
All right.
There's nothing really.
Foundation, keystone, linchpin, mainstay, pillar. Ooh, pillar's nice.
Pillar. I like pillar.
Pillar.
Source for the rest
We're
of it.
all about buildings here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we got foundations. we got-
Foundation, hallmark,
Why don't we make
Which one?
integrity is the foundation of an ethical journalist, and these four principles are the pillar of ethical
Yeah.
journalism?
Are the pillars?
No, that second sentence is nice and clean and sweet.
Yeah.
My main thing here is, if we're talking in this sentence about action to be taken by a person, then I think it kind of needs to be flipped.
What do you mean?
Well, we're saying, what we're trying to say in this sentence is, an ethical journalist should have integrity.
Displays integrity.
And we flipped it.
Operates
with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
An ethical journalist acts with integrity.
Acts with integrity.
Acts with
There you go. There you
Acts
go.
is
That's
right,
nice and
right.
clean.
That would be, and the reason I say
that
that is because we teach our students all the time say what you mean, as opposed to getting around it using the flowery language. Say exactly what
Yeah,
you mean.
exactly. I think we've
And
done.
what we mean there is
An ethical journalist acts with integrity.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
much. That actually says something to me.
Yeah.
This sentence does not say very much. That is what says something.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. That's what it needed.
Much better.
Much better.
Period.
Yeah.
Let's
Much.
move on.
Yeah.
Let's keep moving.
Okay, all right.
Keep
Now let's
moving.
really keep moving. It's gonna be a long day.
Done and done.
Let's.
Okay. All right. Let's move on.
Keep
Okay.
moving.
So now we are down to that little bridge at one point.
Can we skip right to these guys?
Go right to journalist should.
Let's just skip right to these
Yes.
guys.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's not rewrite.
All right. Let's. So where are we?
Go straight to journalist should.
Well, wait,
Why is that? Why is that?
Oh.
Oh.
Public domain.
What?
Where? Oh,
To enhance truth seeking in the public domain, we don't need that anymore, right?
Yeah, start with
Yeah, I don't think we need
Ethical
it.
journalism should be accurate and fair.
Yeah, I think the title says
Ethical
everything.
journalism should be accurate.
Yep.
Correct. There you go.
Yep.
Good.
All right. So
Journalist
take
should be a
responsibility.
separate.
It should
I
be.
think,
I
yes.
agree.
I agree.
think it should be a separate line too. Because then all these things come under there.
All right, okay, so we ready to move on to the individual?
Yes.
comments then?
How about, wait, one more thing. How about to be honest and courageous in gathering, reporting, and interpreting information, comma, journalists should.
There you go.
That way we're not
that sets it
echoing.
up better.
Yeah.
That's a really long loss.
All right.
I was with you, Monica.
I'm just trying to condense
I
here,
liked
that's
it.
all.
Until everybody gets a chance.
Kevin and I are like the puppets, but, way up in the gallery.
Well, it's kind of a funny thing, when I talk to students about writing for broadcast journalism, one of the things I always talk to them about is no prepositional phrases, because people don't hear that well. They don't understand it. Now, it's different when you're writing, because people will read this, but I don't know. I mean,
This
in some
is a
ways,
declarative.
it does always
This
make
is
sense.
Okay, so moving on.
All right, so take responsibility for the accuracy of their work and use primary sources to verify information before publishing when possible.
You think everyone understands primary sources are the
No.
horse's mouth, as opposed to a secondary? I mean, I know what that means, but do you think?
But is that
the public-
ethical? Is that an ethical issue?
Right.
Or is
Yeah.
that
Is
a
it
best
a
practice
practice?
issue?
I think that's ethical.
Yeah.
And
I don't
even
think
if
people
it's
understand that.
What
What
is
if-
two journalists,
what-
not as a matter of practices,
What if
This
you were
is
to
one of
just say
those where
verify
Stephen writes a
information?
definition of what primary sources are,
Yeah.
and we link to it.
Yeah.
So anybody who doesn't
Yeah.
understand
That's
this,
fine. That's fine. We don't need to.
I like
I think we should just do verify information before
Yeah.
publishing.
Because verify as long as you know that it is true or it's accurate.
No, use
One question.
You know, we kind of cover this
Verify
in what is at the very bottom of the screen.
Clearly identify.
Clearly
sources.
identify sources.
Yeah.
It's the wind possible, it's a little windy, but.
Oh, it sure is.
Can you move it up a little so
Yeah.
that?
Why don't we take a look
Yes,
at this
thank
whole
you.
section and see?
Yeah, I'm kind
right.
of thinking about like when you read a recipe, you want to see the whole thing before you
Yes.
start changing.
Right.
Can we just
All right.
Go
so
through
why don't we just
everything
go through
first?
it? All right. So
Just
we
kinda
have
look at
clause
it.
that we
I don't
gather
have
and
enough
update
days.
information throughout the life of the
Yeah.
news story to avoid
I've never understood Microsoft's
The point
problem.
that I was trying to make is that
I agree.
Pursue accuracy, reporting, and
understand they shouldn't have to
Okay, I'll buy that.
what information.
You know, be as successful as possible. Yeah, I would agree. I would agree.
Okay, so let me ask this question,
That sounds like a good.
because we have a large, perhaps the
Yes.
largest paragraph in the code
Right.
dedicated
Oh
to
yeah,
anonymity.
anonymous
Right.
sources.
And we talked about anonymity on, in a couple different, are we comfortable without, are we comfortable with what the message says?
You know,
We're talking
this
about
could
the
be.
line editing, but what the message says.
Yeah. Yeah, I am. I think it forces the idea that anonymity is not a best practice.
Yeah.
What are you saying? Should it be under accountability? Because when we
No. I'm just saying, because we've had conversations about, this idea that maybe, anonymous sources is becoming more a trend set,
Yeah.
that we're comfortable with what we say as a society are the parameters for anonymity.
The part that I have a problem with is that reveal conditions attached to promises made in exchange for information, keep promises. and maybe I'm just, my paper keeps it very, very strict. I was talking with Pete about this earlier. My paper does hardly ever uses anonymous sources unless lives are at stake. The answer is no every time we ask. I can't imagine a situation where I could ethically promise anything in exchange for information. I'm sure that there must have been discussion in the subgroup about it, but what sort of promises would we consider ethical in order to allow on it?
I struggle with that. I put it in that one, but it should probably be pulled out because it's not just that, it's also about embargoes, about other things deals that we make that really go beyond anonymity. Just one example of many things that we do.
Yeah.
Pulling it out would make sense, but that's another bullet.
We have I would rather see that reveal reasons why anonymity was granted.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a
transparency.
lot better than
Yeah.
relations attached to promises made in exchange for information.
Yeah, but my argument was that statement is really more about other things beyond anonymity.
Yeah,
and it
in which case it
should
should be somewhere
It
else.
shouldn't be in there where it is. It maybe could be.
Yeah, I don't like
Maybe
it
under
because it implies that we can make promises and, it's back to paying for sources.
We have a situation, I mean, from a practical standpoint, we have a situation where, and we see it all the time, and the wire services are probably the chief individuals who do this. But, typically we're used to seeing things like, a source close who could not reveal. I'm seeing a little bit more explanation, and it's things like, for fear of their job. I've actually seen that in more wire copy. Is that what we're striving to attain here? That there's, other than just simply saying, I guess I'm questioning is that from a practical standpoint? If you explain promises for anonymity, are you talking about couldn't reveal it because of their job, or I mean, what are we expecting them to say?
Well, look at the first sentence. Reserve an anonymity for sources who could face danger, retribution, or other harm.
Provided information. Okay. So those are the things that we. Okay, and then maybe we should put after that. Maybe that's where the explanation is. Explain.
Well, reveal reasons why anonymity was.
I like that. Yeah.
I like reports better than reveal.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a better
report
word.
reasons why anonymity was granted. I like that.
That's a better word.
And maybe that should be right after the.
Or just explain why anonymity.
Explain why anonymity. Yeah.
Yeah,
Don't need
there you go.
reasons there.
Explain why anonymity was
Explain
granted.
why
That's nice.
anonymity was granted.
And that gets to the whole, transparency issue.
Yeah.
Well, should that sentence go up?
And this overlaps with your.
Should that become a second sentence?
Yeah, right.
That's just the way it goes.
Yes.
I don't think if we say why it should be granted, we don't need to say why it should not be.
I agree. I don't know that why do we need if we're saying anonymity should not be granted merely as license to criticize, then it feels like we should say all the reasons why anonymity should not be granted.
No, I like keeping that because that is a reason why, one of the reasons I think why anonymity and the use of anonymous sources is just free reign, because people have begun to think that as long as I just don't want to have the repercussions of stating my opinion, but I want my opinion heard.
Right.
I think we need to put that in there, that's not a best practice.
I agree.
And the way I wrote this was to be sure it was in chronological order. Reserve it, consider why not to, don't let it be for that one reason, then explain why, so it works.
I believe at one point, maybe in the first draft, that sentence was separate and was specifically designed to keep people from saying, I don't want my name used, but I'm going to criticize these individuals.
Right.
Yeah. And I think that's what it became. Now, whether we want to keep it that way or not, but I think there's a very specific reason why that's in there.
Yeah, it was a separate principle earlier. And, it does make sense in a certain, because this goes beyond the reporting to the exchange of information that follows a story. I think it's instructive in that respect.
What if we moved anonymity should not be licensed to criticize to the end of it?
I think that makes sense because we're
Yeah.
talking about once we do grant it.
Yeah.
Explain why anonymity was granted. Anonymity should not be granted merely as license.
Right.
Period.
Yeah.
Well, actually, it works the second sentence, wouldn't it? Reserve it for these reasons, but not that reason, and try to do something else.
You could, yeah, you could put it on the
Yeah,
it's
I was trying to get it in some sort of order.
Do you
of
think
how
this
we order
addresses the
process.
social
Right.
media sites, the gossipy social media? I mean, is
No,
this-
I think
Well,
actually
you know,
That
the
separate.
funny thing about this, it probably, it's such a huge topic. It really requires more verbiage than we're going to put in the code. I mean,
yeah.
just looking
That's the
at this
thing, we can't
clause,
cover it
one of
all.
the things about this clause, and I completely agree with it, is that, of course, anyone who works in Washington D.C. will tell you, well, this is completely ridiculous.
Yeah,
You
they're
can't-
not
you
gonna-
can't live
We
it.
can't work.
Doesn't
can't do
matter.
this.
These are our statements of
Yeah.
principles. This is the way anonymous source should work. The fact that it won't work that way is like.
It's
Well, that's something we
aspirational.
can
remember?
address in
Yeah,
position
yeah,
papers,
right.
in a living code we can address. We understand Washington runs this way.
Right.
We don't think it should,
Right.
but
In fact,
this
we're
is where we
fighting
fight.
it. In
think-
fact,
yeah.
You know, our president just signed on to a letter saying how wrong it is.
Can I also, I have a question about something else. Okay. Consider alternatives in reporting before granting it. Now, when I teach students, my students, and we talk about anonymous sources, I tell them two things. First thing you should do is question the motives of the individual who is looking to be anonymous. And second of all, look at other opportunities to get that information without utilizing them. So my question is, that is a good practice, but if someone approaches you as an anonymous source and you do not do that, I mean, it may be factored because of time. It may be, if you don't do that, does that make you unethical? If you don't constantly seek another source, or you go somewhere else.
Honestly, I think yes.
I think
I mean, I can't do a story based on one anonymous source, and I have lots of stories that start with anonymous sources.
Yeah.
Yes.
And our rule is, if you're going to use an anonymous source, you have to have 3, not 2, but 3 people independently who will say the same thing. And I've done only 2 stories in my career where I did that.
Yeah. I've had stories where, because I could not find an alternative for reporting, the story never went because the primary source was anonymous, and without being able to prove actual life and death injury, not to the person who was actually in physical danger, but to the other people. And so the story did not go.
In fact, I think the first thing you should do if someone comes to you anonymously, you always ask, well, who else can tell me this?
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And where else can you prove that this is true?
Yeah. Yeah.
Tell me how I
What
can get on the record
documents?
someday.
Yeah,
You know, I
exactly.
say sometimes it's not a person, it's documents, but I need something.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I get all that, and I get, but what I'm asking specifically is, if you're in a situation where you're given information anonymously,
We say that.
and you trust that, and you don't question their motive, or you don't go somewhere else to get it, and you use it in your head, is that make you unethical?
If your whole
My
story
job
is based on that
does.
source, then mine.
Okay.
Probably. Yeah. But one other question based on what Kevin brought up, we don't say anything there about questioning the motive.
I think we do. Why do we say question?
Yeah,
question
motivations
motive,
are right
period.
above it. See,
And
right
then
above it,
not
motivations.
I'm wondering if we should put it together.
It makes too long a paragraph.
Okay.
Right.
And I think it's worth emphasizing that
Okay.
separately.
Are we moving that highlighted sentence to the end?
No, I think the
I think
last
we're moving
time.
it to the second
Second
sentence.
sentence.
Right?
Okay,
I will do that.
got it.
Ern was just waiting for us all
We
to
were
finish
moving
our-
it somewhere.
Waiting for that
Yeah.
consensus to emerge. And then,
Yeah,
Right, just before
That's the way it
animation,
is.
just
Okay.
a quick sentence. Question motive.
did we skip over the first few?
Yeah, we did.
Well, we could tie it into that sentence. Anonymity should
Our
not
goal
be
was actually to
primarily
kind of read through all.
I
Yeah.
know, and we
Yeah.
stopped. We
Yeah.
stopped. Can I see the rest of what's
Yes.
under?
Or just
Thanks.
Question
There's a fragment that
Yeah,
needs to
you
be
know.
See,
taken out.
there's repetitive stuff. There's a lot of repetitive stuff.
There is, yeah.
If we can scan back a bit.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So this has got to go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that should be removed.
But again, that is,
Yeah, that's
but that is,
But not
again, that is
keep-
larger than.
Keep promises there. That way we can come back
Yeah.
to that.
Right.
Yeah.
Can we go back to anonymity though?
Yeah.
Yes, we can.
Chris
we
has
need-
got a suggestion.
We need the question motives in there.
Yeah, question motives.
But there, look right above, look at this one.
2 sentences above.
Oh, I see.
See?
There we go.
Yes.
Okay, never mind.
So that's why. It leads kind of right into it.
Okay, all right. All right.
Don't we want key promises to be part of that paragraph?
Yes. We can do that.
Why do we need in reporting? Consider alternatives before granting it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
Should we
alternative
go back to the
sources.
top and now
Yeah,
that we've read them all?
Alternative sources.
You wait till we get to serendipitous. We got
Serendipitous reporting.
No. Serendipitous.
I have a question. I don't know if we're still on actually editing, if we're just reviewing, but I think the idea of moving keep promises out was because that will also pertain to other things, like you said, embargoes, things like that. So if we move that out and say, okay, if you're making a deal for information to say, listen, if everyone else is getting this at the same time for an embargo, so this will pertain to anonymity, embargoes, and other stuff.
So in other words, that's leaving it there.
The lawyer now may step in and say, yeah, but you're telling people to break the law. If a judge tells you you must reveal your source, we're saying, no, I made a promise.
Well, I think that is sort of a basic
That is
thing,
what we
though.
say.
I mean, it's always been in the code.
Yeah.
The other place where it gets you into trouble was the infamous Dan Cohen case, where he was promised.
Yeah, I was thinking about that
eventually
case.
he was outed by the reporter, and then he got sued as a breach of contract.
Yeah.
And lost.
Well, but the ethical thing is not always the legal thing.
Yeah.
I don't think our lawyers' heads spin around.
Yeah.
That's
Right, exactly, and that's
Well,
why, that's why there's a limit to what we can.
Well, in fact, we had like this we had this Twitter chat earlier, and there was someone who was asking, not really asking, but telling us his practice. And in Texas, apparently you don't need two-party consent.
Oh, yeah,
And that was his.
Like that.
The idea was, oh well, it's legal, and our answer was, even just because it's legal does not make it ethical.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, it is 12 noon, just.
Yeah.
Let's
No,
work
only
through this. Let's
that's
work through
fine.
this.
Finish
This
that.
section, yeah. So I want to have a question, and if we're going from top to bottom, that's fine. I can hold off because I do have a question about the last part of that, which reverts back to my question about ethics and the legal about holding people accountable.
Oh, yeah.
God,
And whether
this is
that's
too big.
ethical,
We're not going to get through
a
this.
moral, I guess, imperative. Although I guess none of these are really imperatives. Is it? I guess my question is, do we tie moral behavior to the things like holding people accountable that are in power? Is that more of a legal or more of a practical approach to what journalism is rather than it is a moral?
Well, yeah.
It's more because we've taken it upon ourselves to do
Right.
these things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just.
I don't
It's
know
about
that it
democracy
belongs
thing
in
the first
here,
sentence.
though.
Is it under act independently, perhaps? Would it be more appropriate there?
It's almost like it's more appropriate in our First Amendment work to me than here.
Than here? That we should save the open government talk
Yes,
for
for the
the
open-
First Amendment Committee.
Yes.
But we're saying in the preamble that this is one of the responsibilities of journalism, right?
It doesn't say anything about holding people in power accountable in the preamble.
Not as it's rewritten.
What about giving voice to the voiceless?
I like that.
I like that.
Leave
I like
that.
that. Yeah, that's a very different thing.
But I do think that
I
second
like it, but
sentence is,
again,
I
I'm
would,
not sure is that
Right.
Yeah.
moral obligation of journalists?
right.
Do we-
Yeah.
Yeah, I would take that out.
Yeah,
Or take the
I
whole
think it
thing
is.
out.
I think it is. I think
I
the only
think it
question
is.
is, the only question is it under this area
Area.
about seeking truth? Although I think it is. I think it's
Yeah.
probably
In
better.
fact, when I was going through this, I thought it should be
Where else
up
would you
higher.
put it?
When you're acting independently,
Yeah.
it works here.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
let me ask this question, and if somebody else raised it earlier. If we take it out,
Yeah.
is its absence
Yeah.
going to be
Yeah.
noted
Yeah.
negatively?
It already,
Sure.
I put it back in
Yeah.
because there had been noticed, but I moved it to power versus voiceless in that paragraph. Because
Pairing
we're
those
all-
two.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
work together
Yeah.
differently from the original, the current version.
That doesn't-
And, there is a certain amount of advocacy involved here, which some might say is not really seeking truth, but it is in a way, because I think one of a journalist's obligations is to recognize violations of open records laws, open
Yeah.
meetings laws, and challenge public officials on that.
And
should
I'm
be
a
sure that
devil's
those
advocate
results-
for
yeah, I
that.
was gonna say that's part of, that's
I
our
agree with
seeking
you.
I would
truth.
agree with that.
That's
If
a
you're
moral objective. I don't think-
right,
I mean-
and if you're covering hard news, but what if you're a features writer? What if you're a sports writer? What if you're covering the dance beat?
Doesn't it fit?
Yeah.
But those with power doesn't necessarily mean those with political power.
No.
Yeah.
Those
Right.
with power in any arena
Yeah.
that you might have.
Each little world has its own little ecosystem of power,
True.
whether you're on campus, whether you're in a local government, and there is a technical hierarchy there. So you want it, I think you could apply it to many different
That's
situations.
very
So it could be
But
that
the word
recognized
government-
special obligations is a new
Well, let's
paragraph.
change the word government to the word public, just so it's more universal.
Yeah, the whole
Yeah,
thing with
and that-
government
it's the word
records just
government
doesn't-
that is.
just
that
doesn't
would be-
fit here.
Yeah.
But-
Government records
But
don't,
if
to me,
that's-
doesn't fit here.
Applying to
In
things
some
like
ways, it really does not. It's really
FOIA
a very
laws,
specific
Yeah.
practice.
Yeah.
It's something we
or
do
records, I
in
think.
service of this. But there are
How
lots of
about if
people-
we ended that
Exactly.
sentence?
I don't think it belongs
With
there.
Recognize a
business-
special obligation to ensure that the public's business is
Conducted
conducted
in the open.
period.
Boom. I think
And
that's. I think
Or
that's good.
openly.
Openly, transparently.
Oh.
Thinking the open or
Although it
openly
wouldn't
is
be
fine.
bad to
I
say
think that's good.
openly.
I think
Yeah.
that's good.
It's
Either way.
conducted openly.
Openly
Open.
conducted.
Yeah, in the open might
Well,
be
okay. so
al
I'm gonna-
fresco.
I'm going to split hairs here for a second. Because we're talking about two things that are connected typically legally, and that is open meetings and open records, and that's
Yeah.
why those two are there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're saying that we have a moral obligation to see that meetings are conducted in open, but we don't have a moral obligation to make sure government records.
Business is not just meeting.
To
Yeah,
me,
you know-
yeah,
business
to
includes
me,
that.
includes
Yeah.
records.
But-
Yeah.
Yes.
But to be honest, like with all the problems with FOIA and foils, I think it's big enough that it might belongs there.
How about that
Can I
the
take us-
public's business and records are open?
No,
And-
can I take us a little more broadly?
I don't think you need records. I think
Because really what we're saying here is we are recognizing the journalist's special obligation to serve as watchdog over government.
That's right.
Yes.
Over anyone in
Whatever
power.
form that
Yeah.
takes.
Or anyone.
Meetings,
Yeah.
records, ambushing guys walking down the street, you name it.
Yeah.
Isn't
Isn't
that what we're
isn't that
talking
wording
about?
in
Yeah,
the
I think that's what
original
we're really
version?
talking about.
It's
It's
that
essentially this in the original version, I think.
And I agree with you. Phil. I
That's
think
the last
that, for me, I'm having a hard time making that hurdle that says, if you don't challenge open records, that elevates you to an immoral behavior.
Again, it's an aspirational thing.
Right,
It's
and
not a
but-
minimum
but we
standard.
should be
No.
watchdogs of government.
Yeah.
Right,
Don't
right,
forget,
yeah.
we're not behaving as.
I
Yeah.
agree.
Used in the original
So maybe
version.
the language needs to be
I
can't
adjusted
find
to
it.
reflect.
Again, my argument is that recognized special obligations should be a separate paragraph.
No.
Because
Yeah,
only
maybe-
people
maybe it's
power
not.
accountable, to voice the voiceless, can be the sports guy, can be the
Yeah.
feature guy.
Right.
Yeah.
And then a new entry about
Yeah.
obligation about how we deal with
Erwin,
Yeah.
what about,
Okay. Yeah, I like
Yeah,
that. I like that. I do like that.
what about
So let me just
Be
say, can we
vigilant.
just, yeah, okay.
with power accountable on behalf of the public? On behalf of the public, be vigilant and courageous.
I don't know if we need it.
No, I don't
we
know.
need
I
it
think
either.
it's compliant.
Yeah.
Anyone
Yeah.
with power held accountable.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
The
works.
CEO as well as the mayor.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not even,
the
it's
sports,
not even
yeah.
necessarily about
Anyone
what's quote
with
unquote
power.
public.
Sports
It could
coach.
be, we
That's
do
it.
this for private individuals,
Does that include holding those within?
I like that line a lot.
Yeah.
So
We already addressed that though.
We addressed that elsewhere with
Well, we
the,
address it elsewhere.
Yeah.
But
it's not.
I don't think we need to say, I don't think we need to list everybody.
No,
Around the line.
I'm just.
Should we go to the top and start to?
Yeah, I think
write
we're
down?
skipping
I
around
think
too
we're
much.
getting lost in the
Yeah.
weeds.
Well,
Yeah.
do we want to, before we do
Completely
that, do we
agree.
want to make any changes to these last two lines, or you want to just leave that for later? Maybe we
I
can
think
do
we'll get back down.
Yeah.
Get back there.
I think we need to I think we're
Yeah.
skipping around too much.
The
on this.
project manager in me actually would love. Can we set any kind of structure to what we're doing, like deadlines? Let's try to get through this section by X o'clock. Let's look at this first
This
and
is
that
the
first.
longest section. I
Can
will
we
say
do
that.
a checklist with which we'll, examine each thing?
We
Just something to keep
are-
us focused.
Well, we're going to get this section done and then we're going to break for lunch.
All right.
All right, so
How
whenever
hungry
that
you get.
is.
It's
So
how hungry you get.
how
is
hungry are you?
Yeah.
All right.
If you're, I have a can of Pringles. You're welcome.
Okay.
Can,
Once I pop.
can I make a suggestion?
Chili.
Can we go one by one and then
Yeah.
Yeah.
if someone, let's not try not to get distracted by another piece. So
Right.
if we're on something and we see something that is pertaining
Yeah.
down below, bring that up. We could say, okay, well, let's keep working on this one, but
Yes.
acknowledge that that's there.
I think we should start from the beginning
Yeah.
and work our way down.
All right.
Okay?
No, not from the beginning like the pre.
No,
No,
No, I think I have a suggestion for the one sent note.
Okay.
All right.
Journalists should take responsibility for the accuracy of their work. Use primary. Okay, the primary sources was where initially I was like, I know what that means. I'm not sure everybody knows what that means.
If you're a journalist and you don't know what primary sources means,
I
then
think
I'm
it's
worried.
pretty
Can I-
clear. I think it's
But also, when you say take,
Verify information, I don't know that we need.
I think verify information is good
Right,
because
take out the primary sources.
And before
The code in
publishing your
general is as educated consumers. But I thought we decided that this section is about the action of the journalist. And so we can
Okay.
expound on primary source, what is and is not a primary source in the living code, in the position papers.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I
That
think
can
that's
be
good.
as simple as a hyperlink with those words, somebody clicks on it.
Yeah.
and it's
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
This is what we believe a primary source
that
should be.
works.
Here's some of the discussions, yeah.
That
I
would work.
also I have a
don't know
question.
with the word publishing because not
Yeah,
everything-
Yeah, I don't want to use
I mean,
publishing either.
Publishing means
Yeah.
everything, but it
Publishing means
doesn't.
posting it on the internet. Publishing means
Yeah.
any.
Yeah, it could be
I'm not sure it has that.
Broadcast.
Yeah.
But and also, can I just ask, when we say take responsibility, when I see that, I feel like it needs to be in the be accountable section. I don't know if that's for anyone else feels like that. So should it go? Journalists should be
Be accurate.
accurate and verify information. I don't know, because when I see take responsibility, I just
Right.
feel that should be under be accountable.
Journalists
Since we have an
should.
accountability section.
I like journalists should be accurate. Period.
The reason I wrote it this way is I'm thinking about people who aggregate. And I'm arguing, if you aggregate something, don't you have a responsibility to be accurate instead of just merely reporting that stuff?
But
I
shouldn't
agree
you
with
also
but
just
I-
be accurate?
I agree with you, but I think be accurate, it covers that.
You know,
Do you not- do you think it's
No, I
a
think,
nuance?
I think there's
Well,
a nuance
accurate
Chris
is-
is making here
Because
that's
you're being,
different.
because if you
I
have
think you-
information
I
that's
think
kind of
you-
bogus and you simply publish it as it is, you're being accurate.
But what if you say be accurate and verify information? That's
Yeah.
putting the onus on you to say you're not merely just passing the information along. You have to make sure that what you're putting out is correct.
I like the simplicity of be accurate and verify information, period.
Well, yeah, and I think because that,
Yeah.
I think the does the be verify information actually address the take responsibility?
What about
I
Be
think
accurate
Be
and
accurate.
verify information with primary sources.
I don't think you need
No,
primary
I don't
sources.
either.
be accurate
either.
and
I think
bothers me.
I think Chris has put in a nuance that covers aggregators, the internet, all of the new
Yeah.
world that we were talking about
All right.
earlier this morning.
Then
So
how
we
about saying journalists should be accurate and verify information, and then in the second line, in the same thing, say something about
You're adding
taking
words, you're making it
accuracy.
longer. You're making
But
it
doesn't
longer.
but if we're saying that, I don't know, it just seems that if you're saying take responsibility, that should be in the be accountable section. Because you're saying you need to stand behind what you're publishing, what you're saying, what you're doing.
So maybe we do
I don't
move
think
that.
so.
I don't
I
think
think
so.
seek truth
Move-
and report it. I agree. I think the principle of taking responsibility covers a lot of good ground and a lot of different ways of conducting journalism.
I
What
was
about
thinking.
And all the rest
accurate
of
and
these
verify,
start with these
verify
verbs.
information,
Be accurate.
taking
changes to that.
responsibility for your work. Would
This
that
is
make
yeah.
sense?
This is more keyed toward taking responsibility than the actual be accurate. I think that's what you're trying to say, right?
Yeah.
But I think
It's
don't
a
we need?
But I think being accurate is
Accurate
first and foremost.
We've already said accurate 3 times above that, though.
Yeah.
I'm saying you're accurate and you take responsibility for being accurate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's
Right.
separate,
When
it's
we-
different.
I see
Because
what
someone
you're
can
saying.
say, "Oh, I tried to be
Yeah.
accurate and I wasn't accurate because my
Yeah.
source, blah blah blah."
Right.
It's
So
like,
when
well,
you say-
you didn't try hard enough,
shift the
did you?
When
blame
you
to the other
say-
guy.
The blame is yours.
Right.
Take responsibility for their work, be accurate, and verify all information.
No, I don't think so. I think take responsibility for the accuracy of their work.
Kind
So
of covers
something-
it.
Verify
Okay.
I
information.
really do like
Kinda
this,
covers
the way
it.
it was written. I think
Yeah.
it's fine.
Yeah, I do too.
So what are we?
I go back to the wording.
They
She
are-
was
they're-
using
they're on
the phrase primary
Yeah.
sources.
Yeah.
Should we just say verify
Just say
information?
verify information before
Yes.
publishing.
Yes.
But even
Not
before
publishing.
publishing, though.
I don't think we need
Take
to
that out before
Yeah.
publishing. Yeah, forget
Information.
publishing. Yeah, that's true.
Well, the
Say
problem
before
with
we
just
make
saying
the
verify
information
information is somebody can think they've verified information because 20 people retweeted it.
Yeah.
That's
well,
the
but
problem
that's
with that.
where we link out, though. Because we can't say.
Why can't we link out primary
I
sources?
think we have to say it because it is imperative. This is what makes us different from the guy who just retweets
That
something.
we actually
We
try to
have
trace
responsibility.
information to its origin.
Exactly.
We are not
All
good at
I'm
it. We're not
saying is
satisfied
use
with something
another-
else.
Use other words to say
Primary.
primary sources that people will
Okay.
understand.
How about original source?
Oh yeah, that's good.
Trace information to its origin whenever possible, or something
Well,
like
or
that.
I think original
source.
Okay.
Original sources.
That
Original
might fix
sources.
that.
Original
Alright, cool.
sources.
Let's try that.
Is it original sources or documents do we need to say?
Well, I think documents are
Documents are a
sources.
source.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, something I liked in one of the early versions was make every effort to contact all sources in person. And
No.
verification.
That's going to slow us down a lot.
I think we
It
got. I think we
doesn't
have
say
to-
you have to.
But that in-person thing, I think
In
we gotta
person.
say-
Yeah, I think this is a good catch-all.
Yeah.
Very little.
I was thinking online media when I wrote this.
Yeah.
And thinking about my
Yeah.
friend at a newspaper who's pissed because the people are stealing stuff from all the other media.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I
exactly.
guess-
It's a big echo chamber.
But
This
I think
gets
That's
to
what
that.
I'm. That's.
So I guess
think you're
we're in agreement. We'll take out before publishing, but what about when possible?
No, leave it,
No.
leave when
We
possible.
need,
in.
Yeah.
and we need what I think we're looking for is a substitute,
For
rather than
publishing.
just taking out before publishing.
Yeah.
So it's time maybe to consult
What
our
would
thesaurus.
be a word
What's
that
wrong-
would
what's wrong
apply
with
for,
before
publishing?
Because not everyone publishes.
The
How about
idea is publishing is traditionally, although not exclusively, is traditionally tended to refer
Print.
to print.
Print.
Yeah.
It's online.
What about
How about
reporting?
reporting?
That's the word I thought of, but we
Yeah.
didn't like that. We were
I
talking
think
about
of
the
reporting as
part
the news
earlier.
gathering.
Right.
Yes.
Use original sources
Yeah.
to verify
You
information.
just say before publishing.
I hate the word dissemination.
How about
Oh.
before making it public? Before
Release.
releasing.
Before releasing,
Before release.
Yeah, I
to
think
verify information before.
Before it's released, when
Before it's
possible.
released.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that. That's nice. That's a good catch-all.
Yeah, that is better because that covers broadcast, internet.
take responsibility
You
for the
don't need
accuracy
an
of their
ID at
work.
the end.
Use
Before
original
it's
sources
released
to verify
works.
information before its release, when possible.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
But is
How about
that it?
verify information when possible before it's released?
Use original sources.
You know, I kind of don't like the idea
Of when possible.
of when possible.
Like,
It sort of says it's okay.
well, it
Giving
wasn't
people
possible.
an
I didn't
idea.
have enough time. I didn't, you know.
But sometimes
I was under
that
deadline.
is the case. Much of
Yeah, but it doesn't say that, you know.
It's
That's
just
good
as
journalism.
aspirational as to best practice.
Before it's released.
Yeah,
I mean,
I was really.
I can tell you right now, if I don't use original sources to verify information, it's never possible for me to release it.
Yeah, I would not be permitted to.
Yeah.
If I wanted to release information that I hadn't verified with some source.
That may be, but maybe in today's world, maybe it is possible.
Well,
but
I
it's
don't
not
really
in
want
mine.
to dilute it that much.
There is a reoccurring sort of thread through some of this that we take some really, we establish some very hard line principles.
Yeah.
And then we seem to write in caveats like
Weasel words.
When possible.
Yeah,
and I understand that, but it does
We're trying to accommodate.
show, you know,
It tends to weaken a little bit,
It
right?
does.
But there are
Yes.
circumstances in which that's okay.
This is where the lawyer's
maybe
going to
is not
step in
one
and
of
say,
This is where
Yeah.
you have. It's not Ten Commandments stuff. It's you're going to be weighing what are the best possible courses of action.
Yeah.
Also, I think
It's
the
bad.
problem I have in this specific one is that we've got two things going on here. We talk about taking responsibility for the accuracy of your work, fine, but then we say use original sources to verify information before it's released. I mean, that act of actually using an original source, that's an additional step, and that's not always possible, and it's not always necessary.
Yeah, I
That's where
agree.
you've got three sources providing you with circumstantial evidence, and you can't reach the person that's named.
You're not going to not write about it.
Well, but then you have original sources. You would have those three sources.
Well,
So
it
you-
depends on how you kind of define it. I mean, you know, if the question is what somebody said, and all I've got are three hearsay statements about what somebody said, and I don't know, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, that goes back to the idea of verify information.
That's why I think if
Yeah.
you just start that sentence with verify information.
Because like it may verify, yes, may be different to different people, but that, like I said, that's one of those things where you can link out and say, you know, you may have different definitions of verify, but you know, there are different standards.
so you're saying verify information, comma, using original sources
When
possible.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Oh.
Verify
And by
information before it's
original
released
sources-
using original sources
By
when
original
possible.
sources, we're talking about.
Primary documents,
we know
We're not talking
Yeah.
about wire services who pass news on to us. And
I
then
think the
we think
important
that's
thing
their
there is to
responsibility.
verify information.
Okay.
All right, I kind of like the flip there.
Associated Press is, I mean, we all have to reuse what Associated Press does. I can't go back and verify what. the
But also, if you
Associated Press
remember the
reporting on
Associated, if you remember the Associated Press, they're like an extension of
Yeah.
of you.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, let's forget
That's
about-
what
let's
we
forget about
say,
AP.
but that's
Let's-
that I can
let's say
easily
we're
see
on
people
radio
in the modern
Yeah.
age.
Yeah,
doing
it's
that.
different.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
Bloomberg because the then, yeah,
From
instead
the,
of saying,
to the radio station?
Yeah. Not to the radio station, to whatever the radio station reports.
yeah, if the radio station reports that X is happening, I'm on the phone to the police department before we report it.
Oh,
We're not
yeah.
gonna report it
That's
as the
not,
radio.
that's
to them.
not your original source.
Because like I think that goes into a legal thing, but it's
No, it
distributor
is.
liability. Because if you're publishing that, if you're broadcasting it, you have the power to look at that information. So it does fall on you. So you're saying this is credibility. So I think that does get a little gray, I guess. But
It sounds like something that can be further explored.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Verify
verify
information.
It would make you list of the things we're gonna be doing position
Yeah,
papers
that's
on for the next 5 years.
Yeah, verify information before it's released, comma, using original sources whenever possible.
Whenever possible.
Whenever possible. That sounds a little stronger.
Whenever.
Before it's released, using.
Oh, before it's
Before it's released,
Yeah.
yes.
Do you even think we need before it's released?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. Some people might think, oh, I just tweeted it. I didn't really release it. No, you didn't.
Yeah.
Before it's released in any form, which you don't need to say.
Using
but
original sources.
Whenever possible.
whenever possible.
Yeah, you want the word sources.
So
Sources.
that's original.
Yeah, to me, that's stronger than the other way around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a better
you're right.
sentence. It's a better sentence.
Yeah.
Nice work.
Good.
All right.
I'm happy with that.
Item 1.
Yay, yeah. Yay, that's good, that's good. We'll pick this up.
Gather and update information throughout the life of a news story to avoid error. I
think
like
that's
that
good.
because it recognizes where we are today.
Do we really need to avoid error?
I wondered that, yeah. There's actually
Yeah.
many reasons you want to do that, not
Yes, true,
just to
yeah.
avoid error.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
may enumerate them, we may not.
And this is straight up
that's true.
thinking about new media.
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
absolutely.
You know, there's a we
Is there
might
something
be.
about, isn't there something about corrections later?
Yeah, maybe we can
The
bring
other-
that up. I
Yeah.
don't. Do you think we should bring that up? The
Correction.
there's something I believe lower down.
It will. You'll find it under being accountable.
Yeah, I think it almost should go here too, because, you know, especially in a breaking news story, you know, the information you get, you know, early on.
Right,
sometimes
some
is
of their
wrong.
information.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I think
That's right,
it
it
says
says
that's
that.
what this. I think that's
Yeah.
what this talks about. But that's different. In some ways, it's different from a correction. You know, when I
Yeah.
think about
An
this
update.
this clause is
Yeah.
talking to me about the disaster where, you know, I don't know all the facts. I know what I know. An hour later, the facts have changed. They back off on
Yeah.
the death toll, et cetera, et cetera. Correction is when I've done a story and I got somebody's name wrong and their
Yeah.
title wrong.
No, what
And I've got to
kind
deal with those.
I like it.
I think this
I
covers
don't-
both.
Can we say gather, update, and correct information? Because I think, you know, sometimes you're reporting cops accurately 3 killed, but it turns out there were only
I
2
think
killed.
update includes correcting.
Yeah.
I don't think I
Or
don't
do you- are
I
you
don't know.
referring to
I've seen a
like
lot of
something-
places that just update or they'll change a previous thing and they won't
They won't
label it as
say it's
correction.
correction.
I think you
Right.
need
Just
correction
so
in there.
sneaky and awful.
Previous
Because-
People
version
do
of the
that.
story had
Yes.
incorrect
Yes.
something wrong.
Because don't like with web now you have the ability to just
A pin.
make that go away.
Right,
Yeah.
right, but
So
that,
gather,
again, that's a,
correct, and
that's a
update.
practice
Or
we need to,
update.
we
Gather,
need to
update,
specify,
and
but we need to
correct.
put it else.
Yeah, we could
Yeah,
try it, and then
yeah.
let's see if there's other
I would
things
do
that
gather,
make us want to tweak
update,
it.
and correct.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah.
try it.
I can do that.
Yeah,
I think
let's
because
try
I think that's part of seeking truth because this is the
Right.
best
Yeah.
truth we know now. If it's not true later, we're going to correct it.
We don't need that
Yes.
comma there.
No, we don't.
No, we don't.
Say these
That's
comma.
serial.
No, we're not Oxford commas here.
it. Okay.
Okay,
Okay,
Where
good,
we are
good.
from, but-
I like that.
Okay,
Number 3.
Pursue accuracy in reporting over speed of publishing.
okay.
Yeah, take publishing out.
Well, actually,
Maybe we can combine that with the first.
you know what? I don't think we need the first sentence there.
Pursue accuracy in reporting?
It's the
Yeah,
speed.
neither speed nor abbreviated formats excusing.
That's true. Just take that first sentence out.
Hmm.
It says
neither speed nor, I like the wording of the first
Remember's
draft better.
good. At least it's a verb.
Remember that neither speed nor brevity excuses inaccuracy or mitigates the damage of error.
I like that. I like that.
I didn't like remember.
Remember
because
is
it's like, I
good.
forgot until you told me.
Consider, keep in mind. Consider.
Can we read that?
That again slowly.
We could use a different verb.
Yeah.
Consider
Change the
or remember, whatever,
Yeah.
that neither speed nor brevity.
How about just neither speed?
We want brevity because this comes
Start with neither.
Start
with neither.
Forget remember that.
Neither speed
Neither speed nor
Well,
brevity.
remember,
I like
guys, we start with
abbreviated-
journalists should, so it's
Right.
gotta continue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's either remember or consider or
See,
something.
this is why one of the good reasons to get rid of the journalist should. But in any case, I like abbreviated formats
Okay.
better than brevity.
Okay. Nor
Because
abbreviated formats.
we're talking about headlines, we're talking about tweets.
Yeah. I thought that was very elegant when you added that.
Okay, you want me to finish?
Yep, right, neither speed nor abbreviated.
So what was the rest of that initial one?
Excuses inaccuracy or mitigates the damage of error.
I don't think we need mitigates the damage of error.
That the lawyer's going to get involved.
Yeah, errors don't
Yeah.
always cause damage.
Remember that neither speed nor abbreviated formats excuse inaccuracy.
Or mitigates errors.
Nah.
No, because you're mitigating the
Doesn't-
damage.
Well, they said we need a.
We need
they
to
said
follow.
We need a verb.
No.
Right now, we've got
it.
the format we chose.
Damage of mitigates errors, just say,
Yeah.
I said.
But
take out the damage of.
I think excuses inaccuracy covers it.
I think so too.
Yeah, we don't need to.
So let's
Yeah.
try.
Period there.
Yeah, I think
After
excuses
inaccuracy.
inaccuracy.
Inaccuracy, right, inaccuracy back.
Excuses, you lost the word
Wait, you know what?
inaccuracy.
Couldn't we? Hey guys, could we make this sentence the remember? Just continue on to the principle above. Because it's
That's what I
kind of
was
in the
saying
same
is-
package.
That's what I was saying, is they should be combined.
So gather, update, and correct information throughout the life of a story. Remember that neither speed nor abbreviated
I
formats
think they're
excuses
separate.
inaccuracy.
I think
they're
I
separate.
think the remember. I think the remember clause is aimed directly at Twitter.
But, yeah.
I
Among other
almost
things.
think when you look at it, it would be logical to reverse those sentences.
Yes.
In the first instance, about
Yes.
gathering information.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Okay.
That's not.
Yeah, because we want to be able to say immediately, you want to talk new media, you want to talk all these latest formats. This
Here, look at
right
this.
here is right on point.
So do we have a better word than remember?
Oh, I see. I see.
What about no, that neither's.
I actually think remember works because if you're in that fast format,
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
you're in that fast format, you're going to forget stuff like that. That's why remember works.
You could use something like
Or
keep in mind,
consider.
but that sounds terrible.
Consider.
Remember.
Consider
One
the
word.
third
One word,
work
shorter.
together nicely.
Well, guys, because accuracy and inaccuracy are both. Could we move this up here? Verify information before its release using original sources whenever possible, and keep in mind that neither speed and remember that neither speed nor abbreviated formats excuses inaccuracy. And then that takes care of our accuracy and accuracy, and the rest moves
I
on.
think it's important enough to have it as a separate.
All right.
Separate line.
Because it is a huge issue.
And it definitely addresses
You don't want to hide it.
changing
Right.
where we are.
Right.
That's a change from 17 years ago.
I'm actually tempted to move gather, update, and correct information down one more too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's things in
Yeah,
there that
because
need to be-
that's the kicker to the whole
Yeah.
list of things you need to do.
Records are all about, let's get
Do we have a
Okay.
verb
5 minutes.
subject verb problem with the remember
Remember neither speed.
excuses? Because
Oh, it's
speed,
plural.
speed
Neither
is singular,
speed
then
nor
formats
formats
are plural.
excuse. I don't think we need that comma either.
No, I don't.
Which comma is going?
After speed, remember that neither speed
Nor abbreviated formats excuse inaccuracy.
Yeah.
specifically speaks to that.
Excuse instead of excuses.
Right.
Excuse.
Yeah.
Just take off the S there.
Yeah.
Oh,
There you go.
excuse and
Right,
The
exactly.
keyboard one time. Right.
Okay, I'm going to say this. We're going to be done for lunch at 1 o'clock. So
Okay.
you're under the gun.
All right, then that's good. It's good to be under the gun. Let's
Half hour, he's given us a half hour deadline.
Okay, let's
All
move.
right.
Let's move.
We can do this.
We can do this.
I think we all need to take a break from this, and it's like good editing.
You walk away, you come back. And,
You're saying we go now?
It's easier.
Are you
No.
Let's get through this section.
Otherwise, the afternoon will make us all want to jump off a cliff.
Right.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so
The next two, well, I think we've talked about gather, update, and correct
Yeah.
information.
Yeah.
The next two
I don't think the
might
public
be
will know what that
combined
means.
and short.
Well,
Which are you referring to?
clearly
Clearly
identify
identify
sources.
It should be identify sources
I mean, I've
clearly.
been in this business, you would have to.
Yeah,
True.
sure.
Identify sources clearly.
Otherwise,
Yeah,
I'm gonna get.
that's true, that's more
Well,
dramatic.
that could be,
I don't think it's clear at all what we're
Yeah,
talking
yeah,
about with
yeah.
the abbreviated
We could move on to
formats.
Position paper.
Well, we don't want to get into naming formats.
No, we don't.
Yeah,
want
we
to.
don't.
Yeah, because if we get that specific, like.
Or identify sources clearly is
I
focused.
see what you're saying.
What did you say?
Yeah, that's good. I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we can't put.
Anonymity we talked about. Keep promises by itself.
Yeah,
Isn't that kind of like, hey, don't lie, don't kill anyone, keep promises?
Never plagiarize.
Do we really need to say something so obvious? Any good person keeps promises.
You know, with the issue though
Again,
of going
it's-
to jail over
That's what I
over
was thinking.
confidential sources.
I mean, we're kind of, and I mean, it may be worth explaining, but I mean,
Yeah.
over and over again, from time to time, journalists face a choice whether to actually obey the dictates of law or the ethics of their profession. We are coming down. on the side
And
of-
honestly, I think removing it could do damage because
Yeah.
that would
Always
get
pointed out.
yeah. That
So could we say something like hold yourself accountable to the promises you make your sources,
I
or
mean,
prioritize
nah,
the
that's
promises
not-
you make
I
your
think-
sources?
I
12
think we
words
need
for
something-
two.
I think we need to
All right.
begin that principle with encouraging people not to blithely promise things. But
Yeah.
not to make promises you can't keep.
This is one of those, what are we really trying to say?
Yeah.
To me.
Yeah.
What are we really trying to say
Yeah.
with keep promises?
We got a fix for.
Well, you could
format.
say, because this is really what it applies to, of course. I mean, I don't think there are any other circumstances. We could just simply say, keep promises of anonymity, period.
No, I think there's other
Once-
promises you
But
make.
I think there's a need to say, well, we've already said reserve it for people like this, but also I think we need to emphasize that you don't want to open the discussion, essentially, with a promise of anonymity.
Well,
that it's a last resort.
But
I
that's
think
what-
you
that's
said
what
that
it
in
just
reserve
I'd
said.
like to know
anonymity
what
for
promises
services.
besides anonymity we talked about.
what we talked about originally was
Yeah. Embargoes.
embargoes and
Not-
other things is it was
We skipped
explain.
one.
Yeah, we did, but we'll
Yeah, it was
Okay.
explain.
finish this.
That's
Explain
That's okay.
deals
Yeah,
that
you're
we
right.
make with sources, and I didn't use the word
Do you want to add
deals and
reserve
then-
anonymity as a last resort for sources who could, I mean, would that address?
What is
think we
the
already
difference
did
from
that.
reserving anonymity for sources who could face
Well,
danger?
let me pose a hypothetical here. Suppose you were Judith Miller, and you were getting bad information from a source. Is there a way to get into this code that you don't want to promise anonymity without negotiating, without ensuring, you don't want to make it a flat-out promise, but there should be a way to say it's okay to tell a source that if I find out you're lying, all promises
Deal is off.
Yeah. I think
That gets a little.
That's
That might-
getting into a position paper, I think, though.
Yeah, I think that gets.
because
That is right.
in every law class that I've taken, it was always never just say yes, this is my background.
Yeah.
It's always we need to talk about this more.
Yeah.
Right.
And
But I mean, but the other principle in the Judith Miller case is a perfect one. I mean, sure, she should have, she could have and should have asked other questions. Her reporting could have been better, but at the end of the day, what she did that was absolutely correct was that once she made that promise, she kept it and went to jail.
But the deal was she should have carefully considered.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, no
Yeah.
question. I mean, you can go back, but she did do the right thing.
Take your promises seriously. Take
No,
promises.
I think keep promises is just simple, and
To the point.
a promise is a promise.
Well,
He
this is
promises an honor embargo?
no.
I was-
No, I think
You don't want-
an embargo is a promise. A promise could be collaboration between journalists, something like that.
I guess I'm just uncomfortable with promises because it
Yeah,
feels
I
like
think we should just
feels
take it
like
out.
we're trading for news.
Well, if we take it out,
No, if we take it out, it's going to cause too much.
Well, okay, so let me ask you this.
Commitments be better than
Keep
promises.
promises despite threat of,
Are we tying it just to the anonymous source issue?
No, that's why I think keep promises is good on its own.
I think
because
maybe
it
something like be cautious about making promises, but if you make
but be cautious when making promises, but keep those you make, or something like that.
Yeah, that'd be better.
With
Something like
That'd
that.
be
So
better.
prioritize your promises. Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
Be
I-
cautious when making
But see, I don't like
promises.
sources because there's other promises you make within journalism.
be cautious
There
in
you go.
making promises and keep them.
That's
And
but-
honor them.
And keep those that you make.
But that whole paragraph is about the caution you should exercise.
I know.
But only in
making
one
anonymity.
page. But only in one
Only
page.
in Yeah, this is for anything, not just anonymity.
So if you move it above the anonymity
So,
one.
so I want to make sure we've taken
Yeah,
the
I think
idea that keep promises with regards to anonymity, and we have created a whole new different level of promise keeping.
Yeah.
I would actually,
That's beyond
if
sources.
I think we now have something that may be out of order.
Yeah.
I would
Yeah,
take
right,
that and
that's-
bump it up, and
Exactly.
then
Preserve
have another
anonymity.
paragraph that
Oh.
deals specifically with anonymity, which is a kind of particular form
Yeah.
of promise.
So just flip that one and the previous and you'll be all right.
That makes more sense.
How about be cautious? Yeah, move it up, and then be cautious when making promises. Always keep them. Is that even stronger? Does that really drill it down?
Because this is the general,
We're not putting it
and
there.
what's below it.
That's
is-
it.
No, above.
Do it.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
My fear would be if you were to take like the keep promises out, people would, if that got a lot of play or
Yeah,
something
yeah.
like
You'd
that,
say,
a
journalists
source would
go
be
on-
like, no, but how, like, I heard that they took it out. So
This
we're
is
gonna
good.
keep
Be
it.
cautious when making promises, but keep those you make.
But always
Yeah.
always keep them. Just we don't need to repeat.
You want to make it into one sentence.
Yes.
Yeah. I think
And keep
those you
honor
make.
as one sentence. Keep the ones you make.
Be cautious
Those
when
you
making
make.
promises
Well,
and
just
keep
play
them.
devil's
Those-
advocate.
Keep those
Somebody
you make.
mentioned that would apply to embargoes.
Those you make.
So you honor, you get information on embargo.
If
but
you agree to an
If you tell a
embargo,
source you're going to
you
keep
better
an
keep
embargo,
that.
then you need to keep
But
that.
But
some
if
other
you're-
news organizations break that embargo, and you call the source and say, the embargo's broken, I'm going with
But
it.
I think that,
fair.
yeah, I think because when I deal with embargo, like I do medical information, so I deal with embargoes all the time.
Yeah.
I basically say that, once it's public, it's public and it's off embargo.
Yeah.
That is the deal.
That's included in
But
being
someone
cautious.
else.
Yeah, once it's out there, it's not embargo.
Not yours.
You can embargo public information.
We had an idea for something higher up about the abbreviated formats. What we really mean to a little higher up. What we really mean to say is regardless of format. We say abbreviated format, nor formats.
Neither speed nor format.
Nor format, yeah.
Oh, right here?
Yeah, nor format.
So
What do you
singular,
say?
not plural?
No, just
Get rid of nor format.
I think you added abbreviated.
Take abbreviated out.
Yeah, abbreviated, I think is
Yeah.
for the, the problem of writing headlines or trying
Yeah.
to get it in 140 characters. I think it's necessary.
Nor format, singular.
No fat, and then then
Excuses.
Yeah, excuses. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
Good. Well, that's nice.
Yeah.
Okay, we should
All
probably
right,
get to identify because we skipped over
Yeah,
that
we
one.
did skip over that. The public is entitled to as much information as possible to judge.
I like that.
I like that too.
I like that.
Okay.
All right, go.
Yep.
So
We're
then.
not yet.
The only question I have is, that flows right into the anonymity.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
So by moving the be cautious, we're sort of interrupting the flow there.
Oh,
Well,
So
so
we
do be
have to
cautious
sum it up.
above identify.
be cautious when making promises. But
Oh,
keep
but
those.
no, I think
it
works.
I think it's okay.
I think
Public is
it's-
entitled to
I
as
did.
much-
I did think about it in that order.
I think.
Yeah, I think maybe we should
Because
move
it
that.
implies that it's usually about sources, which I like.
Yeah.
Just putting it in that location.
I don't. Do you think actually be cautious? Don't you think it could go down here because the last thing you're talking about explain why anonymity was granted, and that's implying this does sort of nod to anonymity, but there are other things
All
here.
right. Yeah, let's
Wait,
try
wait,
it.
wait,
That
wait.
could be fine, I guess.
So my question is, you created a sense of hierarchy here. Is that what you did?
I'm trying to create hierarchy. Yeah.
Okay, well, is not keeping promises on the hierarchy or morale, isn't keeping promises a higher standard than identifying sources?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Preserving anonymity?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I would think
Oh.
if that's what you're trying to do, and I don't know if
Yeah.
that's what you want to do.
Because I take that as not just for anonymous sources.
Right.
That's
Yeah, I
for
think
all
that could go
sources.
high. Yeah.
All right.
Maybe it could go higher rather than lower.
That's what I'm
Okay, let's try it there.
Yeah.
Don't kill. Don't commit adultery.
Yeah. Okay, that works. That works.
All right, all right.
I think that makes
All right.
Good, good.
So now we're down to when possible and appropriate.
Provide access to original documents. I was thinking, documents. There's more. There's data. There's documents. There's just sources. There's a whole bunch of stuff.
that's
other information.
Original stuff.
Well, you
I don't
can-
know.
Well, yeah, I mean, other information sources covers that. The other thing I wonder about this, I wonder if this is more appropriate to our be accountable section.
Yeah.
When possible and appropriate, that one?
But is it unethical not to provide?
No, I think it's good here.
Yeah.
I think it's part of
Because
seeking
this is a
truth
way
and
to
reporting
provide
it.
more information.
It's part of
This is about
context.
message.
I don't think
Yeah.
this
And again, this is aspirational.
I'm going to argue this till 1 o'clock. I do not think. I think this is a best practice.
Yeah, I'd
I
take
do
it
not
out.
think that this elevates itself to a moral imperative. I think that if you're telling us that you need to link documents, and if you don't, that you're unethical, I am in total disagreement.
I'm very much in disagreement with you on that. I think it's an ethical imperative.
I don't think it is. How is it unethical? How is it
To provide
unethical
access
if
to
I
original
don't
documents.
link to the
It's
source?
to me it's as ethical as striving to find original sources. It's not going to happen all the time. You're not unethical when you don't do it. But if it's available and you don't provide the access to
Wait a
your
minute,
public
if
to
I'm not-
retrace
if
your
I'm not
steps,
unethical when I don't do it, then why?
Well, it's qualified. It's like many things.
It's
in
a-
code
it's a
is
matter of
qualified. It
degree.
says when possible and appropriate.
yeah. If this is about being
not even
aspirational,
So that's another wishy-washy thing here. We say when it's possible and when it's appropriate.
Well,
do
this is a wishy-washy code.
Or
Let's face it.
otherwise, it's unethical.
I don't think it's not a binary. It's a matter of degree. I think about all of the articles that are written out there where somewhere online there is a trove of cool data. There's a whole pathway a story has taken. But some journalists, link to that, give their public access to that, give them deeper context. And some journalists don't. I think the one that is providing better context, serving their public better, is always going to be the one who strives to
conducts a better practice, but is not necessarily immoral.
Can you mark it?
That could go into
Show
a
their
position
work.
paper.
That might cover it.
Yeah.
You're saying this is not an obligation.
Yeah.
I don't think it's an
I thought-
obligation.
I think it's an aspiration, though. I think it's
Yeah,
as much an
I-
aspiration as
Actually,
providing
there are times
context and
when
everything
it
else.
actually can damage it more. I mean, when you put up a list, say you get a list of salaries of public officials, but you put it up there with no sort of context that it indicates what these people will be making in the private
Oh,
sector.
no.
So
I'm
on-
talking about stuff that's already
That's
public.
appropriate.
That's
why we have.
Yeah, that's why appropriate's important.
All that stuff.
I think that this is one of those where we're recognizing what's going on out there. And I think each of you has a good argument of why it's rises to ethics or not. I think this is how we want to push people. If we want to use the code as a way to inspire the best possible behavior, if this is an aspirational code, as we've been saying all morning, there are enough qualifiers here that you're not unethical if you don't.
Yeah, I don't think so.
But it's pushing you to say it would be useful and valuable and a real good idea if you did.
It's essentially saying it's better to do this than not.
There you
I
go.
think that's a best practice. It
Well,
does-
that's
it's not-
a lot of this.
A lot of this is best
But
practice.
that is, I must say, we're a little muddy because that's true of many of these things.
Yeah.
Well, then,
If we accept it for so many other things, we have to accept it here.
I have a question. Can you go to the first one? No. I just because when we say provide access, can we actually make that apply to the where it says identify sources? When
Yeah,
we were
keep
talking
going.
about, does it also mean documents? Can we also say provide access to sources when possible, or something
So
like that?
further up.
I forget
Take
exactly.
responsibility.
It does say other well, let's see.
Let's see. Where are you looking? All the
It's
way?
the very first item.
Gather,
Keep going.
update, and
Keep going.
Keep
Up
going.
higher.
Higher.
Keep going.
What if we? What about?
Updated, correct?
no,
It could
above
be-
that.
Keep going.
Keep going.
Information.
There you go. Verify that part.
Where?
I think it really muddies that
Yeah.
huge
Yeah.
principle.
What about here?
It really does what Kevin said.
To judge the reliability and motivation.
Why not keep it where it was?
Well, no, but I mean, like, is there any way to maybe incorporate that, provide
I
access?
don't think we need to repeat.
The public is entitled to as much information as
That's about
possible.
sources, though. What about if it were to be combined someplace, I think it would be with context. Put information into context.
How about if you go back up to take
Share useful resources whenever possible, and take special care not to blah blah blah.
Well, I was going to say,
Something like
go
that.
back up to the first clause. Take responsibility for the accuracy of their work. Verify information before its release. I'm beginning to see multiple sentences here. Verify information before its release, period. Use original sources whenever possible,
yeah.
period. Share original sources with the public when possible and appropriate.
I like
period.
that.
I think that's
I
right.
love that.
The reason we do it
I love that.
is missing. And the reason we do it is because it's about providing information.
Well, and that puts it in the
I like
context.
I like
what you did.
Yeah,
I do.
I do like that. Do you want to?
Erwin,
Do you
why
want
don't you just write out what you did? That
Yeah,
works.
let's take a look at it.
Sorry to take us back, but I figured.
No,
No, I
that's,
think your point's
I think that might be a good fit.
You finally did something useful.
I know. Someone tell my mother, please.
I don't think you need a comment. Sources.
Yeah.
You can't do that. I already tweeted the other one. Sorry. That comment lives forever, isn't it? Twittering its way through.
I think it was share. Yeah, not disclose.
You guys have half an hour ago, not everybody stopped watching.
That's the way.
Okay.
I love that. That's good.
Three of them.
And now take out the comma after in the previous sentence?
Yes.
And can we replace in that sentence share original sources with share original material?
Yes.
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 Is that better?
Well, no, I have a problem with that because you're not going to share your notes.
Right, right.
Oh, right. Well, what I mean is that
Oh, it
Share,
repeats
it's,
sources.
instead of
it
original,
sounds like you're
don't
just
get-
saying name the sources.
Right,
It
right.
doesn't sound like you're talking about material.
Say,
That's why.
how about
Documents.
share source
Source material?
material instead of original?
No, honestly,
I think we're getting away from the point of that paragraph and where we're talking about accuracy.
Yeah, if you're
Yeah.
gonna move it in.
Because this really is about context.
Yeah.
It is more about
I would
context.
say
It could go into the context point.
Yeah, I think it
Yeah,
belongs
let's
to the
try it in the
context
context one. So, yeah, Erwin, you want
Yeah.
to the share original, that sentence, maybe try
point. Yeah,
something
because
else?
that helps to provide context.
It does,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's what
It's
it
a
does.
very, very handy thing to do
this
these
is the
days.
first thing in there, and it's
You're right, it
completely
gives it too
aspirational.
much.
We still need to get rid of that
I
comma.
mean, those are really
Yeah.
fun.
Where's the context one? That was, put information into context.
Yeah.
It's two down.
Sometimes they get.
Sorry, two down, one.
Yeah.
Yeah, right there.
Put information into context.
In that one.
What do you want to add to that?
Share
Original source.
original source material when useful and appropriate.
Source material, I think, is better.
Just source material.
Source
Yeah.
material, because just the word.
Or provide access to.
Yeah, either way.
Actually, provide. That was what was in the what's down below. It's provide access.
Provide
to
access to source material when useful and appropriate.
Yeah.
Does that work?
Yes.
I think it's pretty good.
Because that indicates if you can provide some useful links that are going to
Then you
give
should.
your reader.
Yeah. It's a part of context.
When,
Provide access to source material when useful and appropriate. That way it's not just a big,
You're just linking for the hell of it.
right.
Yeah, which a lot of people do.
A lot of people do that too.
You want to
Shouldn't
use
that be the
useful or
last
relevant?
Shouldn't that be the last sentence and
Relevant is
not
good.
the?
Relevant is good. Sure.
Yes.
When relevant, yeah.
I like
Relevant and appropriate.
Yes.
Oh, that's nice.
I like that.
Yeah, it's a good sentence.
And so we can delete the one below?
Yes,
Yeah.
you can delete the one below.
Do we need to say when possible? I mean, because something might be relevant, but there may be some reason that you're not going to release it. So.
Maybe. Do you think it's necessary? Provide access to source material when relevant and appropriate. When
And possible.
Relevant and possible.
so go without saying.
Relevant, appropriate, and possible.
Feels like it goes without saying.
No, not practical. We don't.
I think it's fine the way.
I think it's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
I think possible is covered.
It's not possible.
Right.
Possible is covered.
It's not, yeah. Sort of
It
feels
gets
like it's
its own
okay.
neck
But
down.
that-
Move down.
But that really,
Yeah,
no,
move it
at that
down.
point, it really takes away from the take special care not to misrepresent.
It doesn't.
It just doesn't
Yeah.
flow there.
Okay. Maybe it needs to be its own item, but just below context, so it's still talking about the same thing.
Yes, well, that's a good idea, Monica.
Okay,
See how
yeah.
that works.
Oh, you're right, because yeah.
It was in the middle too.
So let's
yeah.
put this one
Okay,
then
now it's
after
good.
that.
lose a little bit of the aspirationalness.
There you go.
But now you've moved it up in importance.
Beyond,
Yeah.
before gather app data.
Absolutely. That's why I had it there.
No, I think it should go lower.
Yeah.
So, okay, so take.
Why don't we put it back where it was?
Back where it was.
Back where it was
But
before
phrased
that.
this way.
Yes.
Phrase it
There's
this
a
way.
last 15 minutes.
No, it's not, it's new language.
No, it's a language. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it
clear.
And just it's shortening. You can tell it's definitely.
Yeah.
Or making it-
I'm going down.
Right there.
I think it goes,
Right
I think it
there.
goes low. It still goes down.
Oh, wait, no.
Yeah,
lower?
it's-
I think it goes
Lower?
lower, yeah. I think, you know,
Oh, right.
Put it at the bottom and we'll
Oh,
put it in the
after
right spot.
after the
Yeah,
whole
maybe.
government open
Right,
documents,
yeah,
it
right.
sort of makes
Yeah,
sense right there actually.
That would-
Yeah.
it would
If
make
you're
more
ensuring that all that happens in the open,
Right.
you're also making it more open.
There it goes. Sorry.
Okay, let's go back up. Come on, guys.
Okay.
How are we doing on
Move
that?
on.
10 minutes.
Ah!
There's no way we're doing that.
Okay. Well, the rest of these are easier, I think.
Okay. All
Where
right.
are we?
Diligently seek subjects and news stories to give them the opportunity to respond to criticism and allegations of wrongdoing.
To allow them,
Keep that, yeah.
Yeah.
to allow
We
them
can
to
shorten by saying
respond.
to allow them.
Well, no, yeah, allow them.
Yeah, allow them's fine. Just a
Allow them
shortening
instead of
To
giving
allow
the
them
opportunity.
to respond.
Although
Yeah.
give them the opportunity.
After them, to allow them.
Actually, I think it's okay.
I think it's just,
Oh.
yeah, adding allegations and criticism is nice.
Yeah.
To allow them to
Yeah.
respond.
I thought that's what it was about.
Take out the opportunity?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Allow them to respond to criticism.
Yeah, that
And-
works.
That's good.
And it should be seek
That's
subjects
pretty.
or seek
Subjects.
diligent, of news stories diligently.
Oh, right. Just to
Yeah. If we're gonna.
always start
Yeah, I
with
like
the
the
verbs.
diligently worded. I'm okay with it, putting infinitives occasionally.
It sounds a little bit
That
better.
sounds
Yeah,
weird.
It does. It does sound a
Does
little
sound
odder.
weird that way.
I think it's okay.
I think it's okay to go
Yeah.
Diligently seek, yeah.
All right. Yeah, I think this is all right. Avoid undercover or other surreptitious reporting methods except when traditional.
Avoid undercover.
I think that's pretty clear. I think that's a good one. Are we good with that?
Yeah.
I'm good
Yeah.
with that one.
Be vigilant and courageous about holding those with power accountable. Give voice to the voice. I like that.
We already
I
did
love
that.
Recognize special obligations, ensure public's
We
business
already
conducted
did
in
that.
open. Good. Can we say instead of government, just public records are open?
Yeah, I
Just
think
for-
so
I
too.
think
A
so.
little more universal.
Yeah.
Public
That
records,
okay?
yeah.
Better
I thought we did
What
that.
about
I thought we did that too.
undercover? Did we go with that one?
Yeah, we already
Yeah.
did.
Okay.
So yeah, could we just replace government with public down there?
Yes.
Yeah. It just covers more
Public
ground.
records are open to inspection?
Yep. Good. Provide access to source material when appropriate.
Well,
We'll do that.
I don't think
Move
that's
down.
right.
What?
I don't think they mean the same thing.
Public.
Public
government.
and
Governments
government.
are already public.
Right.
I mean, we're always seeking
Oh.
to expand.
Government is
Oh,
more
you're
specific.
right.
Yeah,
It's
I
not
think we
already
need-
public.
Erwin,
You're
I think we need
right.
government back in there.
Yeah, okay. Government.
Yeah.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah,
actually,
that
no,
was
hold on a
somebody's
minute.
public
This goes
record.
back to what you were talking about before, or what about watchdog?
Right.
Yeah.
So I think that function, I think the wording you had before is better than this.
What was
Does
that?
anyone remember what
You wrote it down.
Oh, very good.
I said, and this is replaced, remember a special obligation which is to act as watchdog over government.
I think that's better.
Ah.
And you
Yeah.
get away from all, we can always put that back in the.
We could say recognize a special obligation to act as watchdog over government and then ensure the public's
Yeah.
business is conducted. So just a couple sentences, add that back in.
You were just gonna say watchdog,
I just
period.
say watchdog.
Yeah.
over
See,
government.
I like the idea
Oh,
of
for the whole
having
thing.
the records and business.
I like having the records business too, but I think we can move that
Okay.
to the secondary document. That would be-
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
all right. We can try that. It's probably all
That's
right.
both watchdog.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's
A
see.
little emoticon of a dog.
Remember when Microsoft had those
Nice.
horrible like staples and little
Oh,
guides?
Clippy?
yeah. Oh.
What about remember, what do journalists should recognize as special or
Oh,
their
recognize.
obligation?
Recognize is
Instead of
good.
remember.
Yeah.
Recognize is good. I like
Recognize their
Their
obligation.
obligation. yeah.
Can we say as watchdog over government or any entity in power? Can we try to bring back that idea of anyone in
Well,
power?
well,
watchdog over
It's in the,
What about serve?
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right.
Serve as watchdog.
serve.
To serve.
I like that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's kind of clean and direct to say this is what we do over government.
Yeah, you're right. It deserves
We're the
its own point.
fourth estate.
You're right. That's really
That's the fourth estate.
Yeah, I love that.
I think it's important.
Because we're saying like give voice to the voiceless.
there's
so
the-
we're
there's the
serving.
line.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
we didn't.
No, yeah, we just moved it down there.
Yeah, that's what
We eliminated it.
Is that it?
Keep going.
No.
No.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, there's more.
Okay, so I'll say, I know I added diversity to our section, so,
And that, what section is that?
which was minimize harm. There's, our last draft, just so that we know when because I don't want us to in any way discount if we want to put it in two places. But if we were looking, some people were critical that we were saying the same thing in
In two
places.
places.
Yeah. So I wanted to alert you that I also have that in ours.
Can I? We took out give voice to the voiceless.
No, it's in there.
No, can we go back?
It's right about.
Right
Oh,
about.
but you know what we did take out that I thought we were going to keep is the whole thing about recognize special obligation to serve as watchdog over government and ensure the public's business is conducted in the open.
Yeah.
I think that's important and it leads nicely to the next point. Is that
I
okay
thought
to
we
include?
decided to take that out.
We were going to take it out, and it was going to be addressed in a position paper linking to
Oh.
Just reduce that. And
Okay.
make the watchdog is that's what I thought.
I think this covers a
You
lot.
think it's
Yeah.
all right?
Yeah, I do. I think it's actually stronger
Okay.
than the others.
We're back to
All right. So diversity.
diversity.
I saw diversity as a function of truth.
Okay, well, we may want to take it out of mine. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah.
saying where, but
better here.
Minimizing harm
we'll keep
suggests.
remembering if
Can
it's
I?
doubling.
But if we have voice to the voiceless in there,
Yeah.
isn't that the same thing
Is it the
as
same
giving
thing?
voices to seldom heard?
No.
You know,
No.
this is one if you take out, you're gonna hear.
Yeah.
You're gonna hear about it.
No. I wouldn't say take it out, but I was just.
Maybe we could combine.
I think we don't need
No,
that
I'd leave
last
them.
sentence in there.
Leave them separate.
Just take
Okay.
boldly tell the story of the diversity and
Yeah.
equity.
Because
That
in
is
fact-
nice. That's a nice.
Yeah.
That's a nice.
I like having this in there because I think there are too many like armchair journalists.
You know, one of the things I think journalists don't do enough
Seek
is look for
non-traditional
sources who are not like them.
Well, and I
Yes.
think this is especially important because you have a lot of people who are like, you probably experienced this, or who are just on Twitter, who
And you
are-
forget that not everybody's
Yeah.
there with you.
There's not a lot of people on Twitter when you look at the whole
Boldly
population.
tell the story of the diversity and magnitude of the here experience, and strive to expose yourself to different voices.
I like
that
that.
was
Leave it
I
as
like
it
the way
is.
That's that.
And
Yeah.
I would not take out that second sentence. I
Yeah, I
think it's
wouldn't
very
either.
important.
I do
sentence.
too.
I like it. I don't think
Voice-
it's a
voice
non-traditional
Yes.
voices.
I think it's an important
Yes.
sentence.
Yes.
This is about
about
this is about
diversity. It's
reporting.
Yeah.
And I say diversity.
Yeah.
Diversity is about seeking truth.
Right.
When you put diversity under minimizing harm, it's about, well, they're sad, lonely, bad people, and we're harming them if we did. To me, it's a little bit of
Yeah, I think you're right.
it's a white guy.
And that,
Yeah.
and that second sentence
I think it's
jives,
better
of
here.
course,
Yeah.
with the function we've accreted to ourselves in the last 10 years to provide
Right. The source book.
non-traditional source information
Yeah.
for the regular source book. So I think that's an important thing to
Seek non-traditional sources, voices. Yeah, that is nice.
Yeah,
Okay.
I like it. What about, is the next one almost the same? Well, it's not the
No,
same.
No, I
it's
think
the same.
no.
It might belong in minimize harm, but it's not the same thing.
Can we take
Okay.
out avoid
You
stereotyping?
switch.
No.
You switch
No.
to the second person here. This is the first.
This was
Yes,
original.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we have switched to the second person,
Right,
so we may
right.
want to
Avoid.
Yeah.
Examine cultural.
How about just eliminating that second sentence?
And just say
Avoid stereotyping?
Just make it avoid stereotyping.
I would
Avoid.
No, I would really want to
Examine cultural values and avoid.
Being led blindly by them, or?
I think this has been in the code before, and it's one of those that if we take it out.
Oh yeah, what's
Might
the
be a
original
problem.
here?
It's not like we haven't seen it happen over and over.
Yeah,
and over.
here, this is in the 96 code. Examine their own cultural values and avoid imposing those values on others.
I like it.
I think we ought to keep it.
I think we ought to keep it.
Question
Yeah.
about the next one. Do we really need that?
Support the open exchange of views and news
Based
stories
on everything
among
that
news
we already,
consumers.
don't we already basically have that?
I think this is a separate one, actually. This is about the scope of where journalism happens. Yeah, to me, it's about the conversations go on in between your reporting stories and your publishing stories. and supporting good conversations there is part of
You've
journalism.
already said it.
I think,
But I don't
but should
think
that
it needs to
be,
be-
yeah, I
I
don't
don't
think
think it needs to be
that can be part,
useful.
yeah,
All
that
right,
would
let's,
be an.
let's, let's back up 1 minute. We need to get the U out of the.
Yes.
Oh yeah, let's
Right.
do that before.
Examine.
Okay, what it said in the original code is
Yeah.
examine their own cultural value.
Which
Okay.
doesn't
Examine
stand
personal
alone.
Journalists should.
Oh, right.
examine There.
Yeah.
Oh
Make
yeah,
it
there,
there.
That's right.
Make it there.
That's what was in the.
And the next item, let's let you get that in. This is the first time we've ever used a phrase that refers to something like news story.
Good point.
We've
It
kept it
shouldn't
away.
really
We've kept it
be-
away from specific articles, story, blog posts, whatever you want to call it. And now this term crops up.
You're talking the support
Yes.
sentence?
I would
Yeah.
take it out.
Support the open exchange of views
need-
and
I would get
You
rid of
need
the.
journalists should right here.
But see,
I think
No, it's at
It's
the
already
top.
at the
Okay.
top.
Yeah.
but see, here's the
Should
thing
do all
that
these.
with this one, we made a special point to try and create this unit where you have journalists and the public and they exist in the same sphere.
yeah.
But we're also now saying now there are journalists and then there are news consumers. Does
Yeah.
that get into any?
Man, I think there's a way to universalize this
Can
a
we
little
just say
bit.
support the
But the
open
open
exchange
exchange
of
of
views, period?
Yeah, yeah, that's
Everywhere.
good. Yeah, that's good.
Yep.
And combine it with the next one.
Can we take out their own cultural values?
Examine their own.
Yeah, you don't need to.
Oh, you don't
You
need.
don't need-
Yeah, you're right.
You don't need to.
Oh, right.
I do think
okay,
you need
we can
journalists
do that.
should in that sense.
Can I just point out one other thing just
Yes.
before we get too far away? It's something Joe was mentioning, and it's just a reality. The
It's a
original,
comment from the
yeah,
public.
it was a comment from Andy Schatz. He wanted us to put back in the language of the original code, which said avoid stereotyping by
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
gender,
It said
age,
by
religion,
race,
ethnicity,
gender,
geography,
age,
and-
religion.
I think we just avoid stereotyping. It's bad in all
Yeah,
I
formats.
just wanted everyone to be aware of what
Right.
we had done there.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's
To
good.
me, it covers everything.
When you list it specifically, you are by very nature going to leave something out.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I'm bad doing this.
Yeah, what about adding
So someday
political
we have
affiliation?
cloned humans
Yeah.
from adults to-
Clones,
they'll be covered.
aliens,
Yeah.
Right.
zombies.
Zombies.
I hit zombies, Elizabeth.
Okay,
It's on that
how
side.
about avoid stereotyping and examine? Because it seems weird to me having just reading examine their.
It's just
No,
a journalist
because
should
it's sort of
examine.
two
what
different
they should say.
sentences.
Yeah.
But it does say at the
I
top.
like making it
and I
more
like that. I think we should put that back in because otherwise it's weird. It's like avoid stereotyping,
Yeah.
examine their cultural values. It's like the stereotype.
Yeah,
cultural
yeah.
values.
So
yeah.
Yeah.
make it one sentence.
Why are we
Journalists
allergic
should.
to the word your?
Because
It's
it's,
writing in
journalists.
third person.
we switched tenses, or not tenses. but,
Yeah, we just.
Person.
Examine
Yeah.
cultural values and do not
It's usually
impose
what they
cultural
call it.
values on others. Which,
Well,
How
I
about
think
and?
it's okay. We can go back to journalists. We haven't done it.
But we
for a
said
while.
journalists should at the top.
Yeah, we already
Yeah,
have.
but we
Why don't we
said
make it
journalists should avoid.
And to avoid stereotyping
That is
and
fun.
examine their cultural values.
Well, you know what?
And
My problem is
avoid
that they
imposing-
should be able to stand alone.
Okay,
How
all right,
about-
keep it.
how about be careful to avoid imposing cultural values on others?
What about avoid stereotyping?
I
and
like
that.
avoid
why don't we
Take
leave it like it
care, how
is?
about take care?
Why don't we leave
Oh,
it
yeah,
like it
avoid
is?
stereotyping
And-
and imposing
and-
cultural values
and opposing
on others.
their own, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
good,
good.
that's shorter too.
Okay. So
Avoid stereotyping and
And avoid
avoid
opposing.
stereotyping. You don't need avoid.
Stereotyping.
You don't need avoid
And
again.
imposing.
Avoid stereotyping and
And imposing
imposing
Those.
cultural values.
No,
on
the
others.
idea,
gotta
no,
be
no,
about
no,
your
you're totally
own.
changing it. The idea is that you should examine your own cultural values.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
part
Should
of
be
your
up
own,
there.
you
I
look
don't like getting rid of
inward,
that, yeah.
Okay.
look inward. And if you try to cut it too close, you're gonna take that whole meaning out.
Yeah,
That's why
I think
one
the
of the
former
journalists
construction
should.
was stronger.
Because it tells it who we're talking about.
The construction, we have two sentences in both, we don't repeat the journalist should.
Yeah.
I think we have other places where we begin a second sentence in the same bullet point
Right.
with a verb,
Yeah.
so it's okay.
Yeah, that's
Just
fine.
makes
Forward
okay.
then.
Okay.
I don't know that we, yeah.
I don't think we
I don't
need
think we
journalists
need that.
should. We really
Well, we
don't.
do if people are gonna.
But look
Quote
at all
it.
the other places where we started saying, you know.
I know, but we don't need it.
We don't need it.
We need it
I mean,
here.
there's consider. There's other verbs all
It
over.
doesn't make sense without that.
Yeah.
Let's
Okay,
move
so
on.
let's move on.
Let's
Let's
move
move on.
on.
It's nitpicky. Yeah.
We can get back to this.
Let's
We
move
got
on.
the basic
Yeah.
structure.
Yeah, 105.
So for the next one, could we? Could it
Ex-
be?
End here.
Yeah.
Yes,
Period.
can it,
Take that.
could it be encourage an open and productive exchange of views around the news?
You know, actually, that's it. Be accountable. I think.
Yeah, we come back to that later.
We'll come back to it, Monica. I mean,
Alright.
this is a good point that needs to be in here.
Okay,
I don't know what that means.
well, we'll come back.
I don't know what that means.
What?
Support the open exchange of views, what does that
Yeah,
mean?
I
Are we
think
talking
it's-
about comments on news stories, or are we talking, what are we talking
We're
about?
talking about the conversation that goes on between news stories, where
Well, we're talking about
everybody
inside of-
is
we're talking about-
informing each other,
Well, we
and
could go
it
back
all
to simply
starts
saying
to
on the
evolve.
news. You don't have to say news stories.
Well, we do have open exchange of views in the preamble.
I know.
Yeah,
We do, that's why I don't think this is
It's not
necessary.
necessary. Okay, we got it.
Necessary. I just don't think it's necessary.
And so we've given it more prominence in the preamble than it has here.
Yeah.
Don't we have it in Be Accountable too?
Yes, and we have it there too.
So
We
I
do
don't
have it
think
there,
it's-
and
And I think that be accountable is more appropriate because it's talking about the journalism.
Oh, you know,
Yeah.
you're right.
Yeah.
All right, so if we
Sure.
come back to this and be accountable, that's good. All right.
Distinguish
Should we
between
just go off
advocacy
with
and news
those
reporting.
doesn't seem to make
Analysis
sense
and
in the
commentary should be
avoid
clearly
Opinion them on others.
Fact of contact.
Dramatic.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I don't know what
But
changed.
instead of those, them on others.
To examine their own cultural values and
them,
enjoy
them. I got you, I
them
got you.
on others.
It's fine.
You've been doing it.
Yeah.
We should all buy your lunch today.
You definitely get the gold star.
This next one is problematic to some people.
Which one?
Distinguish
So
between
take
advocacy
that
and news
on-
reporting.
Oh, that one's gonna be.
Oh, no, you're right. No, sorry, I was looking at it wrong.
I like it the way it is,
I do
but I might be
too.
the minority voice.
Well, you know, I kind of do too. I think that certainly there's more analysis creeping into
What-
standard reporting.
This may be a powder keg, but what if instead of news you say impartial? Because
No.
advocacy, you're taking a
No.
position.
That's the one where I throw a tantrum, because I understand
It's
that
impossible to
advocacy journalism might be very popular, but it should be, I believe it should be labeled as analysis or commentary or punditry or point of view journalism, whatever phrase is going to be
It often
popular
isn't
from year to
labeled.
year.
It often is not.
But I like this
Yeah.
the way it is.
Well, I do, you know, I think Andrew's got a good idea
Because
of
what I'm
putting impartial before news reporting.
because advocacy, you're taking a position. You're
Oh, I
saying this is what I believe, and I'm. In my view, advocacy is sort of like an editorial, but
Yeah.
but when I'm talking about impartial news reporting, I'm saying, you know, this here's all the evidence. This is the prevailing wisdom. But advocacy is, you know, this is the prevailing wisdom. I may agree with it. You know, you're coming at it from a specific angle. Impartial news reporting is what you're doing when you're talking about maybe if you're writing something or publishing something that, you know, here is both sides. If you know, I don't know. I think impartial is different than impartial news, or impartial reporting is different than advocacy reporting.
I'd totally take the word news out
Yeah.
and put impartial.
That's well,
Because
yeah.
news reporting harkens back to an earlier day and starts to sound
Advocacy
like
and
a,
Because
a
advocate-
musty
We
phrase.
don't have to be impartial.
Well, and
No, I say impartial reporting.
I'm worried about the use of the word impartial, because just, you know, when you're writing a news story and you're doing a good job and you're doing a fair job and you're getting both sides, there's some judgment decision-making that's in it. It's not technically impartial.
Nothing is.
Why don't we do
all
the
cover things
positive?
from our perspective.
Why don't we simply say label advocacy, period. Analysis
Ooh.
and commentary should be clearly
Sold.
That works.
Sold.
That works.
Nicely done. I
Label
like
advocacy.
that.
Because actually, you think
Well,
about
we
it.
have to look at that in the context
Just say-
of the next sentence.
Yeah.
Label advocacy, comma, analysis and commentary clearly.
I think we really need
That's
to be
better.
careful with analysis, because so much
Because
news journalism today, you know, will help, will interpret, and some people will say interpretation is actually analysis.
Yeah, that's true.
and also, like, I know that Reuters, like, they run analysis.
Labor advocacy.
All right, think about. Okay, let's
Label,
back
label.
up a minute.
Saying just some of your news stories.
Let's back up a
actually
minute on this
analysis
particular point,
in that.
because one of the items we've got on our list to talk about later is point of view.
Yeah.
If we just merely say label advocacy, is that going to cover that type
Probably
of work?
not. Well, it's
And-
not going to say whether we think it's what we think.
It means we need to label it. You just need to present it as being,
Right.
which is the same thing we say in the transparency section.
Yeah.
at the end.
So wait, what do you suggest?
What if we just said label advocacy period? Because I think Carol's got a point about getting into commentary and analysis.
That's
Again,
true.
you're going backwards, and you're talking about older constructs of how you view news and content and this, that, the other, and we're trying to get away from that and make it more
Universal.
contemporary and universal.
Are you saying advocacy includes analysis and commentary?
I don't feel we should say label advocacy and commentary and get the analysis out of it.
Yeah, I think
I wouldn't
because,
expect that.
because I would
Yeah, I think commentary is important.
because
Advocacy
I
and
would
commentary period.
yeah.
I also think it's important to keep the idea that even commentary should not misrepresent fact.
Well, how about
Yeah.
label
Yeah.
advocacy and commentary,
Commentary.
period, do not misrepresent fact or context?
Or just
not
advocacy,
even. We don't
advocacy
even
and
need
commentary
that.
should be clearly labeled and not misrepresent
Oh,
fact
yeah,
or context.
But it's not related to advocacy. No.
Label advocacy.
Does-
and content.
Assume that
advocacy
they-
journalism does tend to
Well,
misrepresent facts.
that would
So I'm going to ask a question because we brought this up before about addressing the idea of the growing
Point of view.
genre of advocacy journalism. So are we saying that if you engage in advocacy writing, which we talked about as popular, that it has to be labeled somewhere in there that this is advocacy?
I think so.
I think
So that people
It
don't.
jumped.
I think so too. I think that's probably.
Yeah, I think there's no problem putting an editor's note on stories that say, this is.
And frankly, if a whole brand is advocacy journalism, that counts.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't think each.
I mean,
If they're known as being liberal or
It's just got to
conservative.
be clear.
Yeah, if you're
That's all.
right, Bart,
An
for goodness sakes, I don't think.
People know. Yeah.
They make no bones about what they're doing,
Yeah.
right from the get-go. So I would argue they've adequately labeled that to their audience. I mean, they
Yeah.
don't stick a label on the top that says.
Well, I guess that's what
advocacy
I'm
journalism.
asking. Is that what that means?
This is about
So
message
maybe-
transparency.
Yeah.
Under being independent and accountable, we're talking about messenger transparency.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
when I read something,
that's
I want
true.
to know if it's advocacy or not.
Yeah.
It's the
Yeah.
opinion or not.
And I like having both of these elements, the label and the, by the way, just because you're writing advocacy
can't
does not give you
lie.
a license to suddenly
Yeah.
What if we
not
separated
be
it into
accurate.
two sentences? Label advocacy.
That's how it was initially.
Advocacy and commentary, period.
Don't
Advocacy and point of view journalism should not misrepresent fact or content.
You just could say point of view. You don't need to say advocacy again.
I would leave it as it is, because if you do the other, again, now you're beginning to imply.
Then if
Right.
it's separate.
Linguistically, that it's okay for regular journalism.
Just
Yeah.
label it.
Yeah, so I like
Plus-
it's just a blanket
Plus,
statement.
We're trying not to label, we're recognizing these new forms and whatnot. We're not necessarily going to put a
You
label
could
on
still
them.
make it two sentences.
Yeah, you can say period, don't
Period, and then
misrepresent.
don't. I would make it two short
Or,
sentences.
or what
Go
we
to the
you
end.
could just take out the contraction and say not,
Just
Yeah.
don't, okay. That's
and not represent.
Okay, so I have.
Well, I think then it would have to be advocacy and commentary
We
should
say
be labeled
that-
and not
Yeah,
represent.
we say that if it's advocacy,
Oh, except that we're talking about journalists should.
that you don't misrepresent fact or content.
Right.
Do we say that you don't misrepresent fact or content in impartial journalism?
We've already said.
Yeah, we've said that already.
Yeah, so accuracy.
This is kind of like that one about
It's
speed and
accuracy.
formats don't excuse accuracy. This is like saying
You
different outlook does not excuse inaccuracy or lack of
What about
context
if we
either.
turn it around and say advocacy and commentary should be labeled and not misrepresent fact?
Yes.
No, that's good.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's good.
So then it would not start with a verb. It would just, well,
Yeah, that-
probably
yeah.
fine.
But again,
Should.
advocacy.
Well, I guess I can see that, and that sort of works for me. I worry about those who would look at that sentence and say, well, now you're speaking directly only to advocacy journalists, telling them not to
And we
misrepresent fact or context.
Well,
And the
Kinda
fact is,
odd.
not
Complaint with purpose that we
misrepresenting
didn't address
fact or
them.
context is a general description. We have said it before,
Okay.
and I think it's worth reading it this way.
Like
because
all
it makes it
journalism,
clear.
comma, it should not misrepresent.
What? I'm sorry, but
Yeah.
when we talk about
Right.
format does not brevity, or do we already sort of actually cover context and that?
Yeah, but I think we need to be
Okay.
explicit about how opinion writing
Yeah.
does not
I think
excuse
it's
your
good.
obligation.
I
It
think
is
it's
such
good
a
to
big
put it in.
genre, so.
I
Yeah.
don't know. To me, that second sentence.
This addresses it. It's one of those where we've now addressed it.
It doesn't,
Right.
I think that second sentence almost implies
Well,
we're
if
saying
you're doing
you s-
advocacy and commentary, we think you
Right.
suck.
Yeah.
You misrepresent facts or context.
Well,
That's why we're putting this here.
Oh, yeah.
This is for you.
Can I?
I think it also applies to editorial writers in very traditional media.
Yeah.
Commentary
Right.
would be
What
editorial
what if
commentary.
can, because and I think this goes to Hagit's point where you say, because the whole thing is about tell the truth, seek truth, report it. What if you just say label advocacy and commentary journalism?
Period.
To say, but do you think we should add the word journalism to say, this is all
No,
okay?
because journalists should.
Okay.
So we don't need to.
I think you lose the last
do,
sentence and
as
you're
somebody
fine.
said.
Yeah.
Like all journalism, it should
Yeah.
not misrepresent fact or context.
But we say
I don't-
above
Yeah.
accuracy,
said that.
accuracy,
The whole
accuracy,
point of
and then
this,
we
so I
say
think-
context.
I think we ought to strike this sentence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly.
I think that's
agree. I agree.
Exactly.
Revenue's good.
All right.
I'm not
Just
entirely
take
on
the
board with
snooze
that.
from
Me neither.
advertising and shun hybrids. This is more and more
Hey,
happening.
there's the point where I'm not happy.
Are we okay with the next?
This is
Distinguished
happening
news
more
from
and more, the hybrids. I'm just saying.
Yeah, this one is
But, you know, we
so
come down-
charged. This
you
is
know,
loaded as
I don't know,
hell.
I think, I'm beginning to like this more. We're labeling advocacy and commentary. If you look down, then we're distinguishing news from advertising. We're never deliberately distorting information. That's great. Applies to everybody, including
Yeah.
those folks.
Yeah.
Too close.
Yeah, Elizabeth,
Right.
Elizabeth, your point is covered in the distort information.
Right.
I'll go with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Your very valid point is covered.
Can we actually,
Yeah.
can we bring this one up one? Because then it like,
Yeah.
I sort of want to bring this right next to commentary.
Yeah, actually, that's a
That'll-
good idea.
You want to do that?
That's a good idea.
Then without saying it, we're kind of saying it.
What if we actually?
But we're putting it on a separate
What
line.
if
so
I
we're
saw
not
that as
really-
being-
Yeah.
I
put it low because it's
kind of
closer
for
to
you, but we're
plagiarism.
not.
Monica, what about
Okay.
putting
That's
this
why I
right
put it
here?
lower.
Above label advocacy.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I'm gonna- hang on a second.
Avoid
Go back to
stereotypes.
it for a second.
Maybe.
I think it ought to go under advocacy.
Because, let's just take a look down a little bit.
Okay.
Get Chris's point.
Yeah, so all this is about
We don't
the
distort.
situations where people can start to
Yeah.
get a little shy.
Yeah, the label rumors may need to go on, but clearly we label, distinguish.
We label rumors, we
don't
label
alter,
advocacy.
We don't plagiarize. Those are the minimum expectations.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah.
So what is the
Actually,
appropriate
with your
order?
wording, you start with never, so that it's you've got three that start with never.
Yeah.
I agree.
There's label, label, never, never.
Yeah.
If we're down here in Neverland.
Exactly.
I like
And that's where we need. Yeah.
That's that hard, fast.
Yeah.
What does that?
These are the 10 Commandments.
What does
Yeah.
that
I really-
say, though, that it wasn't.
I'll tell you, the
very-
label rumors is unconfirmed in the rare occasions it becomes necessary to report
Yeah.
one. I hate that.
I hate it.
We've just put the ball in play.
We're
here, ladies
basically
and
saying
gentlemen.
it's okay. We're basically
It's a
saying
foul
it's
ball
okay.
as far as I'm
I'm
concerned.
off with its head.
Off with his head.
Because we're up. I think we're contradicting ourselves. We're saying, but
Yeah.
we're putting an
Yeah.
asterisk there by saying, but.
You know, I think it's there because because there was something in there about
Yeah.
unconfirmed rumors never report them or
Right.
something.
Yeah.
And somebody said, well, sometimes you have to report them
No, you
because
don't.
everybody's talking about them.
But no, you don't.
But see, I think
No,
it's
you
contradicting ourselves at the top because
Yeah.
at the very top we're saying
Yeah.
you need to verify.
Yeah, right. So the
I think you
idea
should never
of
do
rumors
rumors.
can be addressed in
Unconfirmed.
a position paper.
Yeah.
Unconfirmed, I don't put them out there. I
honest,
don't care if everyone else is
Yeah.
reporting a rumor.
And I think it just
will
makes
not.
I think it makes it weaker by saying
I would take
putting
that
it's
out.
like
Yeah, let's
Can
take it
I,
out.
can I name an instance where I think it's I mean,
Sure.
I think about, is the journalist's role to ensure that good information is circulating out there? If so, I actually find it harmful when there's a big, fat, ugly, nasty rumor out there that everyone's believing, and all the great journalists with integrity are not touching it, and it's harming everyone. I really like when somebody comes in and goes, "Hey, guys, this is wrong."
But no, that's verifying the
That's the
information.
story.
Because
Exactly.
I've done stories before because there has been horrible information
so
out
you're
there.
saying that
I
counts
step
as a
in and
rumor.
I say
Rumor
I've
correct.
talked to
I can
everyone.
do a story
Here is
right
the
exactly.
information.
That's a very good point. So
Yes.
that doesn't count to you
No.
as reporting a rumor.
No,
You're acknowledging the
if
rumor
everyone
and disproving
says-
it,
Yeah,
and so that's it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
everyone
because you're
says
verifying
that-
or disproving the
So
information.
disproving the rumor is okay.
Well,
Right.
this
Oh,
is-
yeah.
That's all I want. That's
yeah,
all
I
I
was
care
gonna
about.
say, the language here, and I don't know how you change it.
Okay.
The language here seems to imply that every now and then it is
It's
okay.
okay.
Yeah, and I don't.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I will say this, when we did not have so much time for comment between the second draft and this meeting.
Yeah.
I saw a number of different people who keyed right on this, and basically it was a WTF moment.
Yeah.
So.
I say take
I
it
think
out.
We might. Yeah, we could take it out. All right.
Oh, look it!
Wait, are we really done?
No,
Wait,
we saw some.
back to Shun hybrids. Did we?
I think we're okay, yeah.
This is a fight.
Never
You know what,
delivered.
I think we could take out the first sentence of that, distinguish news from advertising.
Because we also cover this in
Yeah.
Be Accountable, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
clearly labeled sponsored content, I think is a
Or was
good
that-
phrase.
I'm afraid sponsored content might be one of those that just.
What about if we say
It's too
clearly
timely?
label advertising and other sponsored content?
Yeah, I really like
Label
this
advocacy.
as is.
You like it as it?
You know where part of this springs
That could
from,
be
of
one.
course, part of this springs from, the increasing popularity of video news releases and things like that.
And they-
Creeping
Yeah.
everywhere.
Editorials.
That's what we need to, that's
crazy.
what we're
Yeah.
trying to get
Yeah.
at.
Yeah.
Because I just think that when we say where do we go?
Those progress.
Oh, distinguish news from advertising and shun hybrids. I think we also cover maybe rewording, because I think we get into that a little bit and act independently.
About, and
When you're working
and I
on
think
sponsored.
that's where it
Oh,
belongs.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's where it
Yeah, I think we
belongs.
should
It probably
take this out of
should.
here and get back to it.
Well,
Do you
we'll
want-
leave it there for now.
Yeah,
Leave
I
it
think
there for now, we'll come back
Whether
to
it's
it.
advertising, want me to just leave it?
Move it to
Yeah,
active.
no,
That's
move it for now, move it and we'll
I'll
talk
take it
about it.
out. down there and we'll
Yeah.
come back.
Fine with moving it. I don't want it to go away because those progress editions are really popular in small town newspapers
Oh,
where
they're huge.
that people buy a story about why
Yeah.
their sighting is the best
Yeah.
sighting.
But
and
also,
that
I
is
don't-
reporters doing.
And yeah, and I think we have to. I don't know that's not acting independently. So
No, it's
Yeah.
not.
Okay.
And
We'll come back to that. in a
Reporter
second.
take time. Yeah,
We'll
reporter
come back to that after.
Well, we may want to add clearly label opinion stuff, comma, and sponsored and everything.
I think
But see,
it's
but then we're
a
also,
little more
but then we're also saying that sponsored content is journalism, and I don't know if we want to.
Yeah, that's. I
Yeah.
wouldn't group them either. I think that's
No, I like
dangerous.
the-
It'd be nice to put it in another section.
Well, I
Yeah.
have a question, is sponsored journalism?
is disclosed sources of information not independently
Yeah,
gathered?
It's a good question, Evan.
Yes, because there's more.
It's a
and
good
more.
question.
I think never plagiarize, period. It's like,
Yeah.
Because I think we addressed the
Right,
sources
right,
of
I think-
information not independently
Yeah.
gathered higher
Yeah.
up.
Well, what this is about,
Yeah, you're right. I think never plagiarize is strong and correct.
And also, I think distinguish.
Sorry, Chris.
Sorry. Go ahead.
the reason we did it was, again, folks who are linking to online aggregating content.
Yeah.
Are you
Yeah.
plagiarizing if I'm rewriting a New York Times story just so I get the hits on my little website?
But see, we're gonna have. I don't think one
not-
sentence
maybe
is going to
that's what
solve
we
that.
like
I think that's a
too.
position paper. If
Yeah.
we're gonna
Yeah,
go
I
that
think
route.
that's
Because I just find this repetitive.
Because like that is such a huge
Instead
issue,
of-
people should delve into it. But I just don't think the one sentence is going to answer that.
Look up above and see where we talk about that, so that's why I just don't think we should say.
You know what, I think,
Never plagiarize is so
Never
strong, and never plagiarize is
Never,
a
there used to
great
be
way
one,
to end
never
this
plagiarize.
section. You know,
Could I-
bottom
to get to
line,
your
never
point, though,
plagiarize.
What if
Great
it were never plagiarize and always attribute? Because with aggregators, that's often a problem, is they just sort of think they can get away with just echo chamber content and not actually explain
how about
where
never
things came from.
plagiarize, period, always attribute, period.
Yeah, I don't know.
I kind of like that.
Yeah.
I have a question too. What if?
Go ahead.
Don't we cover this several times?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
do we
That's a
actually
big
need
story.
this as never? Because
That was
like,
originally.
because we say be honest, be accurate, be
Yeah.
accountable.
I think it's
Yeah.
repetitive too.
10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. I was in the bathroom.
Again, argument again is nobody ever told you don't do that. Let us be the guys to flat out say, don't do this.
Well, if we're
And
saying
it
never
also-
alter or distort news images, isn't that another way of saying something?
It was also originally included,
Combine them.
and never
Yeah.
report unconfirmed rumors.
Yeah.
Were-
Never deliberately distort information, alter or distort news images.
Yeah.
Yeah,
those work.
we can just combine
And
it.
we're talking about never alter, distort news images.
But-
What about fabricating sources? I mean, if we don't,
Yeah, it's true. There's a lot of ways to
Yeah.
be bad, and we don't have to talk about all of them.
And then combine it to clearly labeled, so.
And do we
Uh,
need news
yeah.
images? Could it just be images?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And does images
No,
also?
no, I think it should be news
Visual content?
because there are photo
Photo
illustrations.
Yeah.
There's video too.
Yeah, and
But
video.
does
But
images
then-
take
No, video.
into consideration video? Or, I
Yeah.
think images and I think still photography.
Me
But-
too.
I was
Any?
thinking
How about
about
any
images
visual
being both.
content?
Honestly, I was suggesting taking this out
Yes.
just because we have talked about honesty, accuracy so much. Why would we ever expect them to deliberately distort the information because we've already talked about that? And also, when we're talking about journalism, photojournalism, the art department, that's all within our
I just still
wheelhouse.
think you've got to spell out a couple of
I
minutes.
do too. I think
Yeah.
particularly because it's always been in the code. It's so important.
I just think that we've hit them over the head so many times with be honest, be accurate, that
Yeah.
if
Well-
anyone gets to the bottom and says, oh, well, I was going to deliberately
Why
distort
are we
information,
singling out the video.
Yeah.
Video and.
and also,
It's becoming an issue.
We're singling out
Yeah.
images, we're singling out text.
Right.
Plagiarism, so we do that
Because
again.
those are new, but plagiarism, there's also fabrication,
Yeah.
which we've seen, too many examples of fabrication.
How about never deliberately distort information in any media for any, in any
I don't
media?
know. I just think that we've talked about honesty and accuracy so much.
Well,
That's the whole idea.
I think a lot of people find little excuses to do this stuff,
You've got to
and
have
it's
norms
just
in there
make it real
for
clear.
students. I mean, it's about neophytes.
I don't know
It's
that-
about-
And it's
And
funny,
a reminder
the
to
whole
the pros.
document has
And
some
learn the
compromises
line
to
after.
it. I mean,
Yeah.
we do get into
I
some
think we need a-
specifics, and
Great.
images have from time to time posed real problems, and I think speaking to
Well, more
them
and more so.
deliberately,
Yeah.
directly is important.
Okay.
How about this last one? Never plagiarize. I think that is just so strong.
Never plagiarize.
Never
Always
plagiarize,
attribute.
always
Always
attribute.
attribute.
Always
Okay.
attribute.
that's
Always
fine.
attribute. I
Yeah.
think it's important to add.
Yeah, so that way that there's
Why don't we
the
do
kind of the
that?
two cardinal
There's the two
rules in that
sides.
last
Yeah.
particular
Take
item.
that out, always
And it
attribute.
ends
There
up
you go.
covering a lot of new media.
There's a
and
lot of
aggregators.
position papers that have always attributed. Yeah.
Yeah.
And okay.
I love that.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
NPAA.
So
I would-
instead
I
of
would
news and-
counsel,
news
however,
images-
that we should link attribution to a position paper.
Yeah, we will.
Because
We will.
Stealing from,
Yeah.
Yeah.
the entire plagiarism summit
Yeah.
last year was
Yeah.
about how
No, it-
we grade that
Same.
area.
I have a public comment.
Yes.
Okay.
It says that the quote was advocacy should not be entangled with impartial reporting. That goes back up in one of the ones you were working on
Label
earlier.
advocacy.
We didn't put
commentary.
impartial,
We
though.
took it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, took it out.
Yeah,
There's
they were
mine.
hearing us, but in the end, that's not what we put up there.
Okay, I think this was a suggestion, but
Okay.
Yeah, it's because we.
No, it was
No,
it was down, it was down.
It was
Lower
down.
It was on the next page.
Yeah, it was way shorter now. The way we did it was.
Yeah, label advocacy and commentary.
commentary is
period.
all we got left with. Does
Yeah.
that address that?
it was just, I think it was a suggestion on the wording as you guys were going over it.
Oh.
The challenge is there's a delay on the feed.
Sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
it's like a considerable delay.
Yeah.
So.
Right, so
Yeah.
we're done with the first section.
Yeah.
This sentence, I think this sentence needs just a tiny bit
Yeah,
of
I think we
tweaking.
can sort of
Never
skip.
deliberately.
Never deliberately distort
Yeah.
information or
Or
alter or
alter or
distort any
Yeah.
visual content. So
Yeah,
we can
I-
include video. Is that okay?
I think we need to include video.
Can we just say any visual content? Does that do it?
Visuals?
Images does just sound like photography.
It does. It does.
I
It's a
I know, I
visual
think you just need alter, I don't think you need distort.
Okay.
I think alter
Yeah.
covers
Or
it.
Never
alter-
deliberately
Well,
distort
no,
information
you want,
or.
Selective editing.
Okay.
Yeah, because you can alter it. There are ways to alter.
But I think
images.
visual
Without
content
overwriting
is
it.
better than
Okay.
news images.
Yeah, I think so
I do
too.
You
Can
know,
we say
traditional
visual
photography,
content?
You can improve lighting.
You know what, maybe we just have the last part of this and leave out the first part.
All right.
Clearly label illustrations and reenactments.
I don't know. I think it's important to mention.
Well, wait a minute.
The-
I'm-
the
I
wonders
must
of
say, I'm
Photoshop.
not, I'm
That.
not crazy with visual content because
No.
they really, and in the end of the day, this code is talking about the news. I mean,
Yeah.
if they want to go out and make a movie that distorts visual content, I don't have a problem.
Oh, but there's
No,
news
this is for
videos that
news.
distort
What if
news
we
all
what if
the
we just
time.
said visuals?
But my
talking
point
about
is
beyond the news.
visual content to me
The
speaks
entertainment
to
industry could go
all
on.
visual
Yeah.
content.
But
Oh.
what if we just said visuals and not and just cut out
Visuals?
content?
Visuals.
Visual news content.
Visual news
I
content.
think news is
Jargon.
important.
Right, visual news
Okay.
content.
Any? How about
Content.
any media? Any media?
No, I think
Multimedia.
Visual news content
Images or
covers
video?
a lot.
What does it? What takes care of this?
To me,
I still think we don't need that.
Video.
Well, I think, there's a distinction here that it's probably okay. I mean, the original code said you can, for technical reasons, for clarity reasons, you can, touch stuff up.
Right.
If it's necessary. But, and so I think it's important, if we're going to include this, we need to distinguish between news, something that purports to be an actual scene of what happened.
And how about any recorded media? Any...
That's even more.
I think what gets to it.
Visual is sufficient because
What if
you're
you
either
said-
reading it or it's
Or they're seeing it.
Erwin, what if you said never deliberately distort information or visual news content?
Yeah.
Okay.
Does that do it? Yeah. That would do it?
Yeah.
Great.
Okay,
Yeah.
because deliberately distort then would still allow for,
Yes.
communication or
Right,
whatever.
right.
but-
Yeah,
Yes.
that works. Clearly labeled.
One Twitter follower does not like the word
Illustrations and
content.
That works.
What would they
But I would
What would
share
they
all the
propose?
content.
Anything?
Shades or something like that, distorting it.
Specifically,
Or
SPJ
visual
Region
news,
2 does not like the word
visual news
content.
representations?
Oh, really?
I can't think of a better word than content.
Visual.
Well, you could
Visual news.
substitute imagery.
No.
Media? Visual news media?
See, I still like the idea that never plagiarize, always attribute is the only never.
Oh, we've got never deliberately distort.
Yeah.
Well, I know, but I mean, I like the idea that would be
Would
the
be.
only.
You could just change it to don't
Sometimes there
deliberately
needs to be more than
distort.
one never.
Well, there's a lot of nevers, but
Yeah.
Do not.
I think these
instead
are
of
Not deliberately.
And someone's going to argue that information includes visual news content.
yeah.
It is information.
Yeah, but
So.
still
And
seems
because
important.
remember that photojournalists
Including-
and video journalists
Do you
like
want
the idea that they are
including
journalists. They are
instead of
part.
I would keep it in there to recognize that concern, even though Chris is right.
Yeah, we do.
How about never deliberately distort information in any media?
In any format?
In any format, in any media?
Information, comma, including visual news.
That's what I
content.
said. A few things we've got left.
Sure, yeah, that works. Or in any media, just sort of, it's a nice inclusive hug to all. Hey, all media is under the same.
What about in any format?
No.
I think just including visual news content
Otherwise,
is a
there's
good
nothing
idea.
in it that says specifically, we're
Visual.
talking to the photo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
we need to acknowledge that more and more there is the photoshopping, the false tornadoes in the parking lot.
Well, and also a lot of news places that are, tell people, hey, we want your pictures.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that too.
Right.
All right, well,
And then there's
let's
the
do this and see how
video
we
that
feel
is
later.
of a different place that is, I think we have to acknowledge the visual. It happens a lot in my meetings.
There was a Denver anchor who went on a long rant about people sending in pictures of snow-covered patio furniture.
There's a lot of that in Denver, isn't there?
Let's go to lunch.
Okay, are we good?
So everybody, here's what the situation, here's what we're gonna do. I canceled our reservation for 12 at the restaurant. So what we're gonna do is, you're on your own. There's plenty of places around. There's Five Guys, there's a Taco Bell, there's a Chinese place, there's sushi across the street, there's Panera's, which you've already hit at. There's, if you're just in for smoothies. Yeah, leave everything here out. So you have, till about 10 after, so about 45 minutes. Let's say 45 minutes tops. We just need to get away from all of this and go have something.
You know what, I think we did the hardest,
I think we did too.
I think we made it
Find
hard.
out, but I think that's true. I think we.
I think we did some great work this morning, guys. This is good.
Keep in mind that I am the key master, so
we have to wait
if you don't have to follow them.
Joe, should I pause this?
I'll come up there.
Okay.
Actually, I'm going to stop it. Probably max of an 8-hour stream. Hang out, so I'm going to stop it and then we'll launch another one.
So where do you want to go? I feel like Chinese.
Yeah, Chinese.
You guys got Chinese? I join you?
Well, Chinese, absolutely.
I'm tagging
Joe,
along.
you
Hold
want
on.
the Chinese?
I'm not sure. I need to get this going and then get with Bill and get the second one set up. So.
You got the Chinese?
Close by?